Shalom, everybody. We're entering into a formal session about the Chag HaSukkoth, which is the day of the Feast of Tabernacles that we read about in Leviticus chapter 23. So during the feast day, we've developed a minhag of, can I get that for me? In that, of reading the Torah from the book of Deuteronomy specifically. All right, and we'll follow that with a reading of the Shema. Okay, so we'll go into the Shema. Hear, O Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one. And thou shalt love Yahweh thy power with all thy heart and with all thy soul and with all thy might. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart. Salakli. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart, and thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand, that they may be as frontlets between thine eyes. And thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house and on thy gates. And it shall come to pass, if you shall hearken diligently unto my commandments, which I command you this day, to love Yahweh Elohecha, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, that I will give you the rain of your land in his due season, the first rain and the latter rain, that thou mayest gather in thy corn and thy wine and thine oil, and I will send grass in thy fields for thy cattle, that thou mayest eat and be full. Take heed to yourselves that your heart be not deceived, and ye turn aside and serve other Elohim and worship them. And then Yahweh's wrath be kindled against you, and he shut up the heavens, that there be no rain, and that the land yield not her fruit, unless you perish quickly from off the good land which Yahweh giveth you. Therefore shall ye lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul, and bind them for a sign upon your hand, that they may be as frontlets between your eyes, and ye shall teach them your children, speaking of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt write them upon the doorposts of thy house and on thy gates, that your days may be multiplied, and the days of your children, in the land which Yahweh sware unto your fathers to give them, as the days of heaven upon the earth. For if ye shall diligently keep all these commandments, which I command you this day, to do them, to love Yahweh Ya'alahaya, and to walk in all his ways, and to cleave unto him. Speak unto Banya Yasharahla, and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put upon the fringe of the borders a ribbon of blue, and it shall be unto you for a fringe, that you may look upon it, and remember all the commandments of Yahweh, and do them, and that ye seek not after your own heart and your own eyes, after which ye used to go whoring, that ye may remember and do all my commandments, and be holy unto your Allahaya. I am Yahweh your Allahaya, which brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your Allahaya. I am Yahweh your Allahaya. La'ata kwam la'ata tar at banya inka wa hafta la ikak kama waka anya Yahweh. Thou shalt not avenge, nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people, but thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I am Yahweh. 10 Commandments. I am Yahweh your God that brought you out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make any graven images, and you shall not serve them. You shall not take the name of Yahweh in vain. Remember the Sabbath to keep it holy. Honor your father and your mother. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness. You shall not covet anything that is your neighbor's. Hallelujah. 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 And I also will go into the book of Leviticus to read about this particular day, the Feast of Tabernacles, Chag HaSukkoth, in Leviticus chapter 23. And I'll be reading from the New English translation of the Septuagint. Leviticus chapter 23, verse 33. And Yahweh spake, can you get that speaker in the mic, please? And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, speaking to the sons of Israel, saying, on the 15th day of the 7th month, the lasting 7 days is the Feast of Tabernacles to Yahweh. It says tents, but the Greek word is for tabernacles. And the first day is designated holy. You shall not do any work of service. 7 days you shall present whole burnt offerings to Yahweh, and on the 8th day shall be designated holy to you. And you shall present a whole burnt offering to Yahweh. It is a finale. You should not do any work of service. So it's the Feast of Tabernacles or structures, a form of tent with 4 open sides usually, and a covering on the top of it. And on these days, we presented offerings at the temple at Jerusalem, and we can't do that anymore because we don't have the temple at Jerusalem right now. And it is a day of rest. It's a Sabbath day. You're not supposed to be doing any work, you or anybody in your house. It's not supposed to be doing any work on the first day of the Feast of Tabernacles and the last day of the Feast of Tabernacle, which would be next Saturday night to next Sunday night. No buying, no selling, no business, no school, no work. All right. Verse 39. And on the 15th day of this 7th month, when you shall finish the produce of the land, you shall keep a feast. What's this water keep dripping over here? You shall keep a feast to Yahweh for 7 days, a rest in the first day, and a rest in the 8th day. And on the first day, and a rest on the 8th day, a rest on the first day, and a rest on the 8th day. And on the first day you shall take ripe fruit of a tree, both brushes of palm trees and bushy branches of a tree and branches of willow and of chaste tree from a wadi, which we don't have any wadis around here, to rejoice before Yahweh Eloheicha for 7 days in the year. It is a perpetual precept throughout your generations. You shall keep it as a feast in the 7th month. You shall live in tabernacles for 7 days. Everyone who is a native of Israel, everyone who's an Israelite, shall live in tabernacles, so that your generation may know that I made the sons of Israel settle in tabernacles / tents when I brought them out of the land of Egypt. I am Yahweh Eloheicha. And Moses declared to the sons of Israel the feast of Yahweh. So this is a feast time. It is a time to rejoice. It's not a time to be in sadness or in mourning. Even though we have some setbacks in our lives, Yahweh still, as a nation, has delivered us and brought us into his bosom of love, mercy, and grace, us and our families. So, with this being the Feast of Tabernacles, and in the 7th year, the Feast of Tabernacles was read to the whole congregation of Israel. In our captivities, we've been reading it every year. We've been doing the Feast of Tabernacles and reading from the law every year. So for the 8 days, we've read it. So for this first day, what we'll be reading is Deuteronomy chapter 1, verse 1 to Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 15. All right. So we can have a male volunteer from the audience that can read. You can go online and see it's over there somewhere. a new translation, Net's New English Translation of the Septuagint. I thought it was. You see it? A new translation of the Septuagint from Deuteronomy chapter 1. If we have a male volunteer that can do the reading, start reading chapter 1 for us. You can go ahead and make sure it works too. Unmute yourself and you can start reading. Let us know who you are, where you calling from. Anybody?
What? It's Bayala. Yeah, I can read it. It's right here on my screen.
Okay.
So Deuteronomy chapter 1 and verse 1.
Con.
Okay. This is what Moses said to the assembly of Israel.
Well, which Bible are you reading from?
This one is the net Bible, NET.
Well, let's get the NETS, New English Translation of the Septuagint.
Okay. Pull that up.
Okay, the water.
I got it. The water, Masharah. Go ahead and take that.
Well, you can't find it, Rapayala? Okay. I keep looking for it. Masha, send him the link to it. And go ahead, you can go ahead and start, Masha.
Deuteronomy chapter 1 in the next. These are the words that Moses spoke to all Israel beyond the Jordan in the wilderness, towards the west near the Red Sea, among Paran, Tophel, and Laban, and courts and gold places, a route of 11 days from Horeb by way of Mount Seir up to Kadesh Barnea. And it happened in the 40th year, in the 11th month, on the first of the month, that Moses spoke to all the sons of Israel according to all that the Lord had commanded him for them. After he struck Sihon, king of the Amorites, who lived in Heshbon, and Og, king of Bashan, who lived in Ashtaroth and in Edrei, across from the Jordan and the land of Moab, Moses began to clarify this law, saying, the Lord our God spoke to us at Horeb, saying, let it be sufficient for you to live at this mountain. Turn and depart you, and go into the mountain of the Amorites, and to all those who live around Arabah, to mountain and plain, and to the southwest and sea coast, the land of the Canaanites, and anti-Lebanon,
music,
as far as the great river Euphrates. See, I have given the land before you. When you have gone in and inherit the land that I swore to your fathers, to Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, to give to them and to their offspring after them.
So this is the land that Yahweh promised to us. And this was a plan before creation. He had always planned to give us this land. All right? It's his land to give. So we got to understand that. Even though people say the Most High took from the Canaanites, it's his to give and take. The earth is his. Read verse 9.
Verse 9. And I said to you in that time, saying, I will not be able alone to bear you. The Lord your God has multiplied you And look, you are today like the stars of the sky in number.
So Moses saying, I'm not going to be able to rule over this people by myself. I need help to structure and to organize and to help the people to settle problems that they have, to give them counsel that they need. Read.
May the Lord, verse 11, may the Lord, the God of your fathers, add to you as you are 1,000 times and bless you as he has spoken to you. How will I be able alone to bear your hardship and your substance and your disputes?
So we understand this. Yeah, Moses is saying, how can I bear the problems that you all have by myself? All right. He's saying, I can't do it by myself. I can't give you everything that you deserve alone. I need help. Go ahead.
Verse 13, assign for yourselves men, wise and discerning, and prudent for your tribes, and I will appoint them as your leaders.
All right, so he told the people, let's get some brothers that are qualified, right? Let's get some, what verse is that? Verse 15. Men that are wise, meaning that they are operating in wisdom, all right? Discerning and prudent. So these aren't just men that came to a couple of classes. These are men that have demonstrated they can have a relationship with wisdom, that demonstrate that they can have a relationship with the Torah. All right, go ahead.
Verse 16, and I commanded your judges at that time, saying,
wait, let me, and appointed them to be leaders over you. Did you read that part? And I appointed them to be leaders over you, officers. And that word officers means rulers. That word officers means rulers. So we can't think that no man rules over us in righteousness. And there's a pre-qualification to be a ruler. 1, you got to be wise. 2, you got to be educated in the Torah. And 3, you have to be appointed. And a lot of people are setting themselves up in position to start organizations, churches, camps, and bodies, and haven't been appointed by the lineage that came before them. And that's not what is supposed to be done. That's not the way it's supposed to be done. So these officers of thousands, hundreds, and 50 and tens, these are like and recorders of your judges. These are what we know as judges and officers. And they're over small groups and populations of communities of Israelites. And that's the way we're supposed to be structured. And all of them are part of a central command system, all right, with Moses. And then after Moses died, it was Joshua. And after Joshua died, it was the 70 elders that were appointed. The structure was set up during the time of Moses. All right, go ahead.
Verse 16. And I commanded your judges at that time, saying.
So what do we have? We had judges. This is the biblical structure, and this is the biblical structure that we had. This is the biblical structure, the volume that we had. We had judges and we had officers. That's the basic foundation that we had. That's the basic foundation that we had, was judges and officers. And that's the basic structure that we need preparing to come out of captivity and being in captivity now. It's judges and officers. You got whatever else you want. But this is the basic prerequisite of a people coming out of captivity as a nation and going into their nation free from captivity. And now we're waking up now, coming out of captivity and exile again. All right, go ahead.
And I commanded your judges at that time, saying, give a full hearing among your brothers.
Meaning what? When there's a problem between women and men, you got to go before the judges. You got to go before the judges. Those men that are walking in wisdom and walking in the commandments. Read.
And judge rightly between a man and between his brother and between his guests.
That means even if you got a beef with the stranger is supposed to get judged out of the law. Not, oh, he's a Gentile, so we don't got to give him no type of justice or righteousness. Everybody has equal protection under our laws. Go ahead.
Verse 17, you shall not recognize the person when judging. Like the small, so you shall judge the great. You shall not shrink from the face of a person, for the judgment is God's. And the matter, if it be too hard for you, you will bring it to me, and I will hear it. And I commanded you at that time all the things that you should do.
So we see now that no matter who the person is, whether it's a person that's a big person or a small person, everybody has equal representation to defend their cause. And this is what Nicodemus was talking about that we read yesterday when they wanted to go and just take Hamashiach. He said, well, don't everybody have a chance to be heard before they get convicted? And this is what Hamashiach is saying. And even in personal matters, you need to hear the whole matter before you make a conclusion. And sometimes conclusion is not according to how you feel or what you think, but what does the Most High feel? What does his law say? And if it's not a matter of right or wrong, it's going to defer to who has authority in that situation. Read.
Verse 19. And after we departed from Horeb, we went through all that great and terrible wilderness that you saw, by route of the mountain of the Amorite, just as the Lord our God had commanded us. And we came as far as Hades, Barnea.
When you see Kadesh Barnea, this is called in the King James Bible, I think it's Kadesh Barnea. All right, go ahead.
And I said to you, you have come as far as the mountain of the Amorite, which the Lord our God is giving you. Verse 21, see, the Lord your God has given over to you the land before you. After you have gone up and inherit, as the Lord, the God of your father, said to you, do not fear, neither be afraid. Verse 22, and all of you came to me and said, let us send men ahead of you and let them explore the land for us.
This is talking about when the spies got sent out to go into the land. And it was 40 days after we left out of Egypt. And this is when we played ourselves. Because now we got a day for every year. Because they didn't have faith in the Most High. Go ahead. All right, go ahead, Up.
Verse 22.
Verse 22.
And all of you came to me and said, let us send men ahead of us and let them explore the land for us and let them report to us a decision regarding the route through which we shall go up upon it and the cities into which we will come into them. So basically scouting out
the land to see what's the best way to approach it and to invade it. Right, go ahead.
Verse 23, and the matter was pleasing to me, and I took from you 12 men, one man a tribe. And after they had set out, they went up into the mountain and went as far as Cluster Ravine and surveyed it. And they took in their hands some of the fruit of the land and brought it down to us and said, the land is good that the Lord our God is giving us.
So he said the land is a good land. Okay, go ahead.
Verse 26, and you did not want to go up, and you disobeyed the word of the Lord your God. And you grumbled in your tents and said, it is because the Lord hates us that he brought us out of the land of Egypt, to give us into the hands of the Amorites to destroy us utterly. Where are we going up? Our brothers have disquieted our hearts, saying, a great and numerous nation, and more powerful than we, and cities, large and walled up to the sky. Nay, even sons of giants we have seen there.
Now, after seeing everything that Yahweh did, the people still are trusting in their own eyes. Okay, go ahead.
Verse 29.
Where's your microphone at? Where's your microphone at that you're reading into? Bring your microphone closer if you can, just so they can hear you just a little better. All right.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, they can hear you, but I just want to remember you gotta the YouTube is going also. The YouTube so we gotta hear more than the people on the call. Go ahead.
Verse 29.
29.
And I said to you, do not be alarmed, neither be afraid of them. The Lord your God who goes before you, he will fight them together with you, according to all which he did for you in the land of Egypt.
And this is the mindset that our people have to have, that Yahweh is going to fight for us, and we're going to get out of the negative situation that we may find ourselves in. Ultimately, everything ends up with us being on top. Even if it's not like that immediately at the moment, it will end with us on the top. Even if every individual right now is not at the top of everything right now, your spirit, your being, your essence, your existence will conclude with you being victorious when everything is said and done. Read.
And in this wilderness, verse 31, and in this wilderness which you saw, how the Lord your God nursed you, as some person would nurse his son.
And we talked about nursing yesterday, about how the good nurses have to teach the people the law and the commandments. And the Most High, he nursed us in the wilderness, gave us the understanding and entered into covenant with us. And we're never to forget that covenant. And we're supposed to respect the sacrifice that Hamashiach made for us, because we broke that covenant. And now we're transitioning through his blood into a new covenant. All right, go ahead.
Verse 31, and in this wilderness which you saw, how the Lord your God nursed you, as some person would nurse his son, along all the way that you went until you came into this place. And in this matter, you did not believe the Lord your God, who went before you on the way to choose a place for you, leading you by fire at night, showing you the route whereby you should go upon it, and in a cloud by day.
The reason he's saying that is because we always knew that the presence of the Most High was there. We had no reason to doubt that he was going to deliver us when we came into this land of Canaan. Read.
Verse 34, and the Lord heard the sounds of your words, and being provoked, he swore, saying, if one of these men shall see this good land that I swore to your fathers, except Caleb, son of Jephunneh, he shall see it. And to him I will give the land on which he trod, and to his sons, because he followed closely the things of the Lord. Even with me, the Lord was angry on your account, saying, not even you shall enter there. Jesus, son of Nave, who stands beside you, he shall enter there. Strengthen him, for he will take possession of it for Israel. And every young child who today does not know good or evil, they shall enter there, and to them I will give it, and they shall inherit it. And when you have turned, march into the wilderness by the route toward the Red Sea. And you answered and said to me, we have sinned against the Lord our God.
So even though we messed up, we came back and we repented. And sometimes you can repent and get forgiveness, but it's still too late to get what you would have gotten if you would have just trusted in the Most High, done the right thing. All right. So Yahweh he was very frustrated with us already. Okay. So what happened was that the people that were under 20, those are the ones that went into the promised land with Joshua. And the people that were over 20, all of those people died when we got in the wilderness. So if you were 20 years old before we got into the wilderness, at 40 and under, you died. Everybody died. Why? Because they doubted the Most High. They doubted Yahweh. So everybody that went in there was like 39 and younger, except for Joshua and Caleb. But everybody that went into the new land of Israel was 39 and younger. Even Moses himself didn't make it in. So that whole generation. So this is why you must be born again, why you must be the new creature, because that old you is not going to make it into the kingdom. Your old way of thinking is not going to make it into the kingdom. Your old way of feeling and your old way of responding and reacting is not going to make it into a kingdom. Any thought that you have that defeats you and your abilities is a poison to your faith in the Most High. Because now you're basing what you can or cannot do on you, as opposed to basing it on Yahweh. What will please him? What will please your upper chain of command? You see? So the people didn't trust in Yahweh. And they said, well, we're scared. We don't think that we can do it. My feelings tell me that I'm not going to be able to emotionally and physically and mentally achieve this goal that you, Moses, as my leader, and you, Joshua and Caleb, as my leaders, and you, Yahweh, as my leader, expect me to accomplish. So we're not going to do it. And Yahweh's like, all right, forget it. Y'all won't even go into the new kingdom. Oh, no, we can do it now. We can do it now. We think we can do it now. Hey, y'all think we can do it? Yeah, we think we can do it. And that shows you how you must have a careful balance of faith and fear of the Most High. Because now you're afraid to be in the wilderness and you're afraid of the Most High's judgment. So because of you being, which is a greater fear, the fear of Yahweh and faith in Yahweh and what he said is the only thing that's guaranteed in this life. Nothing else is guaranteed. Your love that you have for each other is going to fade away. Somebody can get mad at you and you can stop talking to them for the next 15 years. But the love of Hamashiach, the love of Yahweh, is the guarantee that you have that's going to get you eternal life. But you have to focus on that in your decision-making process. And the people didn't do that. I keep reading.
Verse 41. And you answered and said to me, we have sinned against the Lord our God. Let us go up and fight in accordance with all that the Lord our God commanded us.
So the people said, now we can believe in him, since we know that we're not gonna get an easy way out. Since now we know that we can't negotiate with him. Since now we know that we can't just do it the way that we think is best, but we have to do it Yahweh's way. All right. So when that situation came about, the people are like, well, now we can do it your way, Yahweh, since you threatened us. And Yahweh's like, that's not a threat. That's a promise. You're not going into that land. And if you go up on your own, I'm not with you no more. I'm not with you no more. And a lot of times that's why the decisions you're making and the results that you're getting are out of alignment with what your expectations, because you're not lining up with the will of Yahweh. You're lining up with some plan that you made when you were a little boy or you were a little girl, and you said, I want this, I want that. And that's outside of what we see in the Bible and outside of the social structure we see in the Bible. So now you got to realign everything and you got to put it in order with the Most High, with His word. Go ahead.
And each of you, when you had strapped on your battle gear and had gathered, went up.
Stop real quick. Part of that battle gear was a male skirt that came above his knees, where his legs were exposed. And when you read in Deuteronomy chapter 22, when we read there in like the 6th day, I believe, that's the type of garment that the Most High is telling the woman not to wear. A garment that exposes your legs and is the height of a warrior, which means you're not supposed to be wearing just pants by themselves. You should have something over top of your pants that comes down to around your calf. Yeah, like the gladiators had on a garment about that length, and it would be shorter or longer. But in those same movies, when you got gladiators, you don't see the women walking around with gladiator length skirts and dresses, do you? They always have on long garments. All right? They have on long garments. That's why, if you can remember back in the day, when they used to have it, if you look at a cartoon from like the 20s and the 30s, 40s, like original Mickey Mouse cartoons or whatever cartoons were back then, you'll see a woman lift up her skirt a little bit to show a little bit of her leg around her calf. And that was considered burlesque. Or the vaudeville showed the women, flipping her skirt back and forth, showing her legs. That was considered risque. All right? That was considered to be a freak show back then. So when he's talking about the battle gear, in verse 41, the battle gear that the man wore would be considered now. In other words, picture this so you can understand clearly what I'm saying. A Scottish kilt, a kilt, like you saw the men wearing in Braveheart. Everybody saw Braveheart. That length. And that's the length that the men would wear into war, that length and higher. So he could run. He could get on his horse. He could run. He could run. He could get on. No interjection at this point, Kwame. I'm in the zone right now. Sorry. So running and jumping on a horse. Sorry, everybody. Running and jumping on a. What happened with the water? Running and jumping on a horse is what they were doing. So they couldn't do it, they weren't wearing pants as a regular part of their attire. No, Oh yeah, you can do it. Well, they didn't wear that as a regular part of their attire. Go ahead. They would wear the long garments as a regular attire, and the women had on long garments as a regular attire. All right. So that's the battle gear. The main battle gear was the garment you had on. The weapon, could have been, put that in first. The weapon could have been a different kind of weapon. It could have been a slingshot. It could have been a sword. It could have been a javelin. It could have been a spear. All right. So that's what he's talking about when he says battle gear. All right, go ahead, Masha.
Verse 42. And the Lord said to me, say to them, you shall not go up, neither shall you fight, for I'm not with you.
So Yahweh tells you, I'm not with you. And a lot of things that you thinking that you're doing now, you don't got the mind of Hamashiach. You don't got the mind of these ancient Israelites. If I don't have that mind, and I know I should have that mind, what makes me think the Most High is with me? Is it my own efforts, or is it the Most High making an exception for me when I know better, but I don't do better? Now, wisdom will walk with us for so long, but once I start to go against wisdom and do things that are foolish, now the Most High and wisdom says that she's going to laugh at me. I read, Masha.
For I am not with you, and you shall not be wiped out before your enemies.
You shall what?
You shall not be wiped out before your enemies.
All right, so don't say that. All right? Don't go up, for I'm not with you. Go ahead.
Verse 43, and I spoke to you, but you did not listen to me, and you transgressed the word of the Lord.
The Most High has spoken to us now, and we still transgressing. We have to stop transgressing his word. He's already spoken to us and told us what he expects from us in his word: male, female, children. Go ahead.
And by force you went up into the mountain.
So you forced yourself into a battle that Yahweh told you you weren't going to win. That's what we did as a people. Read.
And the Amorite who lived in that mountain came out to meet you and chased you as bees might do.
All right, and we were afraid and we lost the battle. Go ahead.
And they were wounding you from Seir as far as Hermah. And when you sat down, you were weeping before the Lord.
So we came back from that battle crying. They beat us so bad they brought tears to grown big men's eyes. Read.
And the Lord neither listened to you,
Which is Yahweh. Go ahead.
nor paid you any attention.
So he ignored us, begging him for help. He ignored us. Why? Because we didn't have faith in him, and we were acting contrary to what his word said. If we would have went up and fought and trusted in him, then we would have gotten the victory. But since we didn't trust in him, we lost. And he didn't pay attention to us. He didn't listen to the prayer requests that we had to come and please help us. Go ahead.
Verse 46. And you stayed at Kadesh for many days. However, many days you stayed.
All right. So, Kalashara de Banya Yahweh, Naisha, Wanashami, all that Yahweh has said, what we do in here. All right, let's go to chapter 2, Masha.
Chapter 2, verse 1.
Oh, hello, excuse me. Rapayala, you got your reading equipment together yet? All right, Masha, you want to pass it along to Rapayala? All right, go ahead, Rapayala. So we're reading from the New English translation of the Septuagint, and we're reading chapter 2 of Deuteronomy. And the reason we're reading it in this one, the older Greek translation, is because it's the oldest version of the Torah period that we have, and some things are different in here than inside the other translations. Some things are better explained from the ancient context from 2,200 years ago when it was first translated. All right, Rapayala, chapter 2, Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy chapter 2 and verse 1. And after we had turned, we departed into the wilderness by way of the Red Sea, as the Lord had told me.
Now, when we see Lord, we know Lord is Yahweh, so let's say Yahweh if that's what the Lord is talking about, okay?
Come.
All right, go ahead.
And Yahweh said to me, let it be sufficient for you to go around this mountain. Turn therefore to the north and command the people, saying, you are passing through the borders of your brothers.
Of your who?
Your brothers.
Go ahead.
The sons of Esau, who live in Seir.
So the Edomites, remember the Edomites went to Seir, and Jacob went into the other part of other territory. When Sukkoth, when him and Esau met, and then they fell into a different direction. When Jacob thought that Esau was going to kill him, but Esau was already dwelling in Mount Seir. The reason Esau was dwelling in Mount Seir is because Seir has high mountain and narrow valleys and high cliffs. And when you go there, the sun doesn't hit you as bad. The sun doesn't hit you as bad, so you don't have a lot of sun exposure, which means that the red skin that Esau had doesn't get as skin burned as it did when it was in the land of Israel. Because Esau was quick to find some place where that sun couldn't bother him or hurt him as bad. All right, go ahead, Rapayala.
And they will be afraid of you, and they will be very cautious. Verse 5. Do not engage in battle with them, for I will not give you a foot's pace of their land, since I have given Mount Seir to Esau as an allotment. Verse 6. Purchase food from them, and you will eat, and you shall also take water by measure from them for money, and you will drink.
Now, isn't that what's happening now? Doesn't he have the whole world buying water now? Crystal water, water over here. Everybody's buying water now. That's an Edomite trait. It's not a Hebrew trait. All right. People all over used to go to wells and get water for the community. And when we try to imitate Esau, and we got these cities, we don't got no water. Here comes the Coca-Cola company, the Pepsi-Cola company, all these companies trying to sell us water now. That's what Esau is doing now. And he set up the cities for that purpose. Go into any city in America and see how many local products you see in those major supermarkets. All right? They just made everything industrial. But it wasn't like that. But the Most High is showing us that Esau got that mentality on him. Where here, you want food, you want water? Here. You go into a brook or a stream to get water, and the Most High is telling you, pay the white man, pay Esau for that water. And that same spirit is still on Esau now. Now, go ahead. Verse 7.
Verse 7, for Yahweh, our power, has blessed you in every work of your hands. Consider how you crossed this great and terrible wilderness. Look, for 40 years, Yahweh, your power, has been with you. You have not been in need of a thing. Verse 8. And we passed by our brothers, the sons of Esau, who lived in Seir, along the route of the Arabah, from Ilan and from Gashin Gaber.
Right, Gassion Gaber. So basically just saying through all of this route, easy routes, terrible routes, all right, in turmoil, 40 years, you all didn't need anything. Clothes, shoes, all right, food. Even though we complained, Yahweh still gave us everything. Even though we complained, he still gave us everything that we needed, y'all. So this is the mindset that we need to have. The Most High will supply all of our needs according to his riches and glory. But the answer is not you by yourself having good credit, having a nice house, having a nice income. The answer is all of us together having a nice income, having a nice house, or having good credit, having buildings, having land, having gardens. All right, having a Jersey cow giving us 5 gallons of milk every day, having goats giving us 1 or 2.5 liters of milk every day. The solution is us staying together as a nation and trusting in Yahweh, no matter what route we go, whether it's hard or whether it's easy. If we stay together and we stay under the shadow of the Most High's wings, all right, the Most High will see us through. But the unity of the people is what we see as a common theme in the Bible. It's never, when you read in the Bible, this man went over here and did this by himself, him and one woman, a man and his wife. Even when you look at the story of Isaac and Rebekah, they were a wife and husband, but they had a whole community of employees working up under them, because he inherited what was given to Abraham. Abraham was a rich man, mainly rich in cattle, rich in livestock, probably a whole bunch of gold too. But Isaac inherited that. But it wasn't just Isaac and Rebekah saying, hey, honey, let's go over here and let's get a job and buy a house. Why? Because their mission was much bigger than that. It wasn't just a one happy couple. So if you integrate into a nation, you got a happy couple, happy couple, happy couple, happy couples, 4 or 5 happy couples, and these 4 or 5 happy couples build a stronger foundation for other families and their children and the generations after by making the sacrifices necessary to acquire the basic needs that we have in our daily lives. And this is what Yahweh was doing for us in the wilderness as a nation. It wasn't just individuals. Even though you read about King David, he didn't accomplish what he wanted to accomplish on his own. Even though you read about King Solomon, he didn't do what he did on his own. They had a whole staff working up under them. Many men working up under them. It wasn't just that one man. So what was going on behind the scenes? All right. And these men were all working together for the advancement of the whole nation. Not just their particular tribe, not just their particular synagogue or organization or camp, but for the whole nation. All right, go ahead. And after we had turned.
And after we had turned, we went along the wilderness route of Moab.
Moab is the so-called Chinese today. Go ahead.
Verse 9. And Yahweh said to me, do not act with enmity against the Moabites, and do not engage in battle with them. For I will not give you any of their land as an allotment. For I have given our to the sons of Lot to inherit.
Now the sons of Lot, of course, were Moab and Ammon. All right. Now this is talking about the Chinese and the Japanese, with Lot being Moab being the Chinese and Ammon being the Japanese. And they are what we will call mamzers. Why? Because they were born out of a sexual union, which was against Deuteronomy chapter 18 and Deuteronomy chapter 20. All right. So their daughters, Lot's daughters, laid with him and got him drunk. And they had babies by their daddy. And when they had babies by their daddies, the Most High said they cannot come into the congregation, into my temple, until after they repent, come among you, and live among you for X amount of generations. And after the third and fourth generation or the 10th generation, now they can come and now they can come into the tabernacle. So these are the people, just so you can put a face on these names that we're reading. All right, go ahead.
Gone. Verse 10. The erstwhile Omean, a nation large and numerous and mighty, like the Anakim, had settled in it. Verse 11.
So even when they came among us, real quick, even when Moab and Ammon came among us, right? They had to be around you for 10 generations before they could go into the temple of Yahweh. All right, go ahead.
Verse 11. Like the Anakim, these also shall be reckoned as Rephaim. And the Moabites named them Omi. Verse 12. And the Korite had formerly lain couched in Seir, and the sons of Esau destroyed them and wiped them out from before them.
Meaning what? The Moabites, the Edomites came in and took these people out of Mount Seir and took their territory. All right, winner takes all. All right, go ahead.
And they were settled in their place, as Israel did with the land of its inheritance,
Right.
that Yahweh gave them. Verse 13. Now then, rise up and depart, and go alongside the ravine of Zared. So we pass along the ravine of Zared. Verse 14. In the days which we had gone alongside from Cades, Barnea, which is Kadesh Barnea,
Right.
until we passed along the ravine of Zared, were 38 years, until the entire generation of the men, warriors of the camp, had fallen away.
So all the men died. All the warriors died in a 38-year period. Go ahead. All the warriors that were 20 years old when we first came out of Egypt. Now go ahead.
As Yahweh had sworn to them, and the hand of Yahweh was against them to eliminate them from the camp until they fell away.
Okay. So just like the Most High, he's killing off the people that, what happened? He's killing off the people that incited doubt, that didn't believe him. So this next generation is like, yeah, we're gonna die because we didn't have faith. So they're seeing over a 40-year period, boop, 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 people just dropping like flies. Because remember, you had 600,000 men that were ready for war when we came out of Egypt. 600,000 warriors, and all 600,000 warriors died. All 600,000 warriors died in a 40-year period. Imagine 40 years, everybody's gone. 40 years. Right? In 40 years. How many is that die in a year? They all die. What's that, like 15? About 15,000? That's like 15,000 dying in a year. It's 15,000 people a year. Like that's a high statistic. But because of their unbelief. And we saw what Yahweh had done. So I don't care if you're rich or if you're poor. If you think you're going to win or lose, never disrespect Yahweh's word. Never disrespect what he feels and thinks you should do in this situation based on the example we see in the Bible. All right. And one thing a long time ago, right? a long time ago. It was a pastor when I was in church. I was about maybe 14 years old. And this was in like Suitland, right over by Southeast, Suitland in PG County. And the pastor Sweeney, he said, when you talking about the Bible and doing stuff, he's like, stop asking yourself what's wrong with it and ask yourself what's right with it. How is what I'm doing right for who I'm doing it to or toward or for, and to the glory of the Most High? How is it right in the word of Yahweh? Is it right? Not what's wrong with it, because you can be right. All right? You don't got to be wrong. All right? It's like, if somebody says that they want to eat something, that they shouldn't eat. Something that comes from their nose, and they just eating stuff that comes from their nose. Can you go in the Bible and say that's wrong? No. You can't go in the Bible and say thou shalt not eat mokos or anything like that. You can't go in the Bible and see that and say that. But what's right about it? That's the question. Am I walking in a path that I know is a righteous path that's going to lead me to a righteous biblical destination? And quite obviously, the path that the chosen of Israel were on, that path led us to death, destruction, and the Most High rejecting us. A whole generation he rejected because they didn't have faith. All right. So the Most High eliminated them. It says he eliminated them from the camp till they fell away. There were no more. All right. And going back to the Moabites and Ammonites real quick. The sons, all right, Lot's daughters each had a son by their daddy. One was named Moab, one was named Ammon. These sons, Moab and Ammon, got wives, and they became known as the Ammonites and the Moabites. So they are the sons of the daughters of Lot, but they both got the same daddy. So technically they're Lotites, but each son from a different mother was given into a different tribe. All right. So just like Jacob had a baby with had a baby with Leah, became Reuben. Another baby became Simeon. So two mothers, but one father still made a different tribe. Okay. So the Ammonites and Moabites are the sons of his daughters, the sons of Lot's daughters. There was a question about that with Payala, so I jumped into that real quick. We in verse 15, right, with Payala?
Verse 16. And it happened when all the men, the warriors, had fallen away, since they were dying off.
And listen, real quick. That happens a lot in Israel too. There's two main camps in Israel that I know of right now, and there could be more, where somebody's always dying. Like, it ain't about the numbers, because still it's not statistically that much people. All right. It's not, because we got our families, our blood families are bigger than any Israelite camp or organization. The cousins and the aunts and the uncles. But you hear about somebody dying maybe like once a year, once every 2 years. Nobody dies like every few months in our families. So there's Israelite brothers that turn their backs. The leadership of these people deliberately turn their backs against what they were taught by their leaders. And we don't know the other statistics because we just aren't informed about it. But the two that I know about, somebody was always passing away. Men, not the women. Men, just like we see right here. The same thing we see right here. All right. A statistical anomaly, meaning statistically, this many people shouldn't be dying this fast. right? Because I got, I had, 14 uncles and aunts, and one of them didn't pass away, every single year. People, grandparents every single year, nobody was passing away. So my point is that Yahweh is weeding out those that cause the problems and the confusion, those that cause the disbelief and the doubt, slowly but surely over time. He's taking out the rebels. And we see the same thing is going to happen in Exodus chapter 20, verse 38. The rebels are going to be purged from among the 12 tribes when we get into the wilderness. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Rapayala.
God. Continuing verse 16. From among the people, verse 17. That Yahweh spoke to me, saying, today you are going to pass the boundary of Moab at Arod. Verse 19. And you will draw near to the sons of Ammon. Do not act with enmity against them, and do not engage them in battle. For I will not give any of the land of the sons of Ammon to you as an allotment, because I have given it to the sons of Lot as an allotment. Verse 20. It will be reckoned as a land of Rephaim, Salah. For the Rephaim formerly inhabited it, and the Ammonites named them Zamzamim. Verse 21. A nation great and numerous and rather powerful, just as the Anakim, and Yahweh destroyed them from before them, and they took possession and were settled in place of them. Verse 22. Just as they did to the sons of Esau, who lived in Seir, as they wiped out the Korite for them. So they took possession and were settled in their place, even to this day. Verse 23. As for the Hivites, who lived in Masharah, as far as Gaza, and the Cappadocians, who came from Cappadocia, they wiped them out and were settled in their place. Verse 24. Now then, arise and depart, and pass through the ravine of Arnon. See, I have given into your hands King Sihon, the Amorite of Hezbollah, and his land. Begin to inherit. Engage him in battle. Verse 25. On this day, begin to put your trembling and your fear upon all the nations beneath the sky.
And this is where we left off at when we first came out of Egypt. Yahweh was going to put his fear upon all of these people. And Moses told us, we got this. We're going to win this battle. So now Yahweh is saying, I'm not going to do like I did before. And that's how we see with the Most High. We see each time that there's a major issue or problem, he alleviates it the next time. Because now he's saying, look, y'all, these people are going to fear you. They're going to tremble before you. I'm going to begin to put trembling and your fear upon all the nations. Go ahead, Rapayala.
Continuing verse 25.
Yeah, upon all the nations.
When they hear
No,
your name,
upon all the nations. Stop, pick up from there.
beneath the sky.
What does that mean? That means every nation on the earth at that time. So these nations under the sky, what? What does it say?
Who, when they hear your name.
When they hear Israel, when they hear Yisrael, when they hear Yasharahla, whatever name they hear, what are they going to feel? Go ahead.
Will be troubled and have pains because of you.
Oh, we're going to be troubled in pain. They're going to be troubled in pain when they hear the name of Yisrael or Yasharahla or Israel. They're going to be pained and scared when they hear that these people of Yahweh are coming to us. And your own people, listen to me, your own people, your own family, your own quote unquote Israelite brothers and sisters, once they understand the fact that you are serious and diligent about Torah, that same feeling of discomfort comes upon them. Oh, here he come, here she come. Can't do this, can't do that. Can't eat no chitlins. Can't eat no ribs. We can't open up the Christmas presents. We can't have no Valentine's Day chocolates. We can't color the eggs for Easter. We can't take the kids on the White House Easter egg hunt. When you stand in righteousness for the Most High, even your neighbors in your own household will start to have a problem with you because you ain't compromising, because you're diligent, because you're standing up straight and honorable in your intentions before Yahweh, and you're not doing anything to disrespect any of the chain of command over you on earth in righteousness or in the heavens above. You're in order with everything. And this is what Yahweh is showing us. He says, I'm going to put the fear. I'm going to make everybody fear you. Not even fear, but tremble. Like this shaking in their boots, as they say. Shaking in their boots. Why? Because you putting your trust in Yahweh, and what you're doing is in line with what Yahweh has told us to do. Go ahead. So they will be troubled and have pains because of you. Did you read that part?
God.
Go ahead. Verse 26.
26. And I sent ambassadors.
No, he says he sent he says that he sent ambassadors, meaning he sent people to represent our nation. He sent ambassadors, men that could speak, men that didn't have a hot temper, men that were eloquent with their words, men that could paint a picture, men that could be straightforward but be flexible when they needed to be, men that knew how to adjust their attitude and their tone according to the situation. Not the same way with every person every time. So you got to be a spiritual ambassador. This is the quality that we see about true leaders and true teachers of the word. Because Paul said that I became all things for all men. An ambassador has to become all things to all men. Why? So you can be relatable to their situation. Go ahead.
Come. And I sent ambassadors from the wilderness of Ketmoth to King Sion of Hezbon with words of peace, saying, verse 27, I will pass by through your land.
So words of peace. And this is a mistake that a lot of people, this is a mistake that a lot of people make. So they think they Edomites. And the Most High said, don't touch the Edomites. Them your brothers, don't mess with them. Even though they came up from behind and we still had to, we had to beat them when they came at the back of Israel, preyed upon the weak and the older people that were at the back of the line. And we still end up, confronting them about it. It's now the Moabites and these other nations, not the Moabites, from Sion of Heshbon, they think that they're going to get the same treatment. And we say, hey, look, we're going to pass by through your land, and we're going to travel along the road. Go ahead.
I will pass through your land, and I will travel along the road. I will turn neither right nor left. Verse 28. You will sell me food for money, and I will eat. And you will sell me water for money, and I will drink.
So the same thing with the Edomites. Buy your food, buy your water. I'm gonna pass through, and all I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to get from point A to point B. Go ahead.
Only that I will pass by on foot. Verse 29.
So it says, I'm gonna be on foot. We're not gonna be on our animals when we pass through. We're just gonna be walking through. You know, we're not gonna be in any military type of posture, any posture that can be misconstrued as military. Go ahead.
Verse 29. Just as the sons of Esau who live in Seir.
Just like what you did with the Edomites. Go ahead.
Did for me, and likewise the Moabites who live in Aror, until I pass the Jordan into the land that Yahweh, our power, is giving us.
So they said, let us pass through just to get to this land. Go ahead.
Verse 30. And King Sion of Heshbon.
What did he say to us? Go ahead.
Of Heshbon did not want to let us pass by.
So he like, I don't want you to pass by. I don't want to let you pass by through my territory. All right. So he being like hard about it. I don't want to let y'all pass through here. I don't want you coming through my territories. I don't want to give you passage. I don't respect what your God is trying to do for you, in other words. And that's their what? That's their right, wasn't it? You see that? This is what I'm saying. It ain't about what's wrong with it, what's right about it. Is what you're trying to do and what you're saying, is it going to help or hurt the mission of the people of the Most High that you're dealing with? Or is it that you're going to be uncomfortable? All right. He could have been like, well, the Most High made y'all go a long way before. Y'all can go the long way again. So son is like, you're not getting through here. Go ahead.
For Yahweh, our power, had hardened his spirit.
So Yahweh, a lot of times, he's hardened your hearts. A lot of times Yahweh has hardened your spirit to humble you even more, or to break you down even more, or to make an example of you. So Yahweh hardened his spirit. Go ahead.
And prevailed over his heart
in order to what?
That he might be delivered.
That he might be delivered. Go ahead.
Into your hands.
So that we could kill him. And remember, Hamashiach always said stuff like this. Not Hamashiach, but his disciples. And then Hamashiach would answer like this. Who sinned that this man was born blind? Hamashiach is like nobody, but that the purpose of Yahweh. Well, why did he refuse to let us through? Did he not like us, or did we do something wrong to him? No, just so that the Most High purpose could be shown. See, anytime somebody is standing in opposition to the natural course of things, that we read about when it pertains to us, there's always a reason behind it. And the reason is always in the favor of the collective, of the group, of the body. Why was he born blind? So that y'all can see the power of Yahweh. And they're going to write it and know that to have faith in me and what I'm saying and in Yahweh. Why didn't Heshbon yield? Oh, so that we could show his power. Why didn't Pharaoh listen? So the Most High could show his power. All right? Because everything you're reading about is not the natural course of things. So you may say, well, this ain't natural or that ain't natural. Is it natural to hold another man in bondage? That's not what the scriptures. Can somebody move that, please? That's not the natural course of things. But the Most High had the Israelites in that unnatural position. Is it natural for one human being to subjugate another? Yes, that's very natural. We're born subjugated to somebody. Subjugated to our parents, subjugated to our older cousins, our older siblings, our teachers, law enforcement, the principals at the schools, the security guards at the school, the bus driver at the school. Bus driver got absolute reign over that bus. I don't want you kids eating gum on this bus because y'all leave it on the seats on the windows. That don't be us. He'll stop the bus, call transit police, and they'll escort you off the bus. Don't care what your story is. So subjugation is a part of life. But in this situation, this man is exercising his right. Don't he have a right not to let people pass through their land, right? And who's asking him to let us pass through? Moses. And he's sending an ambassador. And the man is saying no. So just because somebody tells you no, just because they say it ain't happening, you're not doing it, it doesn't matter. What matters is what is Yahweh's plan? And are they working what they're trying to do into Yahweh's plan? Or are you trying to work what you're trying to do into Yahweh's plan? Right? There was a situation just yesterday. When a certain Israelite received a message from their boss that, hey, we no longer need you coming into this job, because they told the boss, I can't come in because it's a holy day. And the boss is like, well, we can't. So we don't need you. So whose favor is going to work out for? Whose favor is going to work out for? Is going to work out in the favor of the person that's against the Most High and against his servants, or the person that's for the Most High, for his servants, and trying to serve the Most High even better? You do the math. So the dominant righteous force is the force that always must get their way, especially if their force and their way is the most righteous option, and holistically it's the most righteous option. Then we was like, well, hold up. At the job, they may have you doing this and they may have you doing that, and that's not really putting you in a glorious position for the Most High. So maybe, you got to take that bitter because it could be something sweet. You can't do nothing about it. It's for the glory of Yahweh. Okay? So keep reading with Payala.
God. And he said like this. I think this is verse 31. And Yahweh said to me, see, I have begun to give King Sihon the Amorite of Heshbon and his land over before you. Begin to inherit his land.
Right. Begin to inherit this other nation's territory. Go ahead.
Verse 32. And Sihon came out to meet us.
There was a meeting. There was a confrontation. Go ahead.
He and all his people.
So the whole crowd came to watch, the soldiers and the audience. They just knew that they were going to win this battle. Go ahead.
For battle at
Iyasa.
Iyasa. Verse 33. And Yahweh, our power, gave him over before us, and we struck him down, and his sons, and all his people.
So if you are right, and there's a confrontation, and you've conducted yourself uprightly according to the will of Yahweh in your life, you will win. You will win. And the other person is not going to be able to win through the Bible. They're going to just win by reasoning and rational. You're going to win because Yahweh said X, Y, Z, and I'm doing X, Y, Z. Me and you arguing. I want to serve a lawful meat at the dinner, and you want to just serve vegetables and almost like meat. And I'm like, no, we serving the actual meat. We're gonna have, the actual meat. We're gonna have fish, for example. No, we don't want no fish because we may offend the vegetarians, but the people that eat meat ain't gonna be offended by just the vegetables. Like, no. I go into the scripture. King David gave everybody meat and a flagon of wine. And then the person may say, well, that's not the law that we do that, but that's the example that we see. Because that's the way that people that don't eat meat, you see the Most High, they was greedy and they stuffed their mouth and they died with the food in their mouth. You see that? That's the justification that people try to use to say you got to be vegetarian. Okay? And then the Jehovah's Witnesses, they go to the Bible when it says that the children of Israel took out their earrings. So you ain't supposed to wear earrings because they took out their earrings to make the golden calf. So you shouldn't wear jewelry. See? What people did in the Bible in their mental state, and they did it, got nothing to do with why we do what we do in the right mental state. How Mashiach ate fish. So how you going to argue with me because I want to have fish and you only want to have vegetables? So there will be a confrontation. All right? Sihon, he's on one side, and Moses and him, we on the other side. We're saying Yahweh said, let us pass through. He's saying, no, why should I? And we're saying, because Yahweh has ordained it, it's our option whether we go through or whether we go around. And we're going through. And you're going to let us. And he's like, well, this is my sovereign territory. I don't have to let anybody pass through my sovereign territory against my desire, against my will. But Yahweh said, I don't care what Yahweh said, it's my choice. I'm exercising my choice. And when you start exercising choices outside of a structure or options that Yahweh has given, and that the leadership of Israel is saying, no, this is what we're going to do. It is not in the Torah saying you have to go through Sihon's land, king of Heshbon. There's not in the Torah saying that, but he did say you're going to go through this land. So when we operate outside of that, Heshbon had an opinion against the reality of the leadership of Israel. And that is what we call in Galatians chapter 5, that is what we call heresy. When you give yourself a choice outside of the righteous options that Yahweh has given to Paul, has given to Christ, has given to Moses, has given to your husband, has given to your mother. Because a child could reason with a parent, an 18-year-old child could reason with their parent that had them when they were 16, and the child is 34. All right. And I use this example. A child could say, well, why are you going to invite my cousin over here for the summertime? Every time it's another child in the house, there's a problem. Look at Ishmael and Isaac. There was a problem. Look at Jacob. There was a problem with his children, his sons. Right? Look at Judah. He had more than one son. There was a problem. Every time the Israelites have more than one son, there's a problem. We read the Bible. Look at Samuel. I mean, not Samuel, but look at you look at or Samuel. I'm not talking about Samuel, but look at Solomon. His brother tried to overtake the father's throne, and then what happened? The other brother before that, he raped his sister. So is the problem that David had more than one son? Or is that the problem that his sons was wicked? Is the problem that Ishmael and Abraham had more than one son? Or is the problem that Ishmael was wicked and his mother was wicked? What's the problem? Is the problem that Heshbon don't want us to pass through his land, or is Heshbon wicked? Why would he be against the travel route of the children of Israel? Why would he? What reason does he have? And the scripture says what? The Most High hardened his heart. So be careful when you stand in staunch opposition to something that is not wicked. Why are you opposing something that's not wicked? Because it's your right? Your right from who? You're right from who? I'm telling these guys, look, you can't start heating this food earlier because it's the Shabbat. And they're saying, well, we should have here, we should have there. I told these guys 10 years ago, look, you can't be having people come all around the country, man. Why don't we just invest in the building, buy something, so people can come to this set location every time there's a meeting or a summit, and it'll be consistent. And then why don't we use that space to develop things for the people? The same thing we're trying to do now. But it's going to be so powerful that it takes time to accumulate and condense, and then boom, a righteous explosion of creativity, benefits, expansion for the whole nation. But it takes time to do it now. But the righteous plan and the overall goal for the nation is the focus. But Heshbon ain't focusing on the nation. He's focusing on himself and his people. And that's why the Most High hardened his heart. Because he was used to doing things his way. And this is why the Most High hardened Pharaoh's heart. Because Pharaoh was used to doing things his way. And he was God on earth. Nobody can oppose him. Nobody can do against what Pharaoh says. Meanwhile, every month, oh, we got another God. Oh, we got another God over here. Oh, we got a God over here. It's just changing everything. The Most High saying there's no God but me. And you should have no other gods before me. And slowly but surely, Israel giving themselves these extra choices, now they start to worship other gods. Building shrines to other gods. Why? Because now their heart is hardened. Why? Because they didn't want to humble themselves to the basic requirements and the basic mindset of a servant of the Most High. Read.
Verse 33. And Yahweh our gave him over before.
So Yahweh gave this man over and his people into our hands. Read.
And we struck him down.
The opinions, the opposition, the war, the arrangements, the configurations against us, the Most High struck all of that down. The Most High struck it down. Go ahead.
And his sons and all his people.
So our plans outside of the Torah are going to get struck down if they don't align with the Torah. That's why the scripture says, let every man build on the foundation, but be careful what you build on it. What are you building on it? Read.
Verse 34. And we captured all the cities.
So because this man didn't want to yield to us, he lost everything. Read.
and we utterly destroyed every city.
Go ahead.
in order.
Every city what? Every city what?
Every city in order.
Every city in order. Read.
And their women.
And their women. Read.
And their children. We did not leave alive.
So the men and the women got killed. All because of this man. So death follows when we make choices that make it difficult for the righteous plan to get executed. In other words, Zayatan just brought 10 acres of land. And Zayatan needs Kaya. And he got a pickup truck. And Kaya has a tractor that's big enough to use in the back of Zayatan's pickup truck. All right. And then Mashar's over the project. And Mashar's like, Zayatan, I need you to stop by Kaya's place and get that tractor. And Zayatan's like, that's my choice. I don't want to do that. I just want to go to the land. And Zayatan's like, I don't want to pick up Kaya or her tractor. I want to just go straight to the land. Mashar's like, you got to go to the land. Zayatan's like, well, I'm not your slave. You can't make me do what I want you to do just because you want me to do it. Does Zayatan have a choice? Technically, in life in America, does Zayatan have a choice? Yes, he does. But if his leadership is saying, hey, get Kaya and get the tractor, and Kaya's like, I need him to come get me and my tractor. And Zayatan's like, no, Zayatan is doing what? He is frustrating the plan for the leadership and for the nation to move forward for everybody's benefit. He's frustrating it. He's adding unnecessary stress. Why? Because he don't want to go pick up Kaya. So he shouldn't be working to frustrate that plan. He should be working for that plan to come together. And when you're working with a nation, are you frustrating the plans of the nation? Are you frustrating the plans that you have as part of the nation by your attitude, by your interaction, by your disposition? Even in a household, if a woman is saying, husband, we need X, Y, Z, and he's like, shut up, dummy. And she's like, oh, well, the children, shut up, dummy. Oh, well, when we go to the beach, shut up, dummy. Even him is frustrating the plan of his own household. Why? Because he's not being courteous, respectful, and loving toward the woman. But that doesn't give her the authority to say, hey, we ain't going to the beach because you're talking to me like that. So that doesn't give her an excuse to operate out of order just because he's acting out of order with Hamashiach. Because the scriptures tell us that we're supposed to treat them, the woman, and love them as he have loved us. Okay? So Zayatan and the husband need to work in a way that's not going to frustrate the household of faith, the private household, or the nation in general. So because Heshbon was rebelling against us, against Yahweh, the Most High said what? He said, destroy the women and kill the children. All right, verse 35.
Verse 35. Only the cattle we plundered and the spoils of the cities we took.
We killed the people, but we plundered the gold, the silver, the gems, the brass, the steel, the cows, the sheep, the goat, whatever fowls they have, the pigeons, whatever other birds they had, we took what we wanted. And we killed the women. The men, women, and children got killed. Why? Because one leader stood in the way of Israel's journey. One leader. Moses sent ambassadors. Even if this man ain't thinking about the Most High, an ambassador is coming saying, hey, man, we're going to buy everything we want. Just let us go through. And you frustrated that plan for no good reason other than the fact, I don't want it. I don't want to. He could have said, well, because I know what y'all did to these people, and I know what happened over here, and I know y'all left out of Egypt and people died. So I don't want to let you through my land because people die when you come into their land. And they had a rational argument, but they didn't say it. They said no, period. The Most High was like, all right, begin to inherit the plan. So what happened? They got killed and we got their land. So all of our enemies in Africa, in China, South America, Europe, Asia, on all the continents, everybody that came against the children of Israel, they going into captivity. They're going into captivity. The Most High talks specifically about Esau. He talks specifically about the captivity or going to war with other nations too. He talks about the Cushites. He talks about the Edomites. He says that the people of Edom are going to get slain. He says they're going to get slain. Okay? When you go into the book of Ezekiel, chapter 25, verse 12. Get that, Masharah, real quick. Ezekiel 25 and 12. Ezekiel 25 and 12. Ezekiel chapter 25 and 12. When you get it, read it. You on mute.
Slakia, do you want it in the nets?
Yeah, give it to me in the nets.
Okay, Khan.
And this is what's going to happen to all the enemies of Israel. Remember, this is the precursor. Because after this, they went into Canaan. They went into Canaan, they went into Jericho and took the land. They took the land through war, through battle, bloodshed. They took the land after this.
Khan, I got it.
All right, so Ezekiel 25 and 12. Go ahead.
Ezekiel chapter 25, verse 12. And he shall plunder your force.
Ezekiel 25 and 12.
I think this is it right here.
Page 966 in the nets.
Okay, I got it. Slakia.
Read.
Ezekiel chapter 25, verse 12. This is what the Lord says.
This is what Yahweh says. Go ahead.
Because of what Idumea did,
What the children of Edom did to us, going back into them standing with the Babylonians and going back to what they did when we came out of Egypt. Because of what the children of Idumea, which is the Edomites, because of what they did, go ahead.
when they retaliated against the house of Judah,
When they came against the house of Judah, Yehudah, go ahead.
with retaliation, and they bore a grudge and retaliated with judgment.
They retaliated with judgment also. Go ahead.
Verse 13. Therefore, this is what the Lord says.
This is what Yahweh says about what they did when they tried to come against us. Go ahead.
So I will stretch out my hand against Idumea
Yahweh is going to stretch out his hand in judgment against Esau. Go ahead.
and utterly destroy from it human being.
He's going to destroy all man from Esau's ancient territories. All the Edomites in the land that they're in, particularly in this land of Edom in the west in America, which is the daughter of Edom, as per Psalms chapter 137. Go ahead.
Destroy from a human being and cattle, and will make it a wilderness.
So he's going to destroy everybody and make it a wilderness. He's going to take vengeance on them. I go to verse 14.
Verse 14. And I will give my vengeance against Idumea.
So Yahweh is going to lay vengeance upon Edom. Go ahead.
By the hand of
By the what?
By the hand
By the
of
what?
By the hand of
By the what?
By the hand of
By the hand. That's all I'm asking. What do you say? By the what?
By the hand.
By the hand. So he's going to lay vengeance by the hand of who?
Of my people, Israel.
What's going to be in our hands? Lollipops and balloons? Stencil? Some garland? Maybe a bay wreath that the Edomites like to have. A laurel wreath. No. Weapons of war. We are his battle axe and weapons of war. So the scripture says that what? I will lay my vengeance on Edom by the hand of my people who? Go ahead.
Israel.
By the hand of my people Israel. Go ahead.
And they shall act against Idumea.
And we're going to act against Idumea. Go ahead.
According to my rage.
According to Yahweh's rage, his wrath. Go ahead.
And according to my wrath.
And according to Yahweh's harsh feelings that he has, harsh judgment he has against the children of Edom. Go ahead.
And they shall recognize my vengeance.
They, the Edomites, are going to recognize the world, actually. They're going to recognize my vengeance. Go ahead.
Says the Lord.
Says Yahweh. Go ahead.
Verse 15. Therefore, this is what the Lord says. Because the Aliphils acted.
That's enough right there. So the Most High let us know that just like he laid his vengeance on these nations that we're reading about, these Canaanite nations, which is in the Hamite family, he's going to also lay it on the Shemite family, the Shemite family of Esau. All right. And now, and in Edom, so when you go into Zephaniah chapter 2, it lays out the judgment that the Most High is going to have also. Okay. But some of the Edomites have left off their Edomitish ways. Some of the Edomites have left off their Edomitish ways. All right. So you read about Mount Seir in various places of the Bible. You can read about Ezekiel chapter 35 and Ezekiel chapter 36 about the judgment the Most High is going to put on Esau. And it's the same judgment that he put on Heshbon, the king of Heshbon, Sihon, okay? He's an Amorite, which is one of the nations that we were supposed to destroy. And also we got two types of Edomites. Everybody knows this. We got two types of Edomites. Just like when you read about those Israelites among the Edomites that's from Europe, but they ain't of European origin, they are the ones that's going to be part of the remnant to get delivered. And the other major family of Israelites that were part of a remnant are those that are among the Ethiopians. You got the Ethiopians, the Cushites, and then you got people that are not ethnic Ethiopians, but living in that territory that are actually Israelites. And the Most High talks about them in Zephaniah chapter 2, verse 1. Go to Zephaniah 2 and 1, Zephaniah chapter 2, verse 12. So just like the Edomites are going to be victims of the sword of the Most High. Go to Zephaniah 2 and 12. If you're using the nets, it's in page 212. Zephaniah chapter 2, verse 12. And you got flip side. In other words, you got Israelites that live among the Moabites, but they think they're Moabites. They look like Moabites, but their fathers went there a long time ago. You got Israelites in India looking like the Indians, but their fathers went there a long time ago. All right. One of the Hamashiachs, historically, the Indians say that Thomas came to them and taught them the gospel. So they practice Israelite ways and they believe in Christ also. Zephaniah 2 and 12, what's that say?
So like Zephaniah chapter 2, verse 12. You too.
It says,
Ethiopians.
you too. Which book are you reading from? Which Bible?
The Septuagint and X.
If you got it, read it, Rapayala.
No, I don't have it. I don't see it either.
It says Sophanias, but read what you got, Masha. It's on page 812.
Verse 12 reads, you too, Ethiopians.
So it says, you also. Why is he saying you also? Because he talks about Moab. He talks about Sodom. It says, you also, O Ethiopians, which is not even the real name. Their real name is Cush. Ethiopia is a Greek word that means burnt face. The name that their daddy called them, that Ham and his wife called them, is Cush. It's a Hamitic people that don't have a Greek name. Their real name is Cush, which does mean, which has a Hebrew definition, but the Greeks didn't respect that. They came and said, we're going to call you Ethiopia, which means burnt face, and they embraced it. So it says, ye Ethiopians also, go ahead,
are to be slain of my sword.
So those Cushites that's not pushing Yahweh, that's not pushing Israel, that's pushing their nation, their ways, their practices, that aren't Hebrews, pushing Hamitic influence, Cushite influence in the ways of Israel, worshiping different gods. I went to I went to several Tawedo Ethiopian churches. I met the patriarch of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church that got kicked out of Ethiopia. Shoot, I went to school and I learned from Haile Selassie's exiled granddaughter. So I have firsthand interaction with high levels of the Cushites. Some of them say they Cush, some of them say that they Israel, some of them say that they Beta Israel. So Yahweh is anti-Ethiopia, but he's pro-Beta Israel. He's anti-Esau, but he's anti-Ashkenazi, anti-Israel, anti-Germany, but he's pro-Beit Yisrael. He's pro-Mashiach. If Israel is anti-Mashiach, the Most High is anti-them. As the scripture Paul says they are not all Israel, which are of Israel. All right, somebody go to Psalms 83 real quick. Psalms 83, real quick. Because what is Sihon, the Amorite of Heshbon? What is he? He is a type of and a figure of antagonism against the children of Israel. And another archetype is going to be the guy Simon in the book of Acts that said, "Oh, y'all got the Holy Spirit, let me buy it." He's an archetype. And Peter say, "May you die with your money." And then son was like, "No, I'm sorry, I didn't know, I repent." He didn't say, "Who you talking to like that?" Why? Because Peter had that power from the Holy Spirit. Somebody read Psalms 83 verse 1.
You said 83 verse 1?
Come.
Psalms 83 and verse 1. Regarding completion over the wine vats pertaining to the sons of Korah, a psalm. How beloved are your coverts?
It's gonna be Psalms chapter 81, 82 in the Greek, remember? Well, actually, wait. Actually, somebody get it inside of the Lexham English Septuagint. Anybody got that?
No, I'm not on that right now.
Yeah, the Lexham English Septuagint is where you got to read your Psalms from. Because these Psalms still most of them still have Hamashiach in them. So it's going to be Psalms chapter 82. All right, in the Lexham. Anybody got the Lexham? All right, I'll read the Lexham. Psalms 82 in the Lexham, 82 in the King James. 83 in the King James. Does anybody have the Lexham again? Yes? No?
I just gotta pull it up real quick.
Okay. And I encourage everybody, hey, Rapayala, don't you have the logos? Rapayala,
I do. I have the logos.
Is the Lexham, do you got the Lexham on there?
Let me look.
Yeah, if you got the logos, you might have the Lexham. Anybody pull it up yet? All right, I got it. I'll read it. It says, "O Elohim, who will be like unto you? Do not be silent, nor be calm, O Elohim. Because look, your enemies roared, and the one who hated you lifted up the head. Against your people, they villainously, like villains, devised a purpose, and they deliberated against your holy ones. They said, come, and let us utterly destroy them from the nations." And one way they do this is that they don't exalt Israel in the position we're supposed to be in. Nobody, only us, come among us to try to study what Yahweh has given to us. Nobody's reaching out their hand toward Israel, Yasharahla. Everybody's turning their back on us. Nobody's inviting us, wholesale, leaders of countries, wholesale. But some of these places you go to, you can stay there. They pass laws in Ghana now that you can come there and stay as long as you want to. You go to Dominican Republic, you can go and stay as long as you want to. You got to pay when you leave the country, though, but not so with Ghana. You can go to Haiti and stay as long as you want to, pretty much. They don't know who you are. You ain't Haitian, who grandson you are. If you're the great-grandson of Papa Doc or Duvalier, they don't know. If you barbecue's third cousin, they don't know. So it says, they deliberated against your hidden ones. They said, come and let us utterly destroy them from being a nation. And never ever will the name of Israel be remembered. It's about Israel, Yisrael. It's not about Igbo. It's not about Lemba. It's not about the Taimani or Yemen. It's not about Ethiopia or Iraq or about Iran. Because none of these other Israelites in these nations are saying, we Israel, we Yasharahla. We this kind, we Igbo. Only one, and that's the ones that came out of Ethiopia, are saying, no, we Beta Israel. They're the only ones. Everybody else is saying, we Ashkenazi, we Sephardic, we the Lemba, we the Igbo. And those are the ones that we come out of. That's where Arnold Josiah Ford came out of. His family came out of the Beta Israel in Ethiopia. All right, Wentworth A. Matthew came out of the Beta Israel from Ethiopia to Nigeria, to St. Kitts, to America. And I know Israelites right now whose ancestors made that same journey. From Ethiopia to Sudan, and from Sudan across into Liberia, and from Liberia to Ghana. I know brothers personally whose families made that journey, their grandfathers. Came into Ethiopia, Sudan from Ethiopia. Then they went from there into Liberia. All right, so everybody's erasing the name of Yisrael, Yasharahla. Everybody wants to say Zion, and everybody wants to say David, and everybody wants to say Jerusalem. But who's saying Israel? Who's saying Yasharahla? Who's saying Yisrael? Who's saying Israel? Who's saying it? Everybody, even amongst the Israelite congregations, are erasing the name of Israel, erasing the covenants of Israel also. So the scripture says, and never ever will the name of Israel be remembered. This is what they're saying amongst themselves. Then the scripture says, they deliberated in unity together. They deliberately made us call ourselves by these different names in these different nations. Against you, they established a covenant. So they established a covenant to come against the children of Israel. And who are the chief actors in this? The tents of Edomites, the Europeans, and the Ishmaelites, the Arab nations, Moab, those people of China and of Southeast Asia, and the Hagarites, the Hagarenes, the other Ishmaelite nations in the Sinai, the Arabian Peninsula. All right. And then it says, Nabal and Ammon and Amalek. Amalek was chief. Amalek was chief, was one of the main ones. Amalek has always been an arch enemy of Israel. Haman, that tried to commit genocide against us under the Persian Empire with Queen Esther, he was a descendant of a king that was from the line of Amalek, that Saul didn't destroy. And foreigners were those who inhabit Tyre. And indeed, even Assyria was ready at the same time with them. Those are the people that's in modern day Iraq. Now, a lot of people that lived amongst the Iraqis, particularly a family called the Kurds, they converted or they married the Assyrian people, and some of them started to call themselves Kurds. And now you have what? Kurdish Jews. They call themselves Jews, Israel. That's what they call themselves. So you find this all over the Middle East because that's where we were at for a long time. And then we moved into Africa and people started to practice different things and call themselves by different names. And the only ones that held on to a lot of the ethnic practices of the Israelites, that thing is ripped on the side is what she's saying. That's what she's saying. She's saying it's ripped on the side, so you don't need to just have the legging under there. So a lot of people, the only ones are the Beta Israel, which were in Ethiopia, which a lot of them got airlifted out of Ethiopia. But they're the only ones, like, what tribe do they identify with besides Beta Israel? That's it. Everybody else is like, I'm Limba, I'm Igbo. Everybody else is like, we're Kukuye. But nobody is saying, hey, we Israel, bro, that's it. And Beta Israel means the house of Israel. All right, so when we talk about Ethiopia, I'm not talking about the Cushites or the Ethiopians in general, and I dang sure ain't talking about the Ethiopian Orthodox idolatry church with statues and pictures of saints and angels everywhere and bowing down, kissing the feet of them. I'm talking about what I seen when I went to the Ethiopian church. I'm not talking about that. I sat and talked with the patriarch of their church that was sought exile in the city where I was living at the time. And I talked to, like I said, Ali Selassie's granddaughters. Me and Sharab both went to school with his granddaughters. Menelik's. Ras Mahonen Menelik was his name. All right. So the point is that everything that Heshbon is, the king of Heshbon is doing to Israel, other nations did us the same way. And we see their fate. Somebody give me Ezekiel chapter 38. We see their fate ultimately in Ezekiel chapter 38, which is when the showdown is going to take place between the children of Israel and the other nations. But look at who is leading the charge against us. Look at who's leading the charge against us. One of you brothers over there got Ezekiel 38? Can one of you brothers get Ezekiel 38?
You want in the nets?
Yeah. Let's give it to me in the nets, please. I know one thing, man. We need tabs for these Greek Bibles because these books are in a whole different order. Am I lying? These Greek Bibles are in a whole different order.
They are.
Man, and don't be looking for chapters in Jeremiah. Man, Jeremiah's got the chapters. Anyway, Ezekiel chapter 38. Let's I think it's let's go to 38. All right, go ahead. And this is Heshbon. We're talking about Sihon, the king of Heshbon, and the attitude he had toward us, and the judgment that came upon them is ultimately going to be the judgment that's going to come upon all the nations that stood against us. We haven't forgotten. Because you got Israelites in Persia thinking that they Persian and calling themselves Persians. You got Israelites in Libya calling themselves Sephardic. You got Israelites in Ethiopia calling themselves Ethiopians, but they have oppressed and done wickedly against our people that are in those countries and marginalized them. The same with the Israelites that's in Mali. They don't got no special name, but they converted to Islam. And make it so bad, the Israelites, the Beta Israel that were in Ethiopia, they believed in the Torah and they believed in Hamashiach. But when they went to Israel, they told them they couldn't believe in Hamashiach no more because that was wrong. They were misled. They were taught wrong. The missionaries came down and they gave you lies. So many of them stopped believing in Hamashiach because they looked at the Jews from Israel that saying that they are the real ones as the bearers of light. So when we went to Israel, the ones that we met believed in Hamashiach. When we were over there, the people said they believed. One of the brothers was driving us around, and he believed. All right, so read Ezekiel 38.
From the top.
Yeah.
Ezekiel chapter 38, verse 1. And the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Son of man, set your face against Gog and the land of Magog, ruler of Ross, Meshach, and Tubal, and prophesy against him. And say to him, This is what the Lord says. Behold, I am against you, Gog, ruler of Ross, Meshach, and Tubal, and I will round up you and all your forces and riders, clothed in all their armor, a great gathering, shields and helmets and daggers. Persians and Ethiopians.
So Persians and Ethiopians, go ahead. And the Libyans, that's North Africa, all right? That's the kind of far Middle East, and that's Eastern Africa. Now, remember, these Ethiopians are not who we call now Ethiopia. These Ethiopians are the people that are in Ethiopia and Somalia, Eritrea, okay, and all the other little countries over there, the Amharic, the Tigrinya. All right. So it says, so all of these people, what do they got in common? Now, don't say Ethiopia. Now, when I say Cush, when I say the territory of Cush, the territories of North Africa, and the territories of the far Middle East, what they have in common is Islam. So it's not talking about an Islamic, it's not talking about a Christian or all the people. It's talking specifically about an Islamic alliance of Muslims from mainly Somalia, from Iraq, okay, and from parts of Iran, and also from North Africa, where Islam is the dominant religion in those regions. So it's not talking about the Cushites in what's now called Ethiopia. It's not talking about the Cushites that are in modern day Eritrea. It's talking about the Cushites in modern day Somalia. It's the same family, except one of them embraced Christianity that was brought down to them, and one of them, you got two waves of it. One in the 1st century with the Ethiopian worker from King Candace, and then the second wave was around the 4th century when the 9 saints came. Now this is their history, not what I'm saying. They tell you that the 9 saints came down and translated the Bible into Ge'ez for them. That's what they say. So if you say it's older than that, you can argue with them about that, because that's the history that they have of the founding of their church and practices. But it ain't talking about them. It's talking about the ones that are in Somalia, because those are the ones that are in alignment with, have something in common with the ones in Iran and the ones in Libya, which is Islam. All right. So all of them with shield and helmet are going to join with Gog and Magog. They're all going to join together. All right. So stop exalting and glorifying Persia, Libya, and Ethiopia, because you like the people in Persia. Because I tell you exactly what I like about Turkey. It's the food. It's the prices. I don't exalt and glorify the Turks in general. And if you thought I was, I humbly apologize. I have said that some of them may not be Edom, some of them may be from the families of Japhet, because they attitude and they disposition and they look. They don't look and act like who you would call American or European white people. They Turks, but some of them are very, got a tan, brown skin. They don't look, you can't throw them in any country in Europe and they fit in, right? You can throw Donald Trump in any European country and he's gonna fit in. Don't let it be a Scandinavian country. You can throw him in any country, you're gonna fit in. All right. You could have thrown the Queen of England in any of these countries, they're gonna fit in. But now you put them in Turkey, someplace they fit, someplace they won't fit. So it's the culture and the identity of the people must be distinct from the practices and the advantages of being in that country. All right. So we're not exalting Persia, Turkey, Magog and Gog, Russia, Ethiopia, Ghana. All right. We're not exalting none of these places. But I will say this, only the king of Ethiopia gave land for the descendants of slaves to come there and to stay. And one of our predecessors, one of our organizational forefathers, Arnold Josiah Ford, he left America and went to Ethiopia to live in Ethiopia. And his son and parts of his family are still living there today. But I don't know if you got to go through formal channels of like everybody else goes through to get there and be able to stay there. I don't know. Because back then it was a lot easier. It's more difficult now. Back then you could travel to countries and, and stay there and try to help the people because everybody was still coming out into the modern age. So they needed all of the help they could get. But now they feel like they've arrived to a certain point to where, we can do it ourselves. We don't need you. And that's gonna be their downplay. So eventually okay, well, this what we was brought to. You was brought to America. Hey, we'll build what we need to build in America. We brought to Haiti, Dominican Republic. We can interact and work amongst ourselves under organizational because obviously y'all governments don't want to help us out, don't want to deal with us as a people, as a collective, as a whole. So we'll just operate under an NGO, non-governmental organization, meaning we can do what the government is supposed to do for the people ourselves. All right. So we got to get out of this habit of saying, Zambia this, or Kenya this, or Tanzania this. All right. Because them people are tribalists. And you don't belong to no tribe there. Stop trying to paint this picture as if you black and they black and they say they Jews and you go there and they just gonna accept you. It ain't like that. They accept you and they accept your pockets and you spending money on them. Go down there and keep your money to yourself and see how well you be liked. Go down there and ask them for land like they give their people and see how well you be liked. There's only one main Israelite country where you could go and easily become a citizen, and then you can get a land grant, and that's Belize. And that's Belize, which is, who's there? Is Benjamin, Zebulon, and the ever elusive tribe of Dan are all in Belize together. So you got everybody represented. You got, as they call it there, you have the Creole, you have the Spanish, and you have the Garifuna. That's what they call each other. And the Garifuna was in southern Belize in Toledo before anybody was there. They actually settled that part of Belize. But that's the only country you can go there and stay there for a year. And actually, you can go there right now. If you have a baby in Belize, you automatically can apply for and get permanent residency and your child is a citizen. Same thing in Mexico, but the land is harder to come by in Mexico. But when you go into Belize, you 1 year, you get the residency. And after 1 year, you get long-term residency, and you can get land down there as a resident of the land. And then after a few years, you become a citizen, and you can still get land grants down there, and you can talk to the people that are down there. There was a man there trying to sell us 500 acres for $150 an acre, and then he raised it, I think, to 200 or 250. And back then, that was like way too much. But in retrospect, yeah, should have snatched that up, because land is like gold. The price of it is always going to go up. So you better get it while you can. Whatever you pay for it, you're going to get what you put into it plus more. So the point is that nobody in Persia, nobody in Ethiopia, nobody in Libya is saying, hey, Israelites, come back over here. We want you. We need you. We love you. We miss you. We got land, all right? We just ask that you contribute toward what we're trying to do for our country in general. What skills, what background you have, we can do it. We can work together. But we don't do that to them when they come working on the jobs that we have in America. They in the factories and in the warehouses with us. They in the classrooms with us. But they act like we got to have this high level contribution to their society when we go to their countries. But they come to our countries working the jobs that we're working without no special educational skill being contributed to society. And we cool. We say, okay, cool. You know why? Because Judah made it that way in America. Judah was behind the revolutionary and the industrial revolution and the technology revolution in America, and the agricultural revolution and innovation in America. Okay, so what happened to Heshbon, Rapaya Allah, when he came, what happened to the king of Heshbon is going to happen to all of the other Gentiles that come against the children of Israel. And this is a reminder, because they had their chance to deal with us righteously. They had their chance to help us when we were free from captivity. But they say we can't help them. They get what they deserve. Why? Because they have sinned against their God. Because they sinned against their God. We can't help them. We don't got nothing to do with this condition that they're in. In other words, they brought this on themselves. All right. Do we sit still? Jeremiah wrote. Yahweh, our power, has put us in silence and given us water of gall, just like he gave to Hamashiach, the gall, because we have sinned. That's another correlation. So we know we sinned against the Most High, and he put us in this condition. But the people say, well, we're not going to help them. Why? Because they have sinned against Yahweh, their God. So they know the condition that we're in. So remember the fact that these nations know who we are. They know who you are. They know it's something different. And that's why, and this is the crazy part about it. And Turkey will teach you this. I don't know if Israel will teach you, but the land of Turkey will teach you this. When me and the brothers were walking through Turkey. Even in Israel, they said, well, yeah, y'all look more like we're supposed to look than how we look. But when we walked through there, they were talking to us and approaching us as if we were coming back home, like we never left, like we're from that region. You must be from this region. When Shara was walking through there, they were talking to her like, oh, you must be from a neighboring country. You must be from this region. Her conduct, how she carried herself, and especially they were looking at mostly how are you dressed. And that's why they said, oh, to me, you must be from Afghanistan when I wore the vest with my tunic. Then if I had my turban wrapped a certain way, they said, oh, you must be from Hindustan. You must be from India. They don't look at you or look at us as Americans, even though we told them we were. Because our dress betrayed us. Our mannerisms betrayed us. Our behavior betrayed us. All right. And not only us, but we're talking about being in places with families, with the whole family or with a few people. Okay. For a few people. I think Shara might have gotten Sudan, and she might have gotten Syria more so. And then when we met a sister at the Jordan embassy in Ankara who was from Sudan, she looked like my side of the family, mainly on my father's side. Looked like my father's relatives. But nobody's saying, hey, come back home. But nobody was trying to like exploit us as Americans when we were there. When we was in like in Turkey or whatever. Okay. But they didn't give us an open invitation. But I'll tell you one thing, it was easier to get residency in Turkey than it was in Mexico. Being in Mexico, even speaking Spanish, it was easier to navigate and get what we wanted and what we needed fairly in the Middle East than it is down here in Mexico to this day. Okay. So what Sihon, the Amorite of Heshbon, did to us, the nations continue to do that to us now. They try to impede and block the progress of the 12 tribes of Israel. And we're partly to blame for that too. You go there as anybody else. If you go there as an Israelite talking like you're supposed to talk, you won't have no problems. But you go there as an Israelite trying to proselytize, you're going to have problems. You're going to have problems. And that's why, brother, the further east you go in the world, the harder it's going to be for you to publicly, to act like you act in the streets of America, in other words. America and Canada maybe are anomalies. That's not the way most countries operate. The European countries, because they did so much evil, they got to give so much more freedoms to people. And I remember telling a story that when I was in India, I was talking to a brother with a laminated flyer that was about him and his people. Didn't say nothing bad about them. And the Hindu guy, an ethnic Hindu, snatched the flyer out of the brother's hand and was reading it. And the brother's like, just let him do it. And I'm saying in my little bit of the Canada, their local language that I understood, I'm trying to explain to the Hindu guy what we talking about. What I'm saying to the brother. Because the brother didn't really speak no English and he couldn't understand me either. So I had to talk to both of them in my way of speak their local language. So before I know it, it's like 10 of these Hindu guys surrounding me. And if you ever seen Hindu movies, you know that they like to crowd fight. So that's why I had to be very specific and direct about what I'm saying. Because you can get put in jail in India for proselytizing. So I had to say, this is talking to the believers in Christ and the people whose ancestors came here from East Africa as the children of Israel, that they don't know who they are. What is their true ethnic identity? What is the true religion of their ancestors? So you got to frame it the right way. So then everybody was cool. So in other words, you can't look at them guys, look at when IU Nazi went over to India. They're always teaching in a private, intimate setting at somebody's house, on somebody's porch where Black people are. It's never in the high traffic and in the high volume areas. These 4, 5, 6 men was always in the shadows. But me and Yakana, when we went over there by ourselves, we was in the streets talking to the brothers and the sisters. We wasn't in the shadows. They invited us to their house to come and teach, actually, people that had just seen us. And we went into their house. And then they did us like John did the angel. They was like bowing down to our feet. We're like, no, don't do that. But that's a form of respect where they are. But we was like, see thou doest not, for I'm thy fellow servant of the Most High God. We're like, no, don't bow down to us. People coming up to us, giving us like money. I'm like, no. So I didn't want that. I didn't want that to be the reputation or expectation of people coming over there saying to the Israelites, give us money, give us money. So they was offended. I'm like, no, I don't want, keep the money. Well, no, I said, keep the money and do me a favor. Take the money and go buy food for somebody that you know is living on the streets and give it to them. That's what you can do for me. I'm going to trust you to do that for me. Can you do that for me? All right. So when we go to these different places, it's a different reaction. But again, the government is not saying, hey, come on over here. But you can get residency over there in Sri Lanka or Sri Lanka if you want to, pretty easily also. And they have an Israelite community over there that they call Kaffirs, which means differently than what the South Africans call kafir. It's a different word. It may be like a word that means unbeliever, because that's what the Muslims call unbelievers. And they got sent away in slavery because they were just too rebellious. And they sold them to the Portuguese, and the Portuguese took them as slaves into Sri Lanka. So I met with that community also, when I was over there. So there's Israelites over there. If you wanted to migrate there and spread the gospel, they got Buddhists, Hindus, Christians, Muslims, Catholics. It's like a little baby America. So can't nobody persecute nobody, because if everybody don't stand up against this one group that's trying to persecute them, they know that they're going to be next. So if the Muslims try to persecute the Hindus, the Buddhists, the Christians, the Catholics, they all get together and say, bro, chill out. Okay. So those two countries I know the Israelites can go to pretty easily with not a lot of migration problems, being Sri Lanka and Belize. All right. So Rapha Ya'ala, we are in verse 36. Pick up from there. Rapha Ya'ala, verse 36. Deuteronomy chapter 2.
Deuteronomy chapter 2.
In the nets.
Give me 1 second.
All right, Masha, you got it. We have to come back to you, Rapha Ya'ala. You got it, Masha?
I'm right here.
Okay, go ahead.
You said chapter 2, verse
36.
Oh, yeah, that's why I left off at.
Yeah, and that's why
I had clicked out in order to get a new book from the PDF. Select it. Okay, so chapter 2, verse 36. From Arwa, which is along the edge of the wadi, Arnon.
And let me explain what a wadi is real quick. A wadi is like a seasonal river, a seasonal water path in a dry area. That's what a wadi is. You know how some creeks in the wintertime and in a spring, they get a lot of water. and then in the summertime they get dry. That's what a wadi is. Right? But some of them are wide and big like a river, though, not like a creek. Some of them are like creeks, some of them are like big, like a river. All right, go ahead.
Arnon, and the city that is in the ravine, even as far as the mountain of Galad, there was not a city.
So Galad is like go ahead.
There was not a city which escaped us. Yahweh, our power, gave over all of them into our hands. Verse 37. We did not enter, however, into the land of the sons of Ammon. All the regions bordering the Wadi, Labak, as well as the cities, of the hill country, just as Yahweh, our power, had commanded us.
So remember the Jabbok, that's the river that Jacob crossed when he went, when he was coming from Syria. And I'm not even trying to be funny, but in the Bible you read about Syria, you read about Egypt, you read about, you read about Iraq and Babylon, and there were people in Africa at this time, but we weren't really engaging with them. We weren't going down into South Africa and Eastern Africa. Kush was far for us. You had Yemen, you had Arabia, you had Yemen back then, which you call Sabia. You had Sabia, you had the Red Sea. But when you read about the Jabbok River, when Jacob was coming from Haran, which is northern Syria, southeastern Turkey. And the people there are brown skinned, but they look more Middle Eastern. They don't look like me per se. Some of them do look like me. Well, a lot of them look like my great grandfather, look very like Native American looking. In other words, they don't look like typical sub-Saharan type of features. And many of our people don't have typical sub-Saharan type of features. But some people do. Some people do have sub-Saharan type of features. Some Israelites do, some don't. But in the Middle East, when you read about the Jabbok River in Gilead, you're reading about going into the Jordan region now. And then he crossed over, he had his dream, and he saw the ladder going up, angels going up and down the ladder. All right. And then that's when he crossed over and went to Esau, and then his family came before him. And they had he bowed before Esau like 7 times, and he divided his family up into four companies. Okay, and I think he had Rachel first, then Leah, and then the handmaids after that, which their friction with each other, Rachel and Leah, was based upon them having children for Jacob. It wasn't nothing that the animosity like as being part of that family. It was just, I want children too for our husband. Okay. But he put Rachel first. And it's the same thing we see happening. This is the same paradigm we kind of see with Elkanah and Hannah in 1 Samuel chapter 1 and 2. He gave her more because she didn't have children for him. And the other women did have children, and they were mocking her because she didn't have the children. When you read the scripture, when you read the story. So I think it was 2 wives that had children, right? Or maybe one that had children, if I'm not mistaken. But either way, it was a family structure. So Jacob was at the river Jabbok, They say he was at the brook of Jabbok, and then he crossed and went to Esau. So this place right here plays a role in the future of Israel when we were faced with the leader of another nation, which was Esau. So these geographic locations oftentimes hold prominent historical significance. Just like the church of Smyrna over in the Middle East, over in Western Turkey. The church of Smyrna became known as Izmir. All right. And the state that the state or the region that we lived in when we were over there, we lived in the territory of the church of Smyrna. And the other region we lived at was close to the region of the church of what was it, Ephesus, right? Zayatan, Selçuk, within Selçuk, the church of Ephesus. Huh? So we lived near the church of Ephesus, and we lived near the church of Smyrna also, unbeknownst to us. So we moved to a very spiritual place in the history of our people and in the history of believers. So that region is more significant historically when it comes to Christ and when it comes to Jacob than sub-Saharan and West Africa. Sub-Saharan and West Africa is where we fled to out of fear for our lives from the Roman government, Israelites in general. But the believing Israelites fled into those sanctuaries in Western Turkey. Smyrna, Ephesus, Cappadocia, all right? Even when you talk about Asia Minor, they fled into those regions. So unbeknownst to us, we went into those regions. We started off in Istanbul, and we looked for a place there. Then we got a Airbnb near like a resort town called Kuşadası. So then Kuşadası, we went to Kuşadası, and then from Kuşadası we went to Selçuk to go to catch the bus or the train, the metro system into Torbala or Tepekköy and Torbala, two twin cities. But we didn't know we were in the Izmir territory by the church of Izmir. When we was in Ephesus, we didn't know that. We knew that because they got a sign out, the site of the ancient church of Ephesus. There was a sign up, wasn't there? That announced that you were passing the ruins of Ephesus before you get a Selçuk. But when you get to actually Selçuk, that was a pagan center for worshiping Ishtar. And when you go there, they got this big old image of Artemis, what they call what was called Diana. All right, and she has multiple lactation centers, like 20, 30 lactation centers. All right, like she's just the mother of so many. And this was in Selçuk. So there's a lot of paganism in that region. But the point is that Israel and believers in Hamashiach, we went into Turkey. When you look at these places, we got over 15 major cities where Israelites went to in Turkey. So spiritually, you would be good in that region also, spiritually, because that's the only place, that's the only region in the whole world where Hamashiach wrote letters. Revelation is him writing to those 7 churches. Not Ethiopia, not Iraq, not Yemen, okay, not Alexandria, but Western Turkey, the 7 churches of Asia Minor. Not Istanbul even. All right. So That region is significant. So the point was that when Abraham came from eastern Turkey, which was called Haran at the time, right? He was at the river Jabbok, and he crossed that river to meet Esau on the other side. And when he met Esau, he bowed down to Esau 7 times. And that's what caused Esau to not, that's one of the reasons Esau did not attack us or our father or our mothers. Because our father Jacob was walking in humility and in wisdom, and he used humility. He was pacifying Esau's anger. He was humbling himself before Esau, even though Esau was angry. Okay? And that's the mindset that we have to have sometimes when dealing with our enemies. We can always go to them trying to exercise our constitutional rights. Because France is not America. Syria is not America. Okay? Jordan is not America. So he crossed that Jabbok River, but he used humility. What Yahweh did by force in this same region, Yahweh's doing by force. Jacob achieved, centuries before. Jacob achieved it with humility and with wisdom. So wisdom is the force that can achieve our goals as a nation when physical force won't do it. All right. Kalashra de Bar Yahweh, Naisha, Wanashami. All that Yahweh said, what we doing here. Okay. So now Jay or Harash Allah, can one of you read Deuteronomy chapter 3 in the New English translation of the Septuagint?
Fine. This is Masharah Yasharahla. I'm reading in Deuteronomy chapter 3 and verse 1.
Kantawada.
And it says, and after we had turned, we went up the road to Bashan.
Now that's Negroes talking right there. We went up the road. All right. So we went up the road to Bashan. Bashan is like up, it's a word that means fruitful. Okay. It's a word that means fruitful. Okay, go ahead.
And King Og of Bashan came out to meet us, he and all his people, for the battle at Adrian. Verse 2. And the Lord said to me, Salakia, and Yahweh said to me, do not fear him, for I have given him over into your hands, and all his people and all his land, and you shall do to him as you did to King Sihon of the Amorites, who used to live in Heshbon. Verse 3. And Yahweh your power delivered him into your hands, even King Og of Bashan and all his people, and we struck him down until we did not leave him offspring.
And at that time we captured all his cities. There was no city that we did not take from them. 60 cities. All the environs of Arab, the kingdom of Og and Bashan. All these were strong cities, high walls, gates, and bars. Besides the very many cities of the Perizzites, we utterly destroyed them, as we did King Sihon of Heshbon, and we utterly destroyed every city in order, and the women and the children, and all the cattle and the spoils of the cities we plundered for ourselves.
That's where they get the spoils of war from. Go ahead.
Verse 8. And at that time we took out of the hands of the two Amorite kings who were beyond the Jordan the land from the Wadai, Aran, up to Hemron. The Phoenician name Hemron, Sinor, and the Amorite it Sinir. All were cities of Mesor, and all of Galad, and all of Bashan, as far as Selach and Edrin.
So basically, we had started doing a whole lot of conquering of land even before we got into the western side of the Jordan. We're on the east side of Jordan right now, and we're conquering a lot of territory. And that's what we see right now. So now we're gearing up. He's giving us experience in war. So now when we get into the land of Canaan, we're going to have more experience and be able to be an even more destructive of force. All right? Because and this is why it's so important to learn how to take orders and get in order. Because when the time comes, you're going to have to take an order and get in order. And if you don't want to, you're going to get left behind. You're not going to all of a sudden start to become agreeable and cooperative when a situation demands it. So if you're not agreeable and cooperative righteously now, and we need you to be, and y'all are making a move, and it's the right move, and we know that we need to go this way, and you got a brother that's just uncooperative with what's going on, you can't stay there and jeopardize the group for one man. All right, go ahead, Al.
Cities of Og's kingdom in Bashan. Verse 11. Because only King Og of Bashan was left from the Rephaim. Look, his bed was an iron bed. Look, it is in the citadel of the sons of Ammon. By a man's forearm, it is 9 cubits long and 4 cubits wide. And we took possession of that land at that time from Arnor, which is along the edge of the Wadai, and Arnon, and half of the mountainous area of Gilad and its cities I gave to Reuben and to Gad. And I gave to the half tribe of Manasseh the rest of Gilad and all of Bashan, Og's kingdom, and all of the environs of Argob, all of Og's kingdom, and all of the environs of Arab, all of said Bashan.
All right, so when you go on the east side of Jordan and you look into the country that's called Transjordan, it's called Jordan now. But that country, majority of that country, when you go into across from Jerusalem and a little south of Jerusalem, is part of ancient Israelite territory of Gad, Manasseh, and Reuben. So if you wanted to live in your ancient territory, you don't have to go into what you call modern Jerusalem, modern Israel. You can go in Jordan, as well as parts of southern Syria fall into the Israelite territory also. I think parts of Lebanon too. So some of these countries are still Israelite. These are still places where our ancestors were living. So everybody want to argue and fight and go into the western part of Israel and in Jordan, when you have a much more agreeable life in the eastern side, because it's still an Arab-run territory, and those Arabs over there don't have no beef with Israel in the west. And you have a large community of Israelites that came there as slaves. So they're like indisputable Israelites because they came there in slavery with the Arabs, all right? And they live in a place called Al Ghor, Ghor. And when we were in Jericho, you can look in Jericho and look across the Dead Sea, all right, which is really like Dead Sea, Jordan River type territory. You can look across, okay? You can look across and you can see the community where the Israelites live at. And you see so much more palm trees and palm dates on that side. But the side that we were on, you can contact Isaiah. Like, it was like super duper hot. It was super hot. Super hot. All right. But they live on that side. So you got and not to mention the fact that the Israelites that are in Jericho now, the Arabs in Jericho now, their grandfathers, a lot of their grandfathers a lot of them are descendants of Hebrews that also came there as slaves too. And this is something that you're not going to see when they're talking about Jericho and Jordan in the history books or on the news. You can look it up and see it if you look specifically. You may stumble across it. You know, if you talk about the history of South Carolina, they're going to talk about slavery. But if you talk about the history of Jordan or Al Ghor, or the history of Jericho from the Ottoman Empire until the British took it over in the 1900s, they're not going to tell you, oh yeah, a lot of these people that's there now came there as slaves. They're not going to tell you that. But when we went there and talked to them, it was me, Jaquan Nathaniala, and Isaiah. They told us, yeah, our families were Hebrews. They were black, and they came here as slaves. And I'm like, well, how y'all look like this now? And they started saying, because they married the women. They married the women. That's how they started to look like the Arabs. And they tell you, my grandfathers look like you. But we changed how we look when we started to marry the women that were here. We came here as slaves. So you look in Jericho looked like a little Dominican Republic a lot of times. Some people dark skinned, some people light skinned with curly hair like ours, like mine at least. So you see all kinds of people there. So this region is still rich with Israelite history, culture, and presence. Never forget that we read, all right, during the fast of Gedaliah. Okay, during the fast when we read about the exile of the Israelites, that most of the people actually stayed in the land of Israel. Most of them didn't get kicked out, and most of the ones that stayed never left. A lot of people did leave, but a lot of Israelites stayed there. Why? To work the land, so that the land didn't lay fallow, so that the land would still be productive and not overgrow. Everybody knows if you leave a house sitting, what's going to happen? If you leave a house and it's just sitting, right? The grass is going to start to grow. Branches are going to fall on the house. The paint's going to start to peel. Weeds are going to start to grow up and vines are going to grow. So when the Israelites were taken out of the land of Israel to go into captivity, it was the ruling class, the scholars, the elite, the higher society people, the people that were the farmers and the people that were keeping the land, and the people that were essential to the land functioning on a physical level. For the most part, they stayed in the land. So most of our people didn't leave and go into the Babylonian captivity. Most of the people stayed in that land. But most of the house of Israel left and was taken out of the northern part of Israel when the Assyrians came and took us over in 722 BC under King Shalmaneser. He took us out and then he put people in our place. But again, some people, the large number of people were still there though, and some of the people fled from the north and went to the south. That's why you read in the Bible, in the book of Luke, about Anna from the tribe of what? Anna from what tribe? From the tribe of Asher. But Asher is a northern kingdom. All right? Asher is a northern kingdom. And who's the tribe of Asher now? The tribe of Asher now are the ones that are mainly in Brazil. Mainly in Brazil. And where'd they get them slaves from that they put in captivity? They got them from, mainly modern day Angola. They got them from modern day Angola. And they took them from Angola and they took them closer to Portugal. And they took Israelites that were from that tribe living in Portugal, and they exiled them to Sao Tome and Principe. These are islands in the Atlantic off the coast of West Africa. And they took a lot of the slaves also into Cabo Verde, which is, we call it Cape Verde. But the Most High gave the Portuguese dominion, over the tribe of Asher, coming from West Africa, all right, Angola. And he gave the British domination over the tribe of Benjamin. And then he gave the British and the Americans who branched off of the British, he gave them domination over the Americans. I mean, the Americans and the British got domination over the tribe of Judah. That's why it was the Americans that started Liberia with Judah in West Africa. And it was the British that started liberation for their people, their British Benjamite subjects inside of Sierra Leone. All right, so Sierra Leone. And then when it came to the other tribe that spoke Spanish, of course, Issachar and Zebulun and northern, right? Northern Asher. All right, the Most High gave the Spanish domination over those tribes. And the Most High gave first the Spanish domination over the tribe of Reuben in Florida, the Mikosuki. And then when the Americans came and took over, historically, where did the tribe of Reuben, where did he flee to? He fled into Mexico, across the Rio Grande River, and he went to the Mexican state of Coahuila, and they still there to today. They call themselves it's called like the foundation of the blacks, nacimiento, or the birth de los negros, of the blacks, because black Simeonites and black black Reubenites and indigenous looking Reubenites and Judah all left from Florida, a lot of them under the leadership of a man named John Horse, and they came into northern Mexico. All right. So the territories that were given to Gad, Simeon, Gad, Reuben, and to Gad, to Reuben, and to Manasseh, that's on the eastern side of the Jordan River. And that's what we're reading about right here. All right. And that's what Kharash Allah is reading about, that some of that territory over there. And when you go there, you still see these people there now. These Israelites are over there now. All right, Israelites are over there now. Because we got two options. Either most of Israel stayed in the Middle East and multiplied over there, or most of them stayed, a lot of them went into West Africa. Either way, we know that a lot of them came from West Africa. But there's still Israelites that are in. Well, let me backtrack. We know most of them came from West Africa, but the bulk of the Israelites were just dominated and conquered by the Spanish, by the British, and by the Portuguese. That's why the number one language in the Western Hemisphere is Spanish, not English. Mexico, and Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Colombia. The black population in the world, I believe the tribe of Asher, and the tribe of Asher, let me say it like this: Brazil has more black people than any other country in the world. And then comes, in this part of the world, comes America. And then I think comes Colombia. And then comes like Haiti. And I think then comes Dominican Republic, if I'm not mistaken. You can look it up. But the tribe of Asher is bigger than the tribe of Judah. And the reason for that is that the scripture says that Asher will be blessed with children. Judah can't have everything. So Asher has more children than Judah has, because that's what the prophecy was. But we didn't go into the prophecies about the tribe, but we'll go over them when we get into the third day. I mean, the 8th day, because the 8th day is when we read Deuteronomy chapter 33, where Moses goes into the prophecies of the children of Israel. And to be honest with you, you could really have an all-day session, in that way you can have an outpouring of the Holy Spirit of wisdom, and the knowledge will come to you as you start to talk. And that's why a lot of times when we start to teach, it just keeps going on and on and on. Because I'm not sitting back in my bed making notes saying, okay, I'm going to say this, I'm going to say that, I'm going to say this, I'm going to say that. It just comes when I start to talk, because it's in there, it's in my mind, it's in my spirit, but I'm not just going around, like Rain Man all day. Yeah, got to get a tribe. Yeah, tribe of Asher, biggest tribe, more Negroes. Tribe of Asher, more black tribes. Colombia's next. Tribe of Asher, most tribal black people in the Americas. Yeah, Judah's next. Judah's in North America. Judah's next. Nigeria's a big country. There's more black people in Brazil than it is in the country of Nigeria. So you can understand. There's more black people in Brazil than it is in the country of Ghana. So you can understand. Let me put it like that. Tribe of Asher is by far the biggest tribe in Israel right now. And then not to mention the fact of Angola. There's black people in Angola that speak Portuguese, que fala português, that are still call themselves Israelites, even though they got the witchcraft, the idolatry that they mixed with Capoeira. But those islands over there, Cabo Verde, or Cape Verde, St. Thomas, and St. Prince, Sao Príncipe, Cabo Verde, and Sao Tome, they on the waters. And y'all know them island people is different than the main people. All right. Y'all know Bahamians is different than the people right across the water a few miles away in Florida. It's a different mindset, different mentality. And just like off of Florida, you got Bahamas, but it's a different tribe. It's Benjamin. Same thing. So big up to the tribe of Asher. All right? Because you remember, the scriptures say that Judah's hand was going to be in the neck of his enemies. Judah's hand was going to be in the neck of his enemies. And there's two political capitals of the world right now. One is in Washington, D.C., and the other is in New York City, both built by the hands of Judah. And then after Judah built all of this, now Ephraim, Manasseh, Issachar, Asher, Zebulun, now they all come up into America recently. But Judah had to go through getting beat down and then rising back up to open the door for all of the other Israelites. But also, and a lot of you Judites may not know this, but I've said it before, the Most High also allowed Levi to open the door for the other tribes to come also. But they may have missed the opportunity, but they can still take advantage of it now. Why? Because the first people to ever get freedom from European domination, I'm talking about white people, Polish people, Arab people, African people, the first people in the history to break away from the British Empire, the French Empire, the Spanish Empire, the Portuguese Empire, the first people to ever break free was the tribe of Levi in Haiti. And it was two men there were two men that led that liberation. All right. There were two men that led that liberation. The first man's name, the main one that everybody knows about, was Toussaint, or All Saints, which when we go into Psalms 148, verse 19 and 20, we see that's talking about all of the Israelites are called saints by the Most High. All right. In Psalms 148 and in Psalms 149, it said, "Let the saints be joyful on their bed." Talking about the children of Israel when we get back into power. All right. And now, and let me bring you back just to let you know that I'm not just rambling. What brought me to this point is when Masharah Yasharahla read about, I think it was you, when we read about Manasseh, Gad, and Reuben in chapter 3, which is on the eastern side of the Jordan River. And that opened the door for why Israel always want to try to go to Jerusalem, like Jordan is not part of Israel also. That's our ancient territory too. And then we went into how Israelites are still over in that part of the world. And then we talked about how Israel didn't all get taken out of that land. And then we used Luke, I believe chapter 2 or 3, when it talks about Anna, who was at the temple from the tribe of Asher, and it specifically mentions her tribe by name. They didn't have to do that. And then we talked about how the tribes, some of the tribes were brought from West Africa into the Americas, and how a lot of the tribes did go into West Africa, and a lot of the tribes were brought into the Americas in slavery. And then we talked about how most of the tribe that was brought from West Africa was the tribe of Asher, not the tribe of Judah. And then we talked about which European nation, Edomite nation, brought which tribes into what areas of the Western Hemisphere. All right. And then we talked about the liberation of the tribes. All right. And how now I'm going back to where I left off at. The man's name was Toussaint, which means all saints. You know what l'ouverture means? When you're looking at music, the opening part of a symphony or something is called l'ouverture, which means the opening. So Toussaint l'ouverture means the opening for all the saints. So he opened the door for all of the saints, all the tribes of Israel, to try to get freedom. Who did he try to get free next? His comrade in arms, which was who? The tribe of Simeon, right next door. And then who did he try to get free off of that island? Who else but to the tribe of Asher? So when the Portuguese got beat, when the Spanish got beat, that's when Bolivia, Peru, Ecuador, Colombia, and Venezuela, parts of Uruguay and Paraguay also going down south a little later on. The Mapuche in Chile and Argentina were the last holdovers of the Spanish Empire in the south. But in the north and in the central, Levi showed Asher how to fight and win against the Spanish. So the man's name was Toussaint l'Ouverture. All right. And then the next man, right? The next man that was fighting, the next man that was fighting and kind of took over the whole struggle after when Toussaint l'Ouverture he got tricked and he went into the boat to try to negotiate with the French. All right, he got tricked onto the boat to negotiate with the French. Okay, so when they did that, they held him prisoner. They dealt with him dishonestly. Okay. And then what did they do when they conquered Jerusalem in 70 AD? What did they do to the land? They put salt on the land so it couldn't grow no more. So Jerusalem especially was salted. So nobody could come there and grow there. They salted the land. So Haiti already means the mountainous place, just like Jerusalem. The scripture says, as the mountains are round about Jerusalem, so the Lord is round about his people. So Haiti is already a mountainous place that identifies with Jerusalem. All right. The scripture says in Galatians, Paul says, but Jerusalem, which is above, is free, which is the mother of us all. The island that Haiti is over is called Quisqueya, which means mother of all lands. So Haiti is already in the Dominican Republic, which is Quisqueya, the whole island of Quisqueya, is already associated with Jerusalem. So when they conquered Jerusalem in 70 AD, they put salt on the land. So when they salted the land, if we were to say something like that in French, all right, we would say des salés, which means of the salt, des salés. All right. And the two most famous people in the presentation of the time frame right before that, in order, was John and then Hamashiach. John was from what tribe? Levi. Everybody that knows a Haitian, every single person on this call right now, if you know any Haitian, you know a Haitian named Jean. I know some Haitians named Jean or Jean. All right? You know more Jeans than Juans. And then when you look at the word Jacob, Jacob is our father. They call him Jacques. So once Toussaint Louverture, whose name means All Saints the Opening, once he got taken and put on a ship and was fooled into thinking he was going to make a treaty, and then they held him captive, the general under him took over, whose name was Jean-Jacques Dessalines, which means John Jacob of the salts. Of the salts. Jacob was in Israel. Jean or Yalkanan was in Israel. And then Jerusalem itself was salted. Dessalines, which was the name of a black man who was his master before the Haitian Revolution. And then after it was over, he gave that same man, he gave him freedom. So Jean-Jacques Dessalines and Toussaint Louverture and what they did in Haiti, the mountainous country, it all links up to the Bible and to Israelite history. If you look at the citadel in Haiti, and you look at Masada in Jerusalem, in Israel rather, they have a similar architectural design. Compare it. Just look up Citadel and look up Masada, how Masada looked and how the Citadel looked. And they look the same. The Citadel is a fort that was built in Haiti to fight against, and they used it to fight against the French. And the Masada was built in Jerusalem to fight against the Romans. It was like an Israelite type of almost like a monastery, a place where Israelites went to. All right. So the geography of Israel is overlooked. When people say Israel, they think, oh, Tel Aviv, Ashkelon. They think Gaza. They think Jerusalem. Israelites went to Jerusalem 3 times a year. And the most we've gone is like twice in a year. I've never been there 3 times in a year. You know, we need a lot of organization to do that. All right, to go there 3 times a year. All right, you have to be over there, and that's in the works too. All right, so the Most High gave us all the environments around Gilead. Gilead is on the eastern side of the Jordan River. It's not on the western side. It's by where the country of Jordan is. That's what Gilead is. That's why they say a balm in Gilead. So everything we're reading about now, half tribe of Manasseh and Gad's territory and Reuben, all of that is over in Jordan. All right. Elijah was from Jordan. Jacob, when he had his dream, he was in Jordan. So when Jerusalem got destroyed, Hamashiach said, when you see Jerusalem surrounded by the mountains, he said, surrounded by army, he said, flee into the mountains, meaning go into the other countries. So a lot of people went south and east, and they went south and west into Alexandria. People that left before that was fleeing the war, they didn't bother them. And the closest place to get to was on the other side of the water, other side of the Jordan River, into the territory of Jordan. So there's a lot of Israelites over there. As a matter of fact, and this just gave me goosebumps. If you look at the history if you look at the history of Jordan, before Jordan became an Islamic country, it was considered to be a Jewish kingdom. You hear what I said? Jordan was considered to be a Jewish kingdom. Yemen was considered to be a Jewish kingdom. So either these were ethnic Israelites that set up kingdoms in places not too far from Israel after they got together and reunified, or our way of life and our culture, our beliefs, even though we didn't have a homeland, was so impressive to other people that they said, we want to serve your God too. Either way, it's a win-win situation. Either way, it's a win-win situation. You see? And that's why when you talk about the retention of a lot of blackness and culture of the Hebrews, you're looking at Ethiopia. When you're talking about the language close to what we spoke from the time of Ezra, the Hebrew that we taught, which would be considered to be Babylonian Hebrew, because a lot of it developed in Babylonian times, using all 7 vowels, but not all 7, but we kind of have 6 of them. Okay, you have 6 of them. That's going to be Yemen. So everybody has a different characteristic. When you talk about the leadership and the no-nonsense confronting of oppression, dead on, win or lose, we're going to do this. You're talking about Judah, and you're talking about Haiti. You can throw Benjamin in there, all right, with Paul Bogle and with the lady Anani. You can put them into the equation also, and the Maroons. But you're talking about actually doing things that's affecting the economy of an empire. You're talking about Judah. Judah disrupted what was going on with North Carolina and the Virginia farmers under Nat Turner. You're talking about Benjamin Banneker in Judah's territory, right? You're talking about Garrett Morgan in Judah's territory. I mean, Benjamin and all the other tribes, I mean, they cool, but Judah's the one that really gave everybody what we need, what we're using now in modern society, perfecting the incandescent light bulb, giving us refrigeration, internal combustion engine. You take either one of them, you take either one from any Israelite society now, and they're gonna whine for the rest for several years. Take away cars. Judah innovated the internal combustion engine. Take that away. Take away refrigeration, or take away long-lasting light bulbs. Shoot, Judah innovated the internet and cellular technology. Take that away. Put that back where it was. Because you're being disruptive now, because you know I don't need that now. Come sit down. Take that away. And what are you going to have? So big up to the tribe of Judah. Big up to all the tribes, but Judah's hand is in the neck of the enemies. Which the neck of the enemies now is not France, it's not Portugal, it's not Spain, it's not England, it's America. America has more British from England than England has America. America has more people from Spain, Portugal, and France than Spain, Portugal, and France have of Americans. The language of global economy is English, not because of the British, but because of the Americans. And Judah was the foundation to build up all of that agriculture. The Industrial Revolution, they were the backbone of all of that. And I've even heard recently that it's a myth that the Chinese were the main ones building the railroads, but that was Judah also. Chinese played like maybe in San Francisco, but they say everything east of California was mainly Judah out there working on the railroads. That's where we we have culturally railroad songs, work songs that were made by railroad workers. Search Chinese culture for Chinese cultural railroad songs. You ain't gonna find it because it wasn't embedded in that type of relationship in American history. So all of the tribes are working together. And when any of our enemies stand up against us, we need to rise up as a unit, not as congregations, churches, and cliques and camps, but as one nation. And once we can do that, then the Most High, and we repent, Yahweh told us, then I'm going to come forth and begin to bring you out of your captivity. That's what he said in Deuteronomy chapter 30, which we will read in day number 8, I believe, of our 8-day readings of the Torah. Right, we've got roughly 4 chapters a day, about 120 verses in each reading. And then when we get into day number 8, I think it's going to be 29. I think it's going to be like, because 20, yeah, I think it's 28, 29, 30. No, maybe 31 through 34. I got to look at it again. All right. All right. Okay. Go ahead and pick up where you at, Karash Allah.
I'll read verse 13 again.
Okay. I'm glad you kept your place, man. Salakia.
And I gave to half the tribe of Manasseh the rest of Gilead, and all of Bashan, Og's kingdom, and all the environs of Argob, all of said Bashan. It will be reckoned a land of Rephaim. And Gerard the son of Manasseh took all of the environs of Argob, as far as the borders of Gershi and Hamathani, and he named them after his name, Bashan, Hovoth, Gerard, until this day. And to Machir,
and that was Manasseh did that, right? I lost my place. That was Manasseh.
Yes.
All right. Now, also, let me say this real quick. Manasseh, which is Cuba was named after a chief whose name was Kubanakan. All right. His name was Kubanakan, an individual. So when you go to the other islands, you rarely see that place being named for a specific leader. But Manasseh began naming the land after, their people, their leaders. And that's what you see in Kubanakan, in Cuba. It's probably one of the only places that's named after the leader that was there in the Americas, at the time that the Edomites invaded it. So that mark, this is the first place you're reading about a place being named that the tribe of Israelites, specifically Manasseh, is conquering, being named after one of their forefathers. And now we see that same anomaly, that same unique practice, we find it in the Caribbean right now by way of Cuba being named after Cubanacan, one of the leaders there when they conquered Cuba. All right, go ahead, Al.
Verse 16. And to Reuben and to Gad I gave from Gilad as far as the Wadi of Arnon, the middle of the Wadi being a boundary, and up to the Jabbok, the Wadi being the boundary for the sons of Ammon.
All right, so now real quick, there's a water, like a seasonal water that divided these three territories of these three tribes. And that's the same thing you have now. If you look at a map of Florida, you'll see that Florida is actually America is actually made up of like 1, 2, 3, 4 islands. It's an island. When you go into Florida, there's a river, there's a waterway that divides Florida from the northern part of Florida. And then you stay in the Mediterranean. Then you go into the Mississippi. The Mississippi divides the eastern part of America from the western part of America. It's divided east and west. You go all the way up north, you got like the St. Lawrence River. You got Minnesota, which is where the Mississippi actually starts at. When you go there east, you go east, and there's another river that goes from Northeast America into the Atlantic. Either into the Atlantic, and then I think you may be able to come again. It either goes into the Atlantic or it goes into the James River, not the Potomac River, but the Potomac River trickles down also through Maryland and West Virginia and Virginia, through DC border, and then going into the Chesapeake Bay. But eastern part of America and everything from the Mississippi River east, is an island. It's not connected by land to the rest of America. And it's called like, they call it like, in other words, I could take a boat. I could go to Alabama. Or I can go to the Mississippi River where it empties at into, I think it actually empties, if I'm not mistaken, it goes through Mississippi, but I think it empties into Alabama. I'm not certain about that. But if I follow the Mississippi River north, remember it goes through Missouri, it goes through like Minnesota, places like that, if not mistaken. Then it goes into the Great Lakes. Then I go east. If I take the Great Lakes east, I can end up in the Atlantic Ocean. I don't got to cross another bridge or go over no more land. And then I go south down into Florida, same thing. I don't got to go on no land. I can just cut through Florida. All right. I can just cut through Florida. The southern part of Florida is an island. The southern part of Florida is an island disconnected from the other landmass of Florida. And it has all types of swamps and waterways in Florida also. That's why the scripture says that Reuben is unstable like water. Unstable as water. You can look on the map right now. You can ask Google, technically, can everything in America, can most states, can the eastern part of America technically be considered an island? And it's going to tell you yes. So my point is that, who do you got? What three tribes are we talking about by the major Jordan River in these wadis? We got Gad, we got Reuben, and we got Manasseh. Who do we got now? You got Gad in America, pre-colonial. Remember, I'm talking pre-colonial. You got Gad up there. Then you go as far east as you can in the American continent. You got Florida. Then you got the Miccosukee territory starts. And you go south to Miami, still Miccosukee territory, tribe of Reuben. Miccosukee, Appalachia, Hitachi, not Hitachi. That's a TV brand from Japan. But Hitichi and Appalachia. And then you got Miccosukee. People just lump them together in the name of Seminoles, which is cool because they consider themselves to be Seminoles, but it was actually a lot of small tribes connected as one big family in Florida. And that's the tribe of Reuben, just like we're reading about now. And then when you go to that southern tip and you keep on going, you're going to run where? You're going to run into Cuba, which is the tribe of Manasseh. So them same 3 tribes that was grouped together are the same 3 tribes that are still grouped together in modern time. Gad, Reuben, Manasseh, North American Indians, Seminole Indians, and the Taino family of the Gubanacans people, the Cubans. Okay, say the same thing. Okay, go ahead, Rapayala. I mean, not Rapayala. Go ahead, Kharashallah.
Verse 17.
The water.
And Arba also and the Jordan being a boundary of Machanorath, even up to the sea of Arba, the salt sea under Astoth of Ashka on the east. Verse 18. And at that time I commanded you, saying, Yahweh your power gave you this land as an allotment. Proceed fully armed before your brothers, the sons of Yasharahla, every mighty one of you. Only your wives and your children and your cattle, I know that you have much cattle. Let them settle in your cities.
All right, stop.
That
Where, when you come into the Americas, North, Central, South America, and Caribbean, where did you find the greatest number of livestock, like we read about in the scriptures, just roaming around freely? In America. All types of buffalo, all types of wild sheep, longhorn sheep, all types of wild goats in the America. That's what the Gadites were chasing, was setting up they living areas according to the migration patterns of the buffalo. Same thing we're reading about in the Bible right here. Okay, it's the same pattern, same people. Okay, they got one territory where the women get together with some of the Navajo women and other tribes get together, and they see how fast a woman could catch and skin a sheep. Catch it, skin it, and gut it. And that's a test of her of her womanhood. Well, I'm a real woman. Nah, you ain't no woman until you can catch and skin a sheep. You ain't no woman yet. Can you skin a sheep? No, you're not a woman yet then. You can skin a sheep. So when you read about the pastures and stuff, this is what it's talking about, that practice of pasturing animals, and sometimes it was so many buffalo, you didn't have to pasture them. And even down south in America, like, people don't have to pasture. They can go out and hunt a deer and get a deer, smoke that deer or put it in a freezer, and it lasts them all year. They don't got to keep the deer. They don't got to keep the sheep or the goat. They can keep the sheep and goat and chickens for meat and for milk. But they don't got to keep these animals, if they don't want to, because they can go out with the deer and just hunt the deer. And that's how they go, and that's how they were surviving for so long. But then when they want, we need dairy, we need buffalo. So they take the buffalo milk and they would make the buffalo milk into like different cheese products. And that would preserve it. So that practice of having all of these large cattle and large herds of animals, they saying, because we know. What verse is that, Karashallah? It says, what verse is that when they talked about the cattle and stuff? Verse
19.
Verse 19. It says, because I know that you have much cattle. And what tribe had the most cattle in Israel? Tribe of Gad. But they just let the cattle roam free. So the same thing they had in ancient Israel, when they came into the north, the tribes are probably like, man, look at all these big, wild buffalo, these big, wild, crazy looking cows. These look like yaks. Like, well, man, y'all Gadites, y'all stay here. We about to go further south. So Issachar like, well, we about to go south. So then Zebulon like, well, we're going to beat y'all down south. So then Zebulon go first. Zebulon get Mexico City, Tenochtitlan first. So then Issachar come down and be like, well, y'all got to go on further south. So then Zebulon move further south. And then Issachar takes over the Mexico City area, led by the main tribe called the Mexica. So the Mexica is the main tribe that settled in Tenochtitlan, which is now called Mexico City. And they built the capital, they built up an island on marshland and then connected it with bridges. Mexico is like a man-made island. As a testament to Issachar's name, which means what? Which means he is hired. Yashashakar. Right? Meaning he is that which, or he is he who labors and works. And it's a vibration that was put on him. So he said it wasn't good enough for him to be like, you know what? Let's just take this city over here and live here. They said, nah, we need to work for this thing. We need to live up to our name. Yashashakar. Yashashakar. And they built the city in the marshes. And they filled it in with so much dirt, so much mud, and so much brick that it still stands today. So they labored to get that thing. All right. So when you read about the characteristics of the tribes, you see that a lot of them took on a very strong vibration in their history according to their name. All right, continue, Karashallah.
Verse 19 again.
Okay.
Only your wives and your children and your cattle, I know that you have much cattle. Let them settle in your cities that I have given to you, until Yahweh your power gives your brothers rest, as also you and they too will inherit the land that Yahweh your power is giving them beyond the Jordan.
What is this? What is this? This is the Gadites, Reubenites, and Manassites going out, leaving their women and children, going into a what? If you were looking at a movie, they would call this a war party. And they left the women and children behind, and they went out to go to war. And that practice is something that Gadites still were engaging in when the Europeans and when other tribes, the Edomites and the other tribes of Gad, were fighting with them. They would say, well, we're going on a war party. We got a special dance, set up a special camp. Don't sleep with your women. This camp is what? This is a sacred, holy place. Don't bring no nonsense into this camp. Don't lay with your women. No women can come into the camp. It's only men. Just like in Israel, the war camp was holy. If you was at a war camp and you had a nocturnal emission or a wet dream, you had to go outside the camp until the day was over. And then you can come into the camp after you washed at sunset. This is in the Bible. So the Gadites had this exact same practice. I don't know about no other tribe, but I know the Gadites had this exact same practice. And they would leave the women and children behind when they would go to war to fight, to help and defend their brothers that were in trouble, or their territories that were in trouble. And the ones that had the most peace amongst themselves were the ones in the southeast, all right? The Choctaw, the Cherokee, the Choctaw, the Cherokee, the Muskogee, even going into the alliances that came to be called the Seminoles, they were all together. The Chickasaw, all right, all those tribes like south of Tennessee, going into like Tennessee, Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, and then maybe some parts of like I said, Tennessee, and not really Kentucky so much, and then maybe some of Louisiana, but mostly Mississippi and Tennessee going east. Okay, mostly those tribes. So those are the tribes that had these alliances, and if somebody from the outside came from the north, they would like beef with them. Because remember, we had river boundaries, and people stayed within their river boundary. Okay, Ohio means land of rivers because the border of Ohio are the rivers of the Ohio people that were there. When you're talking about Cleveland, you're going into the county of Cuyahoga, what they call Cuyahoga, which is the Gadite tribe that was there. And you have the Miami tribe called Miami, which was in Florida as well as in Ohio. And then you had the Mahoning people over there too. All right. You have the Muskogee. A lot of the counties of Ohio are Gadite tribes that used to live there. And they got caught up and went further west and southwest into Oklahoma because that was like the promised land for the tribes of Israel, the indigenous tribes. All right. Go ahead, Karashallah.
Verse 21. And it says, and you will return each one to his inheritance that I have given to you. Verse 21. And I commanded Joshua at that time, saying, your eyes have seen everything that Yahweh your power has done to these two kings. So Yahweh will do to all the kingdoms which you are about to cross into there. You shall not be fearful of them, for Yahweh your power himself will fight for you.
Right.
Verse 23, at that time too, I entreated Yahweh, saying, O Yahweh, Yahweh, you have begun to show your attendant your strength and your power and your strong hand and your high arm. For what Elohim is there in the sky or on the earth who will do as you have done, and according to your strength. After I cross over, therefore, I will see this good land, which is beyond the Jordan, this good mountainous area, the anti-Lebanon. And Yahweh ignored me on your account and did not listen to me. And Yahweh said to me, let it be sufficient for you. Do not continue any longer to speak to me of this matter. Go up to the top of Hume and look with your eyes to the sea and to the north and the southwest and the east, and see with your eyes, for you shall not cross over this Jordan. And command Joshua the strength and strengthen him and encourage him, because he will cross over ahead of this people, and it is he who will secure for them the possession of the land that you have seen. And we remain in a glen near the house of for gore.
All right. Kalashra Banya Yahweh, Naisha wa Nashami. All that Yahweh said, what we doing here. All right. So Harash Allah, did you have anything? Because I know you've gone over this, with the brothers, or these Deuteronomy at some point or another with the brothers, in your camp. Did you have any commentary from that chapter 3? Okay. So yeah, we see here that there's a lot of tribal intricacies that we can dig into. And it's not an easy chapter to just read and keep on going, because it's filled with so much connecting history and connecting descriptions and connecting signs that we can take into our history and even into our modern times. All right. So when people study the Torah, not for nothing, but people look at the Torah as if it's boring, as if you just reading on a verse and that's it. But when we read it, we can connect it to our history, to our migrations, to our accomplishments, our achievements, to our characteristics, and we can accomplish it to our the prophecies. Excuse me, y'all distracted me. To our prophecies. If y'all need to talk, can y'all leave the room? You two, go out there and say what y'all trying to say. You and you, whatever y'all need to say to each other, leaving, because y'all disrupting the class. So we can link it to everything else that's going on. It's not something that's isolated from 3,000 years ago. It's something where the Most High and Moses are giving us descriptions of the people, of what they did. And we all know the scripture when it says the spirits of the prophets are subject to the prophets. We all know the scripture when it says that thing which has been, it is that which is now, and it is that which shall be. So our people have been rebellious. Our people have been disobedient to the Most High. Human beings, since the time of Adam, have had women from the time of Adam taking emotional negative instructions to dictate to Adam what he's going to consume, what he's going to eat. No matter what Yahweh allows, this is what I'm going to allow you to do, nigga. Excuse my my antebellum English and prebellum English. It's the same spirit. So Eve is still trying to dictate to Adam, everything's going to be done my way or no way. So then Yahweh comes in and says, well, you know what, Eve, from now on, your desire is going to be to him, and he going to rule over you. And here Eve is, not me. It's going to be my way or nothing at all. Like that little, like that meme of Cardi B as a little girl with her little black and white jumper on, looking at the camera like not me. It's the same mentality. Eve is, the Bible says that because of Eve, all humanity fell. So that subconscious, indirect, and that passive spirit of I'm going to control Adam and what he consumes, regardless of what Yahweh has offered to you, your reality is going to be according to my choice. And this is what we see with Eve. And we don't see it in a lot of other tribes. And I had to I had to travel around to see this. Judah's influence and Esau's influence on the world has changed how a lot of tribal women and men think about the reality of their social construct. When you be amongst, right? When you are amongst the people that grow up among, embedded in, or in the lands of Benjamin, right? Ephraim, Issachar, Zebulun, Dan, okay? It's a different spirit. Gad even. It's a different spirit than when you go around the people that grow up embedded in the lifestyle of the tribe of Judah, with the men and with the women. If you have a debate with somebody from the tribe of Asher, it's going to be a different kind of debate than you have a debate with somebody from the tribe of Judah. Asher will be like, oh, whatever, man. You right. You think you're right. Cool. When they grow up in the Asher environment. But when Asher, Ephraim, Manasseh, when they grow up around Judah, they act like Judah. So it's going to be a more drawn out. Your debate with a Haitian is not going to be the same as a debate with somebody from the tribe of Simeon. Simeon will try to beat you into the ground. Levi be like, okay, if that's what you think, if that's what you think, then that's okay with me. So, you know, they're not gonna, you know, but Simeon got a different presence for debating than Levi has. Issachar, same thing. Issachar's a killer, but Issachar just be passive if there's a disagreement. I'm talking about the man and the woman. But the men are more passive in disagreements than the woman. Same thing with Zebulun. Now Dan will try to reason with you, go back and forth. And Dan will be like, well, if you're right, you're right. You're wrong, you're wrong. So being around different tribes, you see a different vibration of those people, especially, again, when you leave America. Judah is the example tribe that Black people aspire to in America. But no tribe has been able to come into America and do what Judah has done. They may have their little pockets here and there, but you're talking about Judah taking over whole counties around the capital of America, controlling the politics of the machine that feeds the administration of the government and military bases in the DC area. Judah, 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 all day. No comparison. So the vibration that we're reading about these tribes having, Gad, they still got that same collective mentality. All right? Because the Bible talks about Gad in the sense of the name for Gad literally means a large number of people. That's what Gad means, like a big number is coming forth. Like a lot of good things, in other words, almost like you would say, excuse the expression, but luck, quote unquote. When you want luck, you want a lot of quote unquote good luck, good things happening to you, not just a little here and there, but you want it to keep coming. That's why the scripture says, blessed be he that enlargeth Gad. Okay. So that same vibration that we read about here is still on them, still on Reuben. Reuben, like, man, we got to stand together and fight for our people together. And that's why Manasseh said that. And even to this day, right now, if you are Black, right? Or if you are indigenous, I don't care where you come from. If you are living in America and you black, if you're living in Haiti and you black, if you're living in Dominican Republic and you black, if you're living in Mexico and you black, if you're living in Haiti, Dominican Republic, America, or Mexico, and you're indigenous or Latino, right now, you can get a free medical education. At least it might be medical science and engineering, but I know medical for sure. You can get a free medical education. They may teach it just in Spanish. They may teach it in Spanish and English. In Cuba, absolutely free. You ain't got to pay a dime. Not only that, but they give you money. Like, you know how you go to college, you get your little refund check, and you use that until the next quarter, and you get your next refund check. They give you money also, and housing and food in Cuba right now. So that same when the Most High put on the tribe of Manasseh, hey, y'all got to stick together. You got to help your brothers and also help yourself. That translated into them saying, hey, man, you can come down here and get your free medical education. There's a brother from Belize. Stop that, please. There's a brother from Belize that just graduated with a medical degree from Havana, Cuba. Speaks English, Spanish, and Belizean Creole, which is a development that came off of Jamaican patois, because a lot of the people they brought to work a lot of people that they brought into Belize to work, they brought them from Jamaica, tribe of Benjamin. So they talk similar. So all the people there that's Zebulon, they got a Black Caribbean type of accent. So my point is that Manasseh, in that feeling of having to help their brother, they still got that. And the other tribe where you can do it at, I don't know if you can still do it, but with Venezuela. So that's you and all your children can go to Cuba and go to Venezuela and get a free high education, at least in medicine or nursing. I know for a fact. A brother just graduated in Belize. Went to Cuba to go to school, but you got to have your test scores got to be good right now. And when it comes to to Gad and Reuben, see, a lot of people talk about the freedmen and all of that. The way that the Cherokees are acting now toward the freedmen is not how they were acting in the in the 17, 18, 1900s. When the Gadites had slaves, the Gadites and the Seminoles, they had black slaves, just like the blacks in Haiti had black slaves. It was a reality in the social construct, but it was different than how the Europeans were doing it. Because the Gadite slaves and the Seminole slaves, they were captives of war from being held by other tribes, or they ran down to Gad. When a Gadite would go to the slave market and buy a slave, that slave would come live among them, and that slave would live just like the other Gadites were living. They weren't chained. They weren't beaten. They had guns. They worked beside the Gadites in the fields, cutting trees, going hunting. Same thing with the Seminoles. And they could marry the Gadite women. They could marry the Seminole women. They built houses like the Seminole. So the Gadites, when they conquered these, when a Judah was bought with money from Gad, they became integrated into the tribes. So now when they had children, them children a lot of times weren't born into slavery. Them children were born free. But if you had children on the Esau system, the children were born as slaves too, right? In America. But guess what? In the biblical system, when you bought slaves from the nations around you, their children were born free. So in that regard, the Edomite form of slavery was similar to how the Israelites treated the other nations that we conquered. And that's in the Bible, Leviticus 25. But in regards to the Gadites letting the Israelites work for them for a certain time frame, and then their children being born free, that is in regards to a servant that the Israelites had that worked for you, for a certain number of years, and then your children were not born into that same condition. Okay, so the Cubans and Manasseh, the tribe of Reuben, and the Florida Indians, and the tribe of Gad, and the North American Indians, that same collective viewpoint that the Moses told them and Yahweh told them they have to have, they maintain that. So now the Gadites now, right? The Gadites now not wanting Judah to be a part of their tribe and saying that you can't get the benefits and inheritance of that they breaking the treaties that they made with the freemen. Why? Because they learned that from the white man. They learned that that's the way you negotiate with people, that if you don't want them to benefit from what you have now. But the freemen won. The Choctaw freemen, they won, I think, in the Gadite courts and in the American courts, that y'all made a treaty with them. And they're like, well, you ain't honor your treaty with us. And they're like, well, you're going to break your treaty with them and complain about it, and then break a treaty that you made with people in good faith that was working for you. Y'all wasn't working for us. They was working for you. They helped you build what you got. We put you on a reservation, and you didn't integrate into what we had going on. We were stealing your land, and we broke the treaty. They were helping you build on your land, and you breaking their treaty. So it's not the same thing. So eventually, the tribe of Judah with the freemen, they won. So now the Gadites treating them like members of the tribe, Cherokee and the Choctaw. And a lot of us, if I can deviate for a moment, a lot of the tribe of Gad was split. Okay. My mother's family weren't indigenous Africans in America. They was Gadites. And they were brown skinned with the hair that you expect a Gadite to have. But they didn't look like the Gadites now. Nope, hardly any of the tribes looks like the ones that we got now. They were darker. They got lighter as time went on. And as we started to adopt the more European way of life, like we legitimately got lighter. We didn't get light because we were $5 Indians or because we were marrying white people. No. Everybody that's in Mexico right now, especially those that I'm looking at now, they know that when y'all went to one of the brothers' houses, way off in the woods, in the country, his father was darker than you, right? And then when he is about your complexion, maybe a little lighter than you, right? And then his son is way lighter than you, and his daughter are lighter than you, right? They still got the same features, but their complexion just changed. Why? Because they changed their way of life to be more like the Edomite masters without having the native connection to the land. When they disconnected from the land and they start sitting 8 hours in the building, sitting on combis and buses to go from point A to point B, walking with an umbrella because they don't want the sun to make them hot or to make them sweat. A lot of them I'm talking what I know. I sat in the family's house, man and woman, both of them dark. Grew up in the country, in the field, working outside, brown skin by my complexion. And they had a daughter and a son. Daughter and son, lighter than any of my children, lighter than any of y'all. Why? Because the children sitting in the, they didn't activate that melanin no more. And that's a Judite thing. They say, well, Judah can be light skinned without no white blood, but if anybody else is light skinned, it got to be because of white blood. But that's not always the case. We got varying degrees, of brown. So these freemen from the tribe of Gad and from the tribe of Reuben, they weren't slaves. They didn't practice slavery in the sense of what the white people were doing. They bought you and you worked like they worked. And this was a form of Africa that Olaudu Equiano talks about it in his book, right? What he talked about in his book. He said that he was working right alongside all of the other people. And he was playing with their children. Only difference was he didn't eat with them. He didn't sit down with them when it was time to have their meals. They ate separately. And that's the same thing Peter and Paul was talking about. People are like, well, man, why are you eating with these Gentiles? Y'all supposed to be eating separately. Even if y'all are studying the Bible, you're supposed to be eating separate from them. That's what Peter told Cornelius. I ain't supposed to come into your house. That's what the vision Peter had was about. The Most High cleaned these people up through his spirit. Now you can sit down with him and eat with them now. You can go into their house. So this is not something that's uncommon in the ancient world. The slavery that the Romans did was not the same as the slavery that the Africans did and the slavery that the Gadites did. It was a different form of conquest and slavery, the water. All right? But they still maintain that kindred spirit. They said, come live among us. And it took them, 100 years to say, well, you know what? We don't think we want y'all to be down with us no more. Well, why? Because there's no need to. It's safe out there now. You can go back to your tribe. But Judah's still taking everybody in because that's Judah's spirit. Why? Because Judah controlled the capital. Judah had to receive everybody because Judah controlled the capital of Israel. That's why Judah is one of the main tribes you can go among today that's not going to ask you for what you got. Because everybody can benefit from what Judah established in America. You go amongst other tribes, oh, you're going to have to help me some way. Why? Because you're in America. And look what you got up there. You need to help us, Judah. And everybody know you got people from some other country in your inbox, shoot, sometimes even from America. And look, I was talking to some people yesterday that a brother that from America, probably Judah, claiming another tribe. Now, since he's claiming this other tribe that's outside of America, oh, you owe me money now. And I had a brother that did that to me from someplace in Tanzania. When he was just Judah, the leader, he's like, oh, oh yeah, we doing this. Then the brother in Africa started to claim Levi. Now I'm a Levi, so you need to do X, Y, Z for me. Because Judah have built and established everything. But now imagine what Judah built in America. Imagine a white man led all the tribes from Mexico, Central America, Haiti, Jamaica, Dominican Republic. Only ones that can really come up freely is the Cubans, and easily and freely is the Puerto Ricans. Imagine everything Judah have built in America if all the tribes of Israel could just come in and just take over what you did. You wouldn't like that. No more than you allowed to go into the reservations and take over what the reservations have built. They got rules. You can't just go into Haiti when you want to under any circumstances, nor Jamaica, nor Mexico, nor Barbados, nor Trinidad, nor any of these other black countries, Israelite countries that are controlled and ruled physically by Israel. And I think a lot of times Judah may forget that on this side of the hemisphere, Judah ain't got no country. Everybody else got a country they can go to. If you've been in America and you black or you look black, you can go to some of these counties where Judah is, and they'll bring you in like that. But if you don't look like Judah and you come in there, they'll kind of integrate you in slowly because they don't want you to take what Judah had built up for all of these years. So Judah still can see people as an outsider, but not like Gad does. Not like the Seminoles do. The Seminoles got casinos all throughout America. I mean, all throughout Florida, mainly. I'm talking about the Miccosukee. They got people all around. They got casinos all throughout Florida. And everybody that's born into their tribe now, right? Now that they can get money from their casinos, now they saying, well, we got to double take if you can really belong to our tribe. And that's all it's about. They don't want to share that money. They don't want to share the money. So it's an economic decision. When you go into Philadelphia, Mississippi, when I went into the reservation out there, like, yeah, my peoples in Choctaw and Gad and Mississippi and North Carolina, like, yeah, okay, whatever. But they get a check from the government and from the casino money that they make. Right across the border from Alabama and Philadelphia, Mississippi, Noxapater and Philadelphia. And another name, I can't think of it, but I drove through there. I drove on a reservation. I went to the casinos. I went to the schools over there. And they're not really trying to rock with you if you don't look like them, if you're not from their tribe. All right? Because they've adopted that white mentality of it's no longer what you can do for the community, but we making this money and we don't want you to get none of it. Okay, it's like the people that's been living. Imagine the black people that's been living amongst the Gadites for the past, 300 something years on a Gadite reservation, saying we freemen and we living with this Gadite tribe. Now, if Judah get reparations, now they come back around Judah. Judah gonna be like, well, hold up, bro. We thought you was a freeman with the Choctaw and the Cherokee. We thought you had all this land and we didn't have nothing. But now you want a piece of this reparations check. That's how the Gadites is doing the Judites. Because the Judites left amongst the Gadites and went someplace else because they couldn't get a piece of that pie and they prospering in Judah. Now the Gadites got the casinos. Now Judah's like, well, hold up, what about me? So look at the politics of it. Don't look at just what the white man is saying. Put yourself in everybody's position. But my mother's family, my mother's family actually documented they are not no freemen. They are actual indigenous native Cherokee tribes from South Carolina. When a white man got there, they were there already. And they're not no African type indigenous. And they're not quote unquote indigenous, in the sense that Judah trying to now claim Gad's territory. They're not that. They're actually, typical Gadite, native Indian looking people with dark skin. Geronimo, when you see his picture, was a dark skinned man. Quanah Parker, even though his mother was white, he was a dark skinned man. And Geronimo's name was Goyatle, he who yawns. These were dark skinned men. All right. Mad Dog, dark skinned man. All these people, dark skinned people, but they had brown skin and dark skinned people, but they had long, straight black hair. Okay. So these people, when they left, and some of y'all families may be the same way, I don't look like they looked. But they were darker than me, but they had different noses and different kind of hair. So the part of this family that left, and I'm only talking about like 2 generations ago, my mother's grandfather, when his family left, the records from the Trail of Tears under Andrew Jackson and them in the 1800s, they left and went to Oklahoma. So they're on the road. as being actual Cherokee native-born tribal people. And then the ones that stayed in North Carolina, they got reclassified because they didn't want to go on the rolls and they didn't want to leave. They got reclassified as either colored or as Negro. Even though the same men and women from the same family are on a Dawes roll. So they're looking at my mother now according to the Dawes roll because she can show that her maternal, paternal family from her father's family, both sides of them, they left and they went into Oklahoma and they're on the Dawes rolls and some of them stayed there. So U.S. government is like, well, these the same people. They didn't change their racial or ethnic identity. We changed it. So she's a Gadite. So all of the educational benefits that her people are supposed to get, she's supposed to get too. But she's fine identifying as a African-American Black woman. She's content with that. But she just wants to be like, don't try to erase my identity, because she remembers her grandmother and what she looked like and how she talked. And she remembers her grandfather's family, what they looked like and how they talked. And she remembers her father, what he looked like and how he talked. And none of them considered themselves to be quote unquote Negro or African American. It was all Gadites, and they didn't get mistaken for Negro, African American. They all got identified by themselves and by other people as Indians. Wasn't no mistaken identity. And they didn't have to twist and grow dreadlocks to be identified as indigenous or native. Their natural born hair was like had natural, just long hair. And some of the people that came from West Africa was the same way, but they weren't Gadites, but they were from different tribes that had different hair textures and different complexions. And a lot of Israelites got deported from Portugal into different islands, deported from Equatorial Guinea, which is a Spanish-speaking country in West Africa, as it goes from the big part that goes out and then it goes into the narrow part of Africa, got conquered by the Spanish. They got deported into different islands like the Canary Islands. And they were put there to work also. And they brought the Canary Islanders, who now were under Spanish control, and the Spanish deported them into the different islands in the Caribbean, into the Eastern Atlantic, and then they brought them same people into Puerto Rico. Brought them, some of them into Dominican Republic, but a lot of them they brought into Puerto Rico. Okay. So Israel scattered everywhere under all different types of history. And again, I implore everybody, to read what the brother Martin Delaney wrote. He said that the people that are in Mexico, Central America, and South America, this is what he said. He said the Negro in America and the people in Central America, Mexico, and South America have the same fate in that they are one and the same people. Now, was he saying that all of them look like me and that they are all Negro? No. He's saying that the origin of these people, as far as what they knew amongst themselves as Black and indigenous people, that we all came from the same place. And at that time, we look at Pancho Villa, to look at pictures of Pancho Villa. Pancho Villa looked like an indigenous North Mexican. He does not look like a so-called Negro. But our people, Judah and Issachar and Gad at that time, consider themselves to be all one people, because the North Mexicans, most of them are Gadites. But Judah considered them to be the same people as them. Why? Because they were all catching hell. They were all just coming out of what? Slavery from the Spanish and from the white Americans. So matter of fact, Martin Delaney wrote his book during slavery. So he said, well, we all the same people and we got the same future and the same fate, but we got to work together. That's why when you go into some place like Nicaragua, you got indigenous looking and black looking Indians called the Mosquito. And then you have the other indigenous tribes that are in Nicaragua, and they still consider themselves to be one nation. But some of them came there from Jamaica, from the islands, and they settled down there centuries ago. Just like the Cooney brothers, C-U-N-I, in Panama, and the people that came there from Jamaica consider themselves to be one people also. So when you read about the tribe of Gad, Reuben, and Manasseh, having this benevolent spirit, this loving spirit for all the other tribes, they still maintain that same spirit to a degree until they got corrupted racially by the so-called white man saying, well, these is Negroes, don't give them nothing. But that corruption did not come into Mexico. And that's why if you look at Nacimiento de los Negros in Coahuila, Mexico, just look up, you can want an easy search where you can remember English words, look up Black Seminoles, Mexico, and you'll see the whole history of how Judah and Reuben went down into Mexico and they were fighting against the Spanish. They were fighting against the Americans trying to cross the border to take over part of northern Mexico. All right. So that's where we see the history, and it has carried over even until today with the attitude that they have toward the other tribes. All right. So now, is Ariashan available to read? Let's have Ariashan read the last chapter. I think it's the last chapter. Oh, how many verses? Somebody add 29 plus 29 plus 37. That's 66. And then 66 plus 46. That's 116. So I think we got our 20. We're almost at our 120 verse limit. But I think we'll do, let me look at the schedule. Let's read the chapter 4, verse 15. Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 1 through 15, and we'll be cool for the day. Get me at this. All right. All right, so verse 1 through 15.
Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 1. And now, Yasharahla, hear the statutes and judgments that I am teaching you to do today.
So Moses like, okay, Moses like how y'all feel. Finally, now we get into the nitty gritty of the law. All right. Because Moses could have been talking like how, one of our favorite brothers talk, and we remained in the glen near the house of Fogor. Hallelujah. So Moses, now Moses like, and look how Moses talk, boy. Moses know, either Moses was excited for the people or he read the crowd like, okay, let me get down to what I'm really trying to say. Because I think even in the King James, it says, now therefore. That's a long prelude to a speech, ain't it? Moses, he took 3 chapters to get to the point he was trying to make. So now Moses like, now, Israel, Hear these statutes and judgments. Go ahead.
So that you may live, and after you have entered, may inherit the land that Yahweh, the Elohai of your fathers, is giving you.
So these are life principles that we are supposed to practice in the land that Yahweh gave us. So these principles don't get abandoned when we go into another land. Historically, we know that we have to let the land lay fallow every 7 years. We know that. So what the Judites, not the Gadites, maybe the Gadites, what they did is they had two brands. The indigenous peoples in the Americas had two types of planting. They would plant and then let the land lay fallow and move someplace else. Or they would do the slash and burn, meaning let the land grow up and then burn it, let them nutrients from the ash and from the trees that were burnt in the leaves get into the soil and then plant that soil. Then the white people came into America, they're like, okay, plant cotton, plant cotton, plant cotton, plant cotton, plant tobacco, plant tobacco, plant tobacco, year after year after year after year. And then George Washington Carver's like, nah, man, plant peanuts, because peanuts put nutrients back into the soil. Plant peanuts. That's what George Washington Carver told them they need to do. And before that, they were like, yo, man, just let the land sit, plant a different crop. Don't keep planting the same stuff everywhere all the time. This is a principle in farming known as crop rotation. They didn't practice this when they first came into the Americas. All right. So my point is that the same principles that we had in the Bible, Judah showed America how to adopt these same principles. And I would imagine that the Israelites that were in West Africa showed the white man or practiced the same agricultural principles. And that's why the land was still fertile when they got there, because they rotated the crops. So crop rotation and soil replenishment is soil replenishment is the directing force behind letting the land lay fallow every 7 years, so you don't overwork the soil. But the whole country had to lay fallow. And during the 6 years of planting, what happened? During the 6 years of planting, you were still rotating your crops so that the soil could become rich. So these principles that we see here are principles under which they enrich our lives, under which our lives are enriched, under which our lives are improved. So these principles apply in Israel as a practice, and the principles also apply outside of Israel as a practice for the good of the land, which is for the good of our soul and the good of our bodies. All right, go ahead.
You shall not add to the word I command you, and you shall not take away from it.
So if the Most High said, this is what we have to do, this is what we're supposed to do. Okay? So our mentality got to change to thus saith Yahweh, as opposed to thus saith how I feel. Right? What happens when a woman that's engaged, and we're going to get into this on I think on day number 6. A woman that's engaged, right? What happened when she went out and said, well, you know what? I want to lay with this man. I want to, what happened? I want to go out and lay with this man. What happens? She's engaged and she goes out and lays with another man. What happened to that woman that wanted to exercise her freedom of choice? She changed her mind. She wants to jilt that man. What happened when she went out and lay with another man? She got put to death. Why? Because the bond of betrothal was as strong as the bond of marriage itself without the consummation. That's in the law. If a married woman goes out and commits adultery and lays with another man, if a woman that's quote unquote single goes out and lays with another man. In other words, if I tell this man that you're going to marry my daughter is betrothed to you, and we got that agreement, and my daughter decides that she wants to go out and elope, what happens? There is a capital punishment that comes upon both of them. The woman can't say, well, this man, he forced himself upon me. He forced himself upon me. Okay? The scripture says, but if there is a girl, a virgin, engaged to a man, nowadays, a lot of times she don't be a virgin because her parents, her grandparents, her didn't have the understanding of the Torah. So they didn't impress upon her the importance and regulate, you're not going to do this, you're going to do that. So because that restriction was not put upon her and she's experienced all these things, and more times than not, she has lost that initial bond that she may have had, with that woman, with that man. The mindset may change a little bit now. So it says, if she lay with a man, engaged to a man, and a man finding her in the city should lie with her, bring both of them to the gate of their city, and they shall be stoned with stones. Masha, and they shall die. The young woman, because she did not cry out in the city, and the man, because he humbled his neighbor's woman. And you shall remove the evil one from yourselves. We can hear you, Hannah. From yourselves. So he's saying that you can't add to that law. If the law says you should not lie nor deal deceitfully one with another, that's what it means. The scripture says that you cannot eat any shrimp or pork, lobster or crab. That's what it means. If the scripture says a man shall not wear that which pertains to a woman, that means you cannot cross-dress and say, well, I'm doing it in a play. No, you can't do it for a play. Make a robot and dress the robot as a woman. Get a woman to play the role of a woman. And it bears to mention, without any offense to anybody, we know that a man and a woman that were engaged in acting and singing were not esteemed in ancient society. They were looked upon kind of side-eye in ancient society. For whatever reason, I don't know. Even the Most High, even the wisdom tells you, be careful of singing from a woman. Maybe it was a certain kind of woman. All right. And you got to explore the depths of that scripture, and we know that most times in our society, when a woman is singing and when a man is singing, the man is singing in a way that seduces women to him and his group, and a woman is singing in a way that seduces men to her singing and her group, or seduces women to tell the women what they should expect and want in a relationship from a man. All my single ladies, right? I'm talking about the early Destiny's Child. Now you see the women are now, Destiny's Child and Beyonce were a part of leading women to the worship of Oshun, which is the female water spirit of the Yoruba or the Ifa religion. It's a part of that worship, and her coming out with the feminine spirit, with the crown on her head, that's going into Oshun, which is also going into Isis, which is also going into deviations from Ishtar. All right, the female spirit that was worshipped by the ancient Egyptians, by the ancient Babylonians, and by the ancient Israelites. All right, so it says don't add or don't take away, meaning you have to know the Torah to know if things that you're doing and feeling are adding to the law or taken to the law, taken from the law. Once a man and woman understand this, they can have a beautiful marriage. Once they understand that it's the Torah that's going to determine who can and cannot do what, not my feelings or my emotions. In other words, a hard pill to swallow. If I have my daughter and there's a cousin in our family who has a son, and my daughter and this cousin are cousins, and that boy that ain't from my nuclear family and my daughter from my nuclear family say that, you know what, we keep the Torah and we want to get betrothed. That is not a union that's against the Torah. So my personal feelings about that union should not be the reason why I say, no, y'all shouldn't be able to get married. Even though people will call that kissing cousins. That's what they were, kissing cousins. But read Leviticus chapter 18 and read Leviticus chapter 20. All of the familiar union, the family unions that are prohibited are spelled out specifically in the book of Leviticus, chapter 18 and chapter 20. If it's not in those chapters, then it's not against Yahweh's law. All right, go ahead. So it says, don't add and don't take away. All right, read.
Keep the commandments of Yahweh your
Guard the commandments. Keep the commandments of Yahweh. Go ahead.
with which I command you today.
Your
eyes have seen all that Yahweh your Elohim did to Baal Fagor, that every person who went after Baal Fagor, Yahweh your Elohim wiped him out from among you.
What verse was that?
Deuteronomy 4 and 3.
I want to make with Baal Fagor. And I want to make out a point with that script, with that word real quick. And I tried to ignore it earlier when we read about Gaza. Was that a 4:4 or 4:3? I tried to ignore it early when we read about the word Gaza, but and I did. But now that he's reading the word like that again, I think it does deserve to be elucidated, have light put upon this subject. When you see that, remember Gaza began with a G. When it says Bel Fagor, when you read it in the Hebrew, there's no G there. There's no G in Gaza. The letter is Ayin. And the reason they put in the Ayin is because the distorted G in the Greek language was the only one that they could use to represent Ra. Ayin. So it actually ends up being Baal Peror. Baal Peror. So it's a very deep guttural G sound without the G, without it touching, but just Ra before it touches, like the French R in Paris. It's the same sound, Paris. So the reason that they put off the G sound here is in Baal is because it's actually Baal. And they said, you know what? We're not going to try to approximate that G or that Ra, which is not an actual G, it's a Rayin, but the Greek language lacked a letter. All right. But that's why when you go into the English Bible, they say Be'el Peor. But Be'el Peor, there's a sound before that second A. And Peor, there's a sound before that O. And the sound there is a Rayin. So it actually ends up being Baal Peror. Peror. But the Greeks, and same thing with Gaza. Gaza in the Hebrew is a Raza. Raza. The way the Arabs actually say Gaza is the way that the Hebrews said Gaza. Raza. Raza. Like Paris. Paris. It's the same sound like a G, but instead of going hard like G, Beel Peror. Pegor. Instead of closing that G, G, you keep it open and you let it out right before you get to the end of the G sound, G. So you're making that G, but you don't never close your throat fully. So you say, instead of Ga, you say Ra. So it becomes Beel Peror. So it's like a deep G sound, but you never fully close your throat. So it becomes Beel Peror. All right. So that's just a grammatical pronunciation of how to say that Alayin when you look at the verse in the Hebrew. Like I said, I didn't go into it with Gaza, but when he's saying, you're probably wondering why he's reading Bel Fegor. All right. And in scripture it says it doesn't have the F, it just has the P by itself. So originally that P in Hebrew they got a P, Pahor. But probably in the ancient pronunciation of the 2nd century, 3rd century BC Hebrew, that P took on a soft sound. And we have that same thing. And when you learn how to talk, you can mix up your P's and your F's. All right. And in Spanish, sometimes they do the same thing. In other languages, they do the same thing too. So this is Ferror. But if you just say it like it's written in here, Pahor, you can hear it better. If you say it like it's in here, Be'el Ferror, everything sounds real soft, but it's hard. Ferror. You don't hear the sound too strong. Ferror is real soft. So over time they said we got to bring that P sound back out. Peror. And that's what the only thing that really changed. Another thing is we see it says Berel. It doesn't say Bahal in the Greek transliteration. They had A's. That's the first letter of the Greek alphabet is an alpha, which they got from the Aleph. Aleph. Alpha. See that? It's the same letters. Alpha. Aleph. Same letter. Gimel in the Hebrew. Gamma in the Greek. Second letter. Beit. And they said Beta. Daleth. And they said Delta. See that? Same letters. It's the same. The Greek letters are based on the Hebrew letters. Okay? That's something we wanted to just point out real quick. So, read the last verse again, and then we'll pick it up. No, you in 4? Didn't you read about he wiped him out from among you? Go ahead.
But verse 4, But those of you who held fast to Yahweh your Elohim are all alive today.
Talking about the incident in the book of Numbers when they wanted to worship Baal Peor, when the Moabites conspired with the Midianites to have the children of Israel commit fornication. And it was a Moabite woman that came down into the camp of Israel, right? Wasn't it the Moabite women that came in amongst the children of Israel and committed fornication with them after they were unsuccessful under the direction of Balaam? They came later on and they committed fornication with these Moabite women that came into the camp. And that's when one of the leaders of Israel from the family of Aaron took that javelin and threw it and killed, an Israelite and a Moabite woman that were trying to, that were worshiping these false gods, Phineas. When you look at Numbers chapter 25, all right, when it says that they had joined themselves to Baal Peor. And the reason we want to bring this up, all right, is because you have to understand what he's talking about. In Deuteronomy, in Numbers chapter 25, it says, "And Israel abode in Shittim, and the people began to commit whoredom with the daughters of Moab." So the people, these are the people that got the reputation brought to you by a Benjamite who also passed a woman and raped a woman who was the daughter of a Levite man, right? And then she fled back to her father's house. All right. No, a Levite had a wife, and then she left the Benjamite, the Levite, and then the tribe of Benjamin took her, and all Israel went to war against Benjamin. All right. So they committed whoredom. So Luke from the wicked rap group Two Live Crew, one of the wickedest groups of musicians, all right, because of what they talk about and what they promoted, pure fornication. But they had a clip in one of their songs that came from the movie, what movie was it? With the Chinese woman? I think it was it Apocalypse Now? It was a Vietnam era movie, and the GIs would go and commit whoredom. The black and the white GIs would go commit whoredoms with the Moabite women in Vietnam that came from Vietnam, Thailand, Cambodia, Kampuchea, Siam, Laos. They would all go to Vietnam and they would commit whoredom, fornication, prostituting themselves to the to the American black GIs and the white GIs. And there was a scene in the movie when they said, when the lady was saying how much it was going to cost to be with her, to commit fornication with her, and she's saying, "Me love you long time." And they put that in their song, "Me love you long time." So everybody that ever listened to music in the 80s and the early 90s knows that song and has heard that phrase in the context of that song, right? "Me love you long time." Because of what the Moabite women were doing in the Vietnam War. So the Israelites started to commit whoredom with the daughters of Moab, with the Moabite women. And why do you think that could be? Because Moab was conceived in one of the highest levels of fornication possible, parent-child incest. That is one of the highest levels of fornication, wickedness that we know about. That's why Yahweh said, nobody from Moab can come into my temple until they've been around you for 10 generations. 10 generations they got to be around you. That's a long time to show yourself worthy. With the Edomites, right? With the Edomites, it was 4 generations, right? With the Edomites, it was like 4 generations. So then it says they committed adultery or whoredom with the daughters of Moab, and they called the people unto the sacrifices of their gods. Don't Moab got a whole bunch of gods? Even communist China, they still got a bunch of gods. All right? The god of this, the god of that. They even got movies about it. This God spirit of fighting from the air, and this one from fire, and this one from the earth. And then that came into what? The benders, the air benders, the water benders, the soil benders, and they control. That's actually them saying that they control the spirits of those elements. When you go into the Chinese movies, and Nathaniel can tell you about this because he knew a brother, one of the older significant leaders of the early Israelite movements that had actually started to tap into this level of the martial arts. And they call upon what they call this spirit, or what it is really a false god, a demon. And that demon gives you the power to fight like this animal through certain meditation and certain practices. You take on the spirit of that animal. Now you can fight like a tiger and fight like a praying mantis and fight like a monkey, but there's levels of martial arts, right? Where you take on these spirits, right? And you fight like these spirits, but now you get into ritualistic things to take on more of the nature of that cat, of that monkey, of that lion, of that dragon. And the brother actually had to get out of the higher level of the martial arts because the Chinese people were starting to try to have him worship these other gods to really take on that spirit. And that's when the brother's like, nah, I'm cool. I'm out of this. So this is what Moab still does now. But now to get into the higher levels, you got to say, well, I don't want to commit no whoredom. I want to just dedicate myself to these gods. And that's when they go into the Buddhist monasteries. But they still were committing these worships toward the other gods. And that's what Moab is doing now. The people were eating and sacrificing to these gods, and Moab does the same thing right until this very day. All right, Moab does the same thing now. I'm gonna back out and come back in because my connection is weak. Okay, Moab does the same thing now. He has the people worshiping these other gods through ritual sacrifices and through worshiping these other gods. So it say that the Israelites, they sacrificed to their gods of Moab, and the people did eat to the gods of Moab and bowed down to their gods, the gods of Moab. And Israel joined himself unto Baal Peor, or Baal Peor. And the anger of Yahweh was kindled against Israel. So Baal Peor was a god that the Moabites were worshiping. So look at the attributes of Baal Peor and see what attributes you're going to see in the Moabite worship systems today under their martial arts, under Confucius or under them having different forms of Buddhism, but Buddhism actually came from Elam under Hinduism. So you're more or less looking at Taoism, Confucius, and how they worship different gods. And when you get into higher levels of martial arts, yes, they do expect you eventually to start taking on attributes of these different animal spirits, especially in the Chinese martial arts, tiger style. That's why when you look at the movie, Drunken Monkey with Jackie Chan, he had to be under the influence and totally inebriated before he could start fighting like a drunken monkey, not just the monkey style, but drunken monkey style. He had to totally let himself go and let that spirit take over. And this is what Israelites do in different forms of voodoo. They gotta dance to get into a hypnotic state and let this God take over. And then the God starts to give them a message for the people, and you don't sacrifice this goat and these chickens to appease this spirit. So now, because they worship these Moabite gods, that's what Adiyasha I was reading about just now. Because the Israelites were worshiping these false gods, this is what Yahweh told Moses to do. I want you to take the heads of all the people. What does that mean, take the heads? And hang them before Yahweh against the sun. That means whatever direction the sun was facing, chop off these people's heads and either put them on a stick or cement or suspend them from a rope or string and hang them toward the sun. Before Yahweh, well, it says before Yahweh against the sun. And it says, so that the fierce anger of Yahweh may be turned away from Israel. The people that committed this wickedness, their head had to get chopped off, a form of impalement. And Moses said unto the judges of Israel, you want to be a leader? You want to be a judge of it? These are the judges that just got set up in the book of Exodus. The judges and officers, right? So Moses said, y'all judges, slay every one his men, your buddies, oh my goodness, your friends, your nieces and your nephews and your cousins, your neighbor. Because remember, the judges were over people. We read about that in Moses, 10, 50s, hundreds, thousands. The captains of 100 had to kill people, and the captains of 100 had to make sure the captains of 50 were killing people, and the rulers of 50 had to make sure that the rulers of 10 were killing people also. And if the rulers of 10 was one of the ones that were worshiping Baal Fe'or, he had to get killed too by his judge. So he says, slay every man, slay everyone his men. Meaning what? Kill the leadership that's under you. The leadership that's under you. All right? The people that are supposed to be taught and led by you. He says, each of you kill his family member who has been, and the Greek puts it a lot more like detailed to me. It says, who has been initiated to Baal Fe'or. So let's break down. I want to really break down for a minute for you what this means. What this means, what this signifies. All right? It says that they profaned by whoring after the daughters of Moab and invited them to sacrifice to their idols, and the people ate of their sacrifices and did obeisance unto their idols. So them being at that reveling and fornicating, And that's why when you read the Bible, you have to know how to break down the elements that are being presented in those passages and bring them together. What are the elements we see? We see partying. Because remember, this happened when Moses came down. When Moses came down in Exodus chapter 32. Moses came down from the mountain in Exodus chapter 32. And he seen the people what? Partying and dancing around the golden calf. This is after Baal Peor. The people got killed in Numbers 25. This is after that. This is like 40, this is years later. Not 40 years later, but this is after the golden calf incident. So at the Moabites, what were they doing? They was doing that. And you know, when you get what? When you get the food, and you get the fornication, and you get the alcohol, and you get the dancing, and you got the music, right? That's why back in the day, they used to, back in the day, at the dances and stuff, what's that? The men and women used to freak each other with the slow jams, right? They wait till the slow jam came on because that gave you a reason to get freaked. But now they just want to twerk and pop to any song that comes on because it's telling you to do it. It's telling you to do it. Because what? Because all the pills that you popping and the ecstasy that you doing and the liquor that you drinking is causing you to be intoxicated, not to be sober-minded. And that's the purpose of you going to these clubs. You looking for somebody to fornicate with. Majority of the people going to the club to trick off with. To trick off with. That's why people go to the clubs. At least that's why the men go and they find a woman that's trying to get chose. So let's go back to the Bible. And I do apologize if I'm taking up too much of your time, but this is the review of the law. And we making up for a lifetime of not being instructed in the law. So let's break down the elements that we have. They were whoring with the daughters of Moab, with the women. And they were sacrificing, eating and drinking to the idols and worshiping those idols. And the eating of the sacrifices of these different idols. Now, the Israelites were doing this to Baal Peor. What do the Israelites do now? See, this was like in the ancient times, it was an every now and then practice. But even every year now, the Israelites in the Caribbean, in Brazil, in New Orleans, in Jamaica, in New York City, in Barbados, in Belize, they celebrate Carnival. Now, if you know any old school Trinidadians, they don't call it Carnival. They call it Bacchanal. Bacchanal coming from the false god named Bacchus. Bacchus is another name for Dionysus. And Dionysus is the Greek god of drunkenness and wine. Which you know, like my grandmother told me, my grandmother Namalian, she said, boys and girls will play. That's why she didn't like the boys and the girls being together for too long, because she said boys and girls will play. Now, you take them same boys, you take them same girls, you mix in nakedness, dancing, and alcohol, you got a party for fornication. And Israelites do that today, called Carnival or Mardi Gras or Fat Tuesday. Bacchanalia, get all of your sins and fornication out during this Lent season before Easter comes around. So Mardi Gras is the Fat Tuesday of getting all your dancing, starting to do all your dancing, fornication, and sinning before Holy Friday, leading you up until Easter Sunday, if I'm not mistaken. That's what it's for. Or you know what? I want to fornicate. That's what the beads was. I want to fornicate with you. Here goes some beads. Okay, let's go fornicate. So that same spirit of fornication, you, me, we, all of us, we were giving ourselves unto different gods every time we went out into a club and was dancing and singing and drinking to music that was wicked, evil, perverted, and abominable in the eyes of Yahweh, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That's why nobody was playing no KRS-One at no parties, at no clubs. They was playing Too Short. They was playing Two Live Crew. They was playing Schoolie D, which inspired Two Live Crew from Philly. It was a guy from Philly that innovated that type of music, gangster rap and all this other specific type of music. And here, people from my generation are at the club dancing to Willie D, talking about what you see, D. What you see, D? I see some bald-headed hoes, welfare witches, and all the girls in the hood that was on welfare from the projects was out there dancing in the South, I would imagine, not too much on the East Coast, dancing to Willie D, especially probably in Texas, where Willie D came from. Houston, right? Fifth Ward, right? In the Fifth Ward in Houston, dancing to that music, to them songs. And that's the first time the Israelite women in history was like, you know what? I'm proud to be a welfare hoe. I'm proud to be a bald-head B. I'm proud to be a welfare B. I'm proud to be a B. And then it took about maybe 15 years, 10, 15 years for Israelite women, after hearing it repeatedly in their music, saying to each other, oh, B, please. Back in the 80s, early, mid, late 90s, if a woman called another woman a B, friends or not, she gonna get checked, right? Maybe like the mid 90s started to change, but definitely early 90s, no. You wasn't calling a woman no B. Not where I was from, maybe where y'all was from, that was happening. But it didn't start with that. It started with dog. And where we was from on the East Coast, you couldn't call nobody no dog. I was ready to, when I first came to Ohio and somebody called me a dog, that was like one of the lowest things you could call somebody where I was from on the East Coast. I was ready to fight. Like, who you calling a dog? But you know, I grew up listening to Poor Righteous Teachers, Brand Nubian. And we understood the fact that we wasn't dogs, we was a dog spelled backwards. So when you called us a dog, that was an insult. But the vernacular of it, but it had already started to penetrate, but it took a while to get to the eastern part of America. So by the time I went to Ohio, they was already calling each other dog. I went to Ohio. Oh, they were now, but in DC and New York at that time, nobody wasn't calling nobody no dog. So the denigrating language infiltrated the Israelite community through the music because the Illuminati wanted to destroy the future generations of Hebrews. The whole, James Brown, Papa don't take no mess. This a man's world, but it wouldn't be nothing without a woman. Say it loud and back, black and I'm proud. I don't remember that music when I was younger. I don't even know that some of that music came out some of that music came out before I was born. But they had to take that generation and then bring in another form of music. And when they couldn't control that form of music through the original artist, they started to manufacture artists. And then the artists that was pushing wickedness are the ones that got pushed because they wanted to destroy our communities through fornication. And that's the same tool that Satan used when he introduced the daughters of Moab, and they had to commit fornication with the daughters of Moab. Why? Because you couldn't commit no fornication with the daughters of Israel. So they had to bring in the Moabites, who was already under the freakism spirit because they was born out of freakism. And the Most High said, you got to prove yourself through 10 generations before you can come into my temple. You can't come into my temple. You can't come into this tabernacle. So yeah, Ruth, she came among the Israelites, but she couldn't go into the temple. She was no exception to the rule. So yes, a Moabite can come among you and worship and listen to the word, but they couldn't go into the tabernacle. And your school is not the tabernacle. They are Hebrews still. All right, they're still Hebrews. The Arabs are Hebrews. The Moabites are Hebrews. The Ishmaelites are Hebrews under the Arabs. The Ammonites, those are Hebrews also. Okay, those are Hebrews also. And they couldn't just come among the children of Israel doing what they wanted to do. Ishmael could go into the temple with no restrictions. Esau had to be the fourth generations. Okay. All right. So they had to wait some generations before they could come into the temple. Okay. So it wasn't like they just, come and they could do whatever they wanted to do. So they had to wait, generationally. Okay. So they had to wait generationally. And then they had to prove themselves for that time. Okay. So the point we're making is that when Ariasha'an is reading about these people, and we committed whoredom with Moab to worship Baal Peor, it was through fornication and dancing and intoxication that we did it. But the Greek says what? The Greek says that they had been initiated. What was the initiation? Fornication and partying and eating with another god. How another god was worshipped. So you are giving yourself unconsciously, unawares, to another god. It's like if you don't know English good and you living in China, and every year somebody has you say, I love a false god or a false name, a name of the adversary, and you say that every year, 2-3 times a year, or every month in initiate. You don't know that. So you can ignorantly invite these spirits. So now once you stop fornicating and you don't fully repent, those demons are still following you around. And they express themselves through sexuality, because that's how you see them being introduced to Israel. All right? You see them being introduced to Israel through forms of fornication. They were initiated into these false gods through fornication. Okay? And that's what started to destroy the Israelites. This form of different forms of fornication for the children of Israel. So it says they were initiated. So when you go out and commit fornication by yourself or with somebody else, you are initiating yourself into the worship of another god. Unknowingly. And that's why when I'm an Israelite, I'm an Israelite, I'm gonna keep these commandments, but you still got a lot of hang-ups the Israelites got is dealing with sexuality. Because you, as the tribe of Judah, it had to be put upon you stronger than anybody else. Because when you rise, we all rise. When you fall, we all fall. That's why Esau got to have his hand on Judah right now by what Trump is doing in D.C. That's like one of the strongholds of Judah is D.C., Northeast and Northwest. Northeast and Southeast. And outside that, you got parts of Montgomery County, and then you got PG County all around D.C. And then Judah left there and said, well, I'm going down to Calvert County, but it's still Judah's stronghold. That's Judah's stronghold right there. All right? So now you have to uninitiate yourself by dropping down all of your a woman is not supposed to know what to expect sexually from a man, from experience. So all of that notion and all the way you feel about it, it got to drop. Because your experiences and your result and your outlook is a result of sin. Because even when you go down south, and I still got my family that I'm connected to, that I know, that I lived among down south. Their outlook and expectation from my aunt and from my grandmother is different than the women of my generation and the ones younger than me. And we're not going to get into the nuances or the distinctions, but number one was my family is staying together no matter what. Because it was a shame for you to be out there and you left that man, or that you did something for that man to leave you. It wasn't a normal occurrence. But now it's a regular occurrence and it's accepted in our society. How did it get accepted? Look at the transition of the music. The fornication increased. The adultery increased. All right. Look at the evolution of Black music in America, and you can see the reflection of that in the Black community of America. To the point where even though Marvin Gaye was addicted to heroin, right? Even though Marvin Gaye was addicted to heroin, he still made the song like da 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 da, like what's going on? But even he fell victim to the chemical warfare that Esau and Satan was committing against Judah to destroy Judah through the music. So he made the music, but his music was, he said, what? When I get this feeling, what kind of healing do I need? When I get this feeling, I need, what do you need? Sexual healing. So now it's like, well, me going to the club, me doing heroin, me using drugs, me getting drunk, and having sex with a woman, that's how I can heal myself when I'm feeling bad. And then you got the Isley brothers. Shake your thing. Do what you want to do. I can't tell you who to sock it to. Shake your thing. It's up to you. I can't tell you who to sock it to. And then you have Salt and Pepper redoing that song. And then you have Salt and Pepper with all the girls in New York, all the girls on the East Coast. If I want to be a freak and sell it on the weekend, it's none of your business. And then you got Trina from down south. You don't know now what? Who can what like me? Been what by 2 and 3 best friends? So whoredom became the median that was entertainment for Judah in America. And Trina and Trick Daddy, first of all, he Gullah Geechee. Trina Peoples is from the Caribbean. Benjamin people is from the Caribbean. Luke people is from the Caribbean. So you had Benjamin and Judah getting together. Kool Herc from the Caribbean. The innovators of hip hop was from the Caribbean and the tribe of Judah, living together in Florida and in New York, having the house parties and all of that. They Caribbean. Luther Campbell, he not from the tribe of Judah. Luther Campbell was a Benjamite. And like I said, Trick Daddy people was Caribbean. But anyway, and she got some Judah blood also. But they made it because, and then people was mad at Tipper Gore when she said, we need to put explicit ratings on the music, but was they right or wrong? It's freedom of speech. But so it was, but listen to it wasn't just F the Police by NWA. It was the songs, what they were doing, the other songs in NWA also that's corrupting Israel. And then Ice Cube, same thing. Mister, before I let you go, I'm here to let you know your little daughter is a hoe. Give it up, boy is, how do you say? Then he said, get her by herself and out come the knee pads. I know she's a minor and it is illegal. And at the time, it was only illegal to lay with a girl that was under the age of 16. So Ice Cube was making songs about fornicating with 14 and 15-year-old girls, not marrying 14 and 15-year-old girls like men were doing down south, but fornicating, laying with these women and throwing them back for other men. This is what Ice Cube was making music about. NWA making music about. And that's why groups like LL Cool J, he was still making the love songs. When I'm alone in my room, sometimes I stare at the wall in the back of my mind. They were still talking about these one-on-one relationships. And when you talk about, 3 times dope, KRS-One was just information and knowledge. He didn't have a whole bunch of fornication songs. But then it changed into the fornication songs. And that's when look at the development of Black music in America. It went from Swing Down Sweet Chariot to Dead Prez making songs against the Bible, saying, get on your knees and praise my rifle. Ain't been in near war, ain't lifted up near rifle against near enemy in life. And then it went to the 5%ers talking about, I'm God, ain't no God, introduced to us courtesy of the Nation of Islam. I'm God, ain't no God. I'm the only God. I'm the maker and creator of the planet Earth, father of civilization, God of the universe. 93 million miles from my planet, which is the sun, home of the tribe of Shabazz. And then when you listen to poor righteous teachers, they started to sing about being Israelites. Not they, but wise and intelligent specifically. All right? Called 144K. He said Judah, because he was listening to the Israelites teacher in New York and in New Jersey. He said, Judah, not many liked you. One was like Titus, jealous, so they fight you. 70 AD, run you into Africa. 16th century, sold you to America. He talking about the migration of the tribe of Judah from Jerusalem to West Africa. So they had to shut his music down. So then he came back with the 5% of stuff. So even when Israel started to come into that, and that's when, what was the sister's name that came out with Jay-Z and talking about Judah and dark-skinned Christ and keeping the commandments? It wasn't Emil, and she came out with a song called Problems, and she was on Jay-Z label. But when she started talking about the Bible and not eating pork and shrimps and keeping the Sabbath and not having abortions no more, Jay-Z dropped her. Jay-Z dropped her. Meanwhile, he talking about life begins when the church ends. Meaning, life begins when you stop looking to the God of the Bible. And when you say Hove, he started calling himself Hove, Jehovah, which is another name that people say for God Almighty. And I believe he said that because not even God can have a flow better than his. But he still became, Jay-Z. So the music started to become more disrespectful. The more and more freedom, quote unquote, Judah got, the more his music started to disrespect the Most High. To the point where we are now. When now, who is that? Who is that? Was that Designer? Who was that? Who was that that said in a song? And Kodak Black called him about it too. He said, "Only time I feel alive, right, is when I." Let me see. I forget. It was like Future. Future said it. It was Future. Future said in his song, "Only time I feel alive is when I perform fellatio." That's what he said as a man on a song. Not cunnilingus, but fellatio. And look on YouTube and look up when when Kodak Black called Future. Kodak Black, he called Future. He was like, "Yo, bro, hey man, I just trying to see on this song you got, man. You said that only time you feel alive and when you do what on that song you said." He said, "What you talking about?" Hold up. Kodak Black calls Future. And he called him. He said, "What you say on that song, man?" He said, "Only time you feel alive when you do what?" He said, "Nah, man, what I said was this." He said, "Only time when I feel alive is when he said, "Oh, that's what you said?" Because even Kodak Black was like, "Yo, he going too far. He going too far." And he asked him. He called him about that song. And it was a 40-second clip.
I gotta hit him up and ask him this question and shit.
I'm gonna let you hear for yourself.
I probably shouldn't even did this on live.
And he said, and look,
Hey, bro.
Kodak Black said, you know what? I probably shouldn't have done this on live, but I'm gonna do it on live anyway. Listen what he said.
Hey, I'm listening to this song, dog. A nigga fuck with you so tough, woman. What did you say? This part right here, bro.
Got it there, makes one. The only time I feel alive when I taste it. I don't wanna taste when I know it.
What you said right there?
The only time I feel alive when I take.
When you take?
Yeah, like I take a pill. The only time I feel alive when I take.
Take.
I don't wanna vent.
Yeah, what did it go?
And then he was like, nah. The video, he like, nah, it don't really sound like that's what you said, bro. It don't sound like that's what you said. And he said that, and then Kodak Black is like, it sound kind of sus what you said, man.
You know I don't really fuck with too much rap niggas, you know what I'm saying?
And he said, you know what? And even in that video now, you can still see he kind of messing with pills, but he said, you know what? I don't mess with too many rap ninjas. That's what he said, because he's like, you know, I don't mess with them too tough like that. So he give a disclaimer, like, I really don't mess with too many rappers like that.
Niggas be down here in Miami and be wanting to slide up on me, and I don't really bullshit. Niggas like, this shit right here throw me, dog. This shit right here throw me, dog.
He said that these lyrics, that Future, now Future is a rapper that made it big, and a lot of brothers is listening to his lyrics. And that's when you start, because everybody now they trying to promote what? Since they got the promotion of the fornication, now what they trying to promote? What's the next agenda? It was 3 main agendas: fornication, homosexuality, and then pedonotphilia. And I say not philia because pedophilia means love of children, and molesting a little child is not love.
Cause we be talking like business shit, like CEO shit, you know what I'm saying?
You talking too much to me. You saying? Let me get
to this song, dog. A nigga fuck with you so tough, woman. What did you say? This part right here, bro.
Got it there, makes one. The only time I feel alive when I taste it. I don't wanna.
There was a distinct K after the diss sound, and he said taste before that. So this is the spirit and the vibration of the music that people are putting out there. I mean, Young Thug said he ain't gay, but why he out there showing other brothers his age and younger and even older, getting out there taking songs with an automatic weapon and a dress? Meaning what? Kill and still embrace your femininity, wear a dress, cross dress. And then Dwayne Wade pushing his son acting like a little girl too. That's the agenda. That's the fornication that Yahweh warned us about in Deuteronomy chapter 25, that caused people to get put to death and had their head chopped off. And now the music is encouraging. But anybody that's like between, 50 and maybe 36 or 50 and 40, we was in that transition when it was kind of subtle to where it became hardcore fornication to now straight up homo thug, Saucy Santana, and all of that. Saucy Santana. Ain't that his name? Saucy Santana, right?
God, he scared you.
He's scared. So you literally homophobic. The literal. And nobody's homophobic. Homophobic means I'm afraid of a homosexual or no, we ain't afraid of nothing. All right? We ain't afraid of nothing. So that's what Kodak Black and approached him more. So then you read the scripture, it says that they were initiated. So all of us that went out to these clubs and we dancing and we are rubbing up against people that's not our spouse and didn't marry them, we just experiencing sexuality in the wicked daughters of Moab way, worshiping Baal Peor. So don't think that, oh, I didn't know. You still invited them same spirits, and them same spirits followed you and haunted you. To where there was a dream. You may have a dream that this spirit is still kind of following you, or a feeling. And then you pray to the Most High to take that thing off you. There's an indication that this spirit is still a part of or following behind you. But once you give yourself fully to Hamashiach, them spirits can't mess with you no more. You don't go into these different feelings that you have now that's not of the Most High.
What you saying right there?
The only time I feel alive when I take.
When you take,
Yeah, like I take a pill. The only time I feel alive when I take.
take.
I'm on a vent.
Yeah, what a nigga boot. I mean, shit. I'm coping a little bit. Got my little head 90. I'm not about to say fuck ever since the mom got what I need.
All right, so anyway, y'all get the point, right? That now things that you could never get away with saying in the 90s, people saying it now. And you got people like in my mother's generation that's looking at Snoop like, oh, look at him, and he's so funny, and he's on this show, and he got the basketball team, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, they forget about, they don't know what he was rapping about. We know what he was rapping about. He said in one of his songs, I think it was in Gin and Juice, this is what he said, and we'll leave it at this. He said, I got bees in the living room getting it on. And you can take that how you want it, but either way, if he's in the equation, he ain't say that. He said, in the living room, there's bees out there, and they're getting it on. So what does that mean? That's homosexuality. So him and what he's saying, even Biggie, on Ready to Die, he said, you look so good, I will suck your daddies. So it's little subtle things that Satan thinking that, oh man, that's a deep line. Man, she looks so good, I would fellatio her pops. Man, she don't look that good. Man, that's how good she looked. I mean, it's a figure of speech. It's a figure of speech. But is it really a figure of speech to the brothers after that generation? To now, when I'm a grown man and I'm going to the urban league, listening to brothers talk, and now I hear somebody younger than me, probably about 3 or 4 years younger than me, all right? I hear this brother saying that his son is in jail, and now back in the day, and even in California, you can perform nothing homosexual and be accepted in the joint or when you got out. But now, when you go to places on the eastern part of America, the thing is, well, you ain't gay unless you taking it. But if you giving it, you ain't gay. So see how it have changed over the years. And that started, I remember when I was growing up in PG, and you had Rufus Edmonds in DC. Had a man with him that dressed like a woman named, is it Kiki or Tracy? One of the two. But it was a man. Ain't nobody mess with them because they was killers. But when you go into the other crews in DC at that time, one of the main crews, Gangster Chronicles, they didn't play that. They wasn't dealing with no homosexuality. None at all whatsoever. But one of the biggest brothers that was working with the CIA, now listen to this, and a lot of y'all may not know this. Why did Freeway Rick who was the main distributor of cocaine in America through LA as a distribution point, why in the, excuse my language, why in the hell did they put him in jail on accident with one of the main, with the family of one of the main cocaine distributors in Colombia of the 80s in the same jail cell? And he got out, and that was one of the ways he got his main connect. Why? Because we know in retrospect that it was the CIA that was bringing the drugs into America to supposedly raise money to fund the Iran-Contra, to get weapons for the Iranians and for the raising up against Ayatollah Khomeini, his crew or whatever over there, and then for the Iran-Contras. How are we gonna get money for these weapons, to buy these weapons without CIA money? So Freeway Rick, the money that he made from drugs and buying the drugs from the CIA was funneled into what was going on into Iran and the Contras, okay? So it's the Iran-Contra scandal, if you can remember that, all right? All right, so basically, they was secretly selling weapons to Iran. And when they sold the money to Iran, they would take that money and they would take the money and buy cocaine from Colombia. And when they bought the money from a cocaine from Colombia, they would use that money and sell the cocaine to Freeway Rick and to many other distributors across America, including Big Meech from the glorified Black Mafia family in Detroit, going into Al Capone, the Black Al Capone in Cleveland, and Donna Ray in Cleveland. So all the cities in like the 80s had these main Black drug dealers that was all working for the CIA, committing chemical warfare against their own people from the inside out. And you can see it in the movie Panthers toward the end with the brother Bokeem Woodvine. Look at the end of Panthers when they start saying we're gonna bring drugs into America, and they start bringing heroin because they was experimenting with it over in Vietnam in the 70s, and they saw that, man, this is messing up people's minds. So who they couldn't kill with Agent Orange, they started using heroin. And then the main one after heroin was angel dust, that was also called Love Boat. And then they called it Sherm sticks out in California, where they would lace the cigarettes in PCP. And then that was the gateway, that was to hold everybody over, transition you from weed and weed-laced cigarettes called Sherm sticks, and Love Boat in DC, weed-laced, PCP-laced weed, which is embalming fluid. But how people gonna get embalming fluid around the country and the government don't know about it? The mortuaries don't know about it. With epidemic use around the whole country, but nobody can stop it. So they got the embalming fluid, and in California, I believe they called it Sherm sticks. And in DC and Maryland, you know, they call it Love Boat. And in Cleveland, because by the time when I started going to Cleveland, it was getting to Cleveland, but by that time it had already been out in the East Coast. But in Ohio at the time, they was calling it wet. They was calling it wet. You remember that in your city? It was calling it wet. It was calling it wet. So then by the time it got big in like the early 80s in America, that was the transition to Freeway Rick and them and cocaine. And that's when Black Mafia Family and Rafus and Gangster Chronicles and the Crips and the Bloods and Freeway Rick, that's when they started the distribution. And that's when they said, man, and guess what? The gangs did not start to sell nobody no weed and no drugs. The gangs started to protect the people from people that was doing bad against the people and to keep the neighborhood safe. But then, see, check this out. Freeway Rick never had no major influence on big organizations of men that he controlled. All right? So even when you got leaders of gangs saying, you know what, we ain't doing this gang stuff no more, man. We're going to change gangster disciple into growth and development. And whether the government believe him or not, I know brothers personally that was high-ranking leadership in the Chicago gang world that was about growth and development, that personally sat down with me about, hey man, teach me about the Torah, and was coming to my house regularly in the mid-90s about keeping the Torah, and was taking that back to the GDs, transitioning them into being followers of Christ, obeying the Torah. And this is like 96, 97. So these leaders from Chicago was coming to Columbus, Ohio, where you had a whole bunch of folks. And then you had foot soldiers and the folks also that in Ohio that started coming into the knowledge of the truth. So one of their main leaders from Chicago, I ain't gonna call his name, but the Most High bless the dead, he was actually trying to change his life around. And he was really embracing GD as growth and development. And we're like, well, you really can't use that 6-point star because how y'all been using it, you can't use that. The menorah is a more neutral symbol. The 5-point versus the 6, y'all took that and corrupted it. The 5 is good and the 6 is good, but y'all put the 5 and the 6 against each other, and then witches and warlocks took the 5 and the 6 as symbols of witch and warlock. So you can't use them symbols. Those are natural symbols, and I explained and showed to him these are natural astronomical patterns between two planets that Yahweh make that both make this shape in the sky, and this is the meaning of them. And what makes it so bad is that the white man and the witches and the warlocks, they assign the same natural meaning to these symbols correctly. One is a feminine symbol, the 5-point, and other is a masculine symbol, the 6-point. Because that's how many points is on a woman's body is 5. A man's body has 6 points. So when the Nation of Islam say arm, leg, arm, head, they say that's what represents the 5-point star, but that's not true. That they use with the star and the crescent. The 5-point star represents a fetus, an unborn human being. But a man is born with 6 points. Actually, 7 points. Everybody is born with 6 points, actually. But the 6-point is cut off of the little girls, and they only have 5 points. They're arm, leg, arm, and head. And a man is born with 7 points. his arm, his leg, his arm, his head, the umbilical cord, which is cut, putting him back to 5. And then he has his circumcision, which is his 6th point. And that 6th point is cut to enter back into covenant, right, with Yahweh. And also he must enter back into covenant with wisdom, which is the Torah is his wisdom in the sight of the nations. So the man is born with 7 points. 1 point gets cut, leaving him with 6 points. And then a part of his 6th point is cut off, leaving him with just 6 points on his body. And a woman is born with 6, but only 5 are only hers that never get disconnected from her. And a man is born with 7 that gets disconnected, and 6, he only gets 5 that's never cut. But then the woman, her point is on the inside, and that's called the hymen that get breached in childbirth. But when a man's seed causes the woman's hymen to get breached, he and his seed breach that hymen. The seed that he planted get pushed out of the woman, and the Most High said, "That's mine." But if a woman has her hymen and the man already had a baby, when that hymen gets breached from that woman, the Most High say, "That's not the firstborn I want. I want the firstborn from his seed, not that comes from her, the earth, from the soil. I want the firstborn, the first seed that he planted, not the firstborn seed that she brings forth." So when me and the brother was talking about this, him being an Israelite and keeping the commandments, and he's starting to keep the commandments. Remember, he was coming to the house regular. To the point where he's like, "Well, man, what's your son's name?" I was like, "Well, this is my son's name." He said, "What that mean?" I said, "Well, this is what his name means. And this is what it represents in the scripture." And then he had a son born like a few weeks later, right? A little while after, he's like, "Man," and then he named his son after my son. And then bam, a few weeks later, somebody shot the brother. Somebody murdered the brother because he had ordered somebody else to get murdered when he was still living that life. So he came out of that life, but his sins were still, because he was going around the people that he had done that against. That's why the scripture says that Paul did not go into Jerusalem until like 13 years after he started following Hamashiach, out of fear of what the Israelites were going to do to him. And even when he came, people were like, "Nah, that dude don't believe that. He don't believe." So they wanted to kill Paul. When you read the scripture, it took him 13 years to go to Jerusalem once he started to believe in the scriptures. So my point is that brother is still in jail. They didn't let him out. So why they let out Big Meech? Why they let out Freeway Rick? Because them guys wasn't trying to set no example of Israel to go into repentance. But this leader of this particular gang, the GDs, he was still trying to lead people back to repentance, and his lieutenants under him were. Okay. So they let him stay in jail. He's still in jail. Okay. And then you got like you talking about these guys like a correction officer, the correction officer, so-called Rick Ross, which named himself after the real Rick Ross. He making a song. He's a correction officer. So he got a song when he say, "I think I'm Big Meech, Larry Hoover, something, something, hallelujah." So why they let Big Meech out, but they didn't let Larry Hoover out? Larry Hoover was trying to turn to Torah. And then a Big Tukey son in California has an Israelite congregation in California right now. But his father's still locked up too. His father was locked up at the time. Is he still in there? So what's my point? My point is that when you see people and they were trying to, he wasn't still alive, but they, you know, he understood about being an Israelite. They executed him, but his son is still alive, is my point. His son is still alive. So if you're talking about inheriting something, everybody should be listening to his son and turn it to Torah and turn it to keeping the commandments. When we had the and he's not really into too much foolishness or whatever, but my point is that the government will exonerate you and release you as long as you ain't talking about nothing that's going to uplift our people as a nation. All right. So even when you're talking about King Tone with the almighty Latin king and queen nation, he tried to rebrand and they said, man, we ain't dealing with that. So he tried to, everybody trying to rebrand, they get pushed out the way. So it's going too long, it's going too far now. King Tone, all right? Antonio Fernandez. And so you got brothers that's still trying to enforce that wicked mentality, even in Israel right now. Because the top 3 level of leadership in the Latin King nation was somebody called a warlord. So that's one of the top 3 ranks. And you got brothers that's still holding on to that mentality. Not the righteous side, but the wicked side. I think that was like the third level. All right. You got the king, then you got the cacique under them, king or second in command, and then you got the enforcer, or AKA warlord. And who know the Latin King nation colors? Who know the Latin King nation colors? And their saying is, blank and blank never fold. Their colors are black and gold. So that's why when you go to so-called Bam Lazarus from the tribe of Naphtali from California, when you go to his page, go there now because he might take it down. But I got it when he had it. I got the images when he still had it up. When he set up his so-called camp in Israel, he used them same colors, black and gold. But the Judite that's with him don't know that those are the colors that Latin kings use. And then when you went to his page on Instagram, it said on his page on Instagram, it says warlord. So here he is, not in the Latin King nation no more. The almighty Latin King and Queen nation, he's not in that no more. but he's still repping their colors and still repping the rank that he had inside there. LKN, Latin King Nation. But King Tone tried to change it to Almighty Latin King and Queen Nation. But you got brothers in Israel that's still part of that mentality, but with no loyalty though. No loyalty to the Most High, no loyalty to their leadership. They got loyalty to what they want to do and who can help them push that agenda that they trying to push, which is followers and notoriety. And they got documentaries about this all online. You know, you can read about Tukey, you can read about King Tone, you can read about Larry Hoover, you know, all online. But Rafus, he out of jail now. One of the biggest drug dealers in DC. Freeway Rick, probably the biggest. Freeway Rick was probably the biggest, one of the biggest drug dealers in America, period. What you think, Rapayala? Supplying both sides of the aisle. As far as black people go, we not really counting Issachar and Gad bringing stuff up through Florida. But these brothers ain't pushing Torah. They could push the Torah, you know, but they're not. And then all these so-called rappers that come out, right? Like Cassidy, I think Cassidy, but definitely like what's the dude name from California? I like the way they do that right there. That make me stir. I forget his name, but he from not California, but from St. Louis.
Yeah, that's Chingy.
Yeah, Lil Chingy. Yeah, Chingy. And there's a whole slew of other rappers that came out saying, "Yeah, we Israelites." Everybody, you know, I'm an Israelite. Don't call me black no more. Ain't that what Kendrick Lamar said? That was a short ride. I don't hear nothing about Yahweh, Christ, or the Torah, or the 12 tribes now. All I hear is him coming against his brother from the tribe of Judah that grew up in Canada with a white mother, dissing him for what? That ain't very Hebrew Israelite-like, but then again, maybe it is. See, everybody get all hype and excited. Oh, he know he an Israelite. Oh, Kanye West said the tribes of Judah. What Passover is Kanye West going to? Who Torah class is he going to? What school do he belong to? Then, oh, the guy from Jodeci, he know he an Israelite. Oh, the guy from H-Town, he know he an Israelite. Okay, now what? Oh, Lamar Odom, he know he an Israelite. He got a picture of Black Christ on his shirt. Okay, now what? Whenever anybody raise up like, oh, we Israelites, they're gonna shut you down. Shine know he was an Israelite, but he's at the Wailing Wall now. He ain't trying to bring no Israelites together in Belize. He's a government official in Belize now. So they know the Torah. They trying to keep he say trying to get the Torah or whatever, but is that the demonstration that we getting from them and the influence that they have? And then you got Kyrie Irving. He was taught, he published on his page from Hebrews to Negroes. He published that book on his page, said the movie, this either the book or the movie, yeah, because it's both. It was a book made into a movie, and he published it. He made a reference to it on his page for people to just look at it. They came after him with an iron fist. You better not do that. In the same way with Nick Cannon, you better not do that. And everything quiet down. We don't hear about them in no feast days or no Torah. And then there's the famous Stoudemire, right? Black basketball player. He was linking up with the congregation called the Israel of God. But he quickly changed in his fringes. Well, they don't even wear fringes, but he quickly traded in his Black Israelite identity for the hat and the jacket of the Orthodox Jews in Israel. Instead of helping to organize his people from his tribe, he said, man, I'd just rather join them. So my point is that when these Israelite celebrities, when they push the wickedness, they get rewarded. But when they start to push righteousness, they get slapped on the hand and they back up. They back up. All right, Ariashan. All right, so in verse 5, it says that they were initiated. So when you do all that fornication, that partying, that alcohol, drunkenness, that using drugs and what nowadays it's just it's as easy as a pill, popping pills and all of that. These are all part of the ritualistic worships of these other gods that we read about in the Bible, especially the partying and the fornication. And that's what we was doing with the daughters of Moab. That's what the Most High said, for you worshiping these other gods and you whoring after the daughters of Moab, you got initiated into this idolatry. You invite these demons and these spirits into idolatry. And I know about these things because I've known people personally. I've been in houses of people that got, statues up for St. Jude. They got food in the corner under Santeria for Shango. That got idols, statues set up with the dog licking his wounds for Lazarus. That got the different color beads on their neck that you can't see. Part of their worship of these different gods. I've been in that world. So when you do stuff or you say stuff to me, I can see that demon or recognize the characteristics of that spirit that was taught to me, that I observed, that I seen. And I know you haven't made full repentance because your attributes and the things that you're doing and saying and what's happening to you are the same things that happen to people that's in that world, but trying to get out of it, but aren't being allowed to fully escape. Why? Because you ain't fully embracing Yahweh, his Torah, and what you're not fully giving yourself to him. You're keeping a part of your old hangups, and you're not being fully born again. So you got to be fully born again. You got to be fully born again. Okay? And like the in March, April, May. Okay, listen to this. March, April. Let me see about no. In April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December of 1993. Me personally, Parazah, I had two major spiritual shifts in my life. The first one was that I began studying under and with a madrina, a Santeria madrina, that took me under her wing to teach me how to worship the quote unquote saints, which is the Yoruba gods and goddesses, which are the idols that we worshiped in ancient Israel, in the wilderness, and in Babylon. So I was in that world. And before that, when I first came into Ohio in 1989, I began to experience different levels of foresight and intuition in the spiritual world. And I was led to a madrina, a Santeria madrina. And at the same time, then I started, my cousin Wink led me to go to Central State University. And I was in like August of 93. And then August, September, October, November, I began to explore different levels of Ifa religion from the Yoruba. So dealing with different levels of African, quote unquote, spirituality, which is really Babylonian spirituality. It all comes from Babylon and Nimrod before the Cushites and the Africans settled in East and West Africa. We was all over there with Nimrod and them at the Tower of Babel area. And we started to worship humanity, Nimrod and his mother, the mother and the son. So then at the hold up a second. I gotta leave and come out again because I keep doing that the timer thing. Everybody's loading. All right, so then at the same time, right? At the same time, I'm dealing with that. All right, what else am I dealing with? I'm dealing with, doing a lot of the studying in Masonry. All right. So then you got Santeria and you got Masonry, and then you got brothers telling me that, oh, Masonry is actually the initiation into the Egyptian mystery system. So this is all my exposure, my experiences. So when we had to study our initiation for the first 3 degrees of Masonry, in order to become a master Mason, we had to write different reports on stuff. So we had to study about all, like, the Egyptian gods. We had to study about, and also Pan-Africanism. And I'd already been studying Pan-Africanism since like 1988, 1989. When I was 15, 16 years old. So now I'm dealing with Santeria, I'm dealing with Yoruba, and now I'm dealing with Masonry. And then, like, how many weeks was it? How many days was it? Because somebody had given me a paper that said that the real Jews are black. And my exact words were, and this is me at what, like 20 years old and some 20 years old and some months. My exact words were, man, F the Jews, man. They sold us in slavery. Man, F the Jews. The Jews sold us in slavery, man. They ain't our peoples and we African. We ain't no Jews. Blah, blah, blah. And I don't want this junk. And then the brother that was teaching said, man, go talk to Ras Ali, man, because he real cultural and spiritual. He said, nah, man, I ain't talking to him no more. Because he already rejected the Most High, man. So don't talk to him. Don't talk to him about this truth no more. So nobody talking about the truth no more. So then one day, I think I had the paper. And I sat down and I looked at the paper that I had the flyer, and I still got the flyer. And instead of me reading the scripture, going to the scripture and reading it, I would look at the scripture, got my little legal pad out, and I would write down all the scriptures. And I read the scriptures. I was like, damn, this is all us. So if you don't know African, if you know African and Black American history, and you know about African spirituality, and you've been involved in it, when you see the prophecies in the Bible, they're undeniable. And you realize that all of these other things are just false gateways to pull you away from the God of Israel. But if you come directly from the church or a watered down system, you're not gonna be sincere and serious about it. But because I was serious about Santeria, I was serious about Yoruba, I was serious about Masonry, and when I found out the origin of all of that was idolatry, and we got a better system. And I think it was how many weeks or days before I was actually about to be initiated as a master mason. Was it days or weeks? It was like 1 week. My witness says that it was 1 week or less. And I found out I was an Israelite. And I found out we're supposed to be keeping laws, commandments, and statutes. And that's why I take this so serious. Because I understood that these demons were real, are real. I understood that witchcraft and Santeria and Yoruba and voodoo are real. All them systems are real, but they all coming from the left-hand side, coming from Satan. They're not coming from the Most High. So now when I understand it, so now even if you dive deeper into Masonry, the white people evolved Masonry into the Egyptian mystery system now. Original Masonry wasn't that. So now I have, very close relatives of mine that were Masons. And when I started to talk to them, they said, man, you don't even need to be no Mason. I was like, why you say that? They said, because the knowledge that you have now is greater and higher than the knowledge that we understand as Masons. But what makes it different is that they got a worldwide network and we don't. And that's why one of the brothers that I first started to, go check that please. One of the brothers I first started to teach, he himself also, was a part of the Masonry, the lodge system. But he was about to try to be a 33-degree Masonry. Okay. He was about to try to be a 33-degree Mason, but you got different routes you take under the Scottish and the York rites, under the blue and the blue and the red lodge. All right. But under the Scottish rite, which is the part that the route that the brother was going, is associated with the Shriners. It's not a shorter route necessarily, but it's not based on exams and fast tracking, but your contribution, and it's by invitation. You can only be invited. So when you go into the York rite, which is the red lodge, okay, you leave the blue lodge and you go into the red lodge. All right. So that the progression under the York rite is different than under the progression under the York rite is different than the progression under the Scottish rite. The York rite is the blue lodge, and the Scottish rite is the red lodge. So this brother was going through the bigger increments. So when I told him, bro, I've been in that, don't deal with that. That ain't for us. Because of the teachings and because of the belief system, it started out good, but it's corrupted now. So he didn't leave, and he kept going and going and going and going and going. He kept doing it, So my point is that it's the experience, right? It's the experience. So when I'm telling people, so in other words, Like, I don't have nothing to do with anything related to any red, blue lodge, or any Santeria, or any Yoruba, any Brazilian, or any Angola, any type of witchcraft, sorcery, spirituality outside the Torah, period, at all. And wisdom, whatever wisdom says. So the shortcut that everybody's looking for, they're getting it because they're not submitting to wisdom. So if I'm looking at somebody and I'm hearing something, I know because I've been there. So if you got attributes of this and you're pushing this and I see what you're doing, I know, oh, he or she is dealing with Shango. And those are the two biggest ones people deal with, Shango and Oshun. So when I see somebody and I saw a sister on Facebook, and I seen her by the water, and I seen her talking about connecting with the ancestor. Every time I see this woman, I see that she's taking pictures in white by the water or in the water. So immediately I'm like, man, this is a worshiper of the demon that people mistakenly call Oshun. Always on the beaches by the water. I like the beaches and the water, nothing wrong with beaches and the waters, but when you put it in the capacity of worshiping, of connecting with ancestors and worshiping a deity, is not the Most High God. So then I went to the person's page, and bam, sure enough, I was led, blah, 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 to Oshun. I was led to Oshun. So, and that's a very powerful demon that people worship. That's the main demon that a lot of people worship. In Cuba, because the Cubans were warriors and fighters and beat the US government when they invaded, the system in Cuba is more or less about Shango. That's why we listen to the music of Celia Cruz, right? She talks about Shango, Shango, Shango. You listen to her music, she talks about Shango. So this is the real world. But then we got Israelites that's worshiping these same demons, but they don't know that they're worshiping them. So immediately I'm able to look and see what somebody's doing and identify, okay, they connected to this demon. And I can see it. I can see it. So now I'm offering up prayers for you. And sometimes I may tell somebody, directly, if I know you can take it. Like one person I was talking to, I was like, okay, so what happened? Da, 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 da. And you felt what? Such and such, such, such. And you was in a swimming pool? Oh, you was at a beach? It was raining outside? Oh yeah, you was dealing with that demon Oshun. Oh yeah. How you know? That thing is still on you. You gotta get rid of that. You gotta get rid of that. You gotta fully give yourself over to Hamashiach. That's the only way. So a lot of y'all got spirits on you, but you don't even realize it. You don't even realize it. So you inherit stuff or demons. I'm not talking about no generational curses, quote unquote. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about things that your grandmother or grandfathers did that you don't know about in secret, but maybe living another public life. But you don't know that they was doing X, Y, Z because you don't know that side of them. But you can identify these things in people. Okay. So, and even when you over in India, they got that same spin. Why am I going so deep into this? I'm going deep into this because your music and the reality that you build for yourself as choices influenced by the music you listen to is actually just you appealing or appeasing demons that are actually guiding your thoughts. And the only way to get free from that is fully giving yourself unto Christ. So I would be conscious and see or feel something and it be true. I would see or feel it and it would be true. And I would say to the person, blah, 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 and they'd be like, oh yeah, you're right. I need to do X, Y, Z. But it was always like, it was never like no weird type of stuff. It was always like the person was involved in something that they didn't need to be involved in, backed up. And this was from the age of like 16. And then 15, seeing actual stuff that, and people, a lot of people have this, actual stuff that, you know, they dreamed about unfolding before their eyes. But then when I started believing in Hamashiach the real way in obedience to the Torah, all that left me. And now I will only feel or see stuff as like a premonition or warning to me or to another person. So recently, you know, I had like a very weird dream. But the dream was true, but it was cryptic. And I didn't tell nobody about the dream. But in myself, I'm like, man, this is what this dream means. And I'm not going to tell you what the dream was. And I saw faces in the dream. And I had protagonists and antagonists in the dream. And I'm saying this because it was a warning, because I'm trying to live right and live holy. So it was a warning of badness that I could see, but needed a reinforcement of the reality of it. And it was true. It was happening behind the scenes. But wisdom allowed me to understand the reasonings of men and showed me the reasonings of men, you know, in the dream. So you may still keep those premonitions, but now it's not for nothing. It's to build you up in Hamashiach, to build you up in obedience, to build you up so you have a clean environment. So you got something in your ear saying, man, this truth, this Torah, this is the right way, walking. And then you say, nah, I'm not going to walk in it this way because it's not the way I want it to be, but it's still the truth. It's still the right path. It's still the right choice. But you want to customize it for you. You want to customize it for your feelings. All right, so now, we were, what verse you left off in, Arashai?
5.
So he left off in verse 5. So it says, see, I've shown you the statutes and ordinances as Yahweh has commanded me to do so in the land into which you are entering there to inherit it. But first Moses is telling us, look, man, y'all worship these other gods, meaning all remnants of worshiping these other gods, you cannot take with you in this new land. And y'all who are alive, you were trying to do the right thing. So when you come into Hamashiach, When you come back to Yahweh, you can't do them old ways, those old hang-ups, those old ideals. You got to let them go and rebuild yourself according to Torah. And stop saying, well, I used to feel this way, or I can never feel this way. And you think, but the Torah tells you how to be. And everything inside of that, you got to be what the Most High wants you to be instead of trying to make yourself what you want to be. And it says what? And you shall keep and do them, because this is your wisdom and discernment, your understanding, before all the nations, as many as might hear all these statutes, and they will say, look, this great nation is a wise and understanding people. So that's what lifts us up as a nation, is our keeping the Torah. So if you got a bunch of men that ain't keeping the Torah, they're being admired by people, but are they being admired for what they're doing for you to see, or for their level of obedience, of demonstration of righteousness in their daily life? And what did Hamashiach say? By this shall they know you are my disciples, when you love one another. And you imitating a marching campaign is not necessarily a demonstration of love. Love is an action. We show we love each other because we're doing X, Y, and Z. So it says the nation is going to say, look, this great nation is a wise and understanding people. For what sort of great nation has a God for itself so near to them as Yahweh, our power? In everything, whenever we invoke him, meaning when we call upon his name in righteousness, he was there for us. But then we started invoking the names of other gods because they don't require full intelligence, full obedience, full submission to their will. They don't require that. In other words, you could be in any religion and serve Satan. People from all religions serve Satan. So just because you're an Israelite, don't think that you ain't serving Satan. Just because you know you're an Israelite, don't think that you ain't serving Satan. What are you doing? How are you thinking? What are your actions and your thoughts, pro and con, toward righteous leadership, toward Yahweh, toward his commandments, and in your lifestyle and in your household? Are you trying to be as loving and obedient to Yahweh as possible? He says, and what sort of great nation has for itself statutes and righteous judgments in accord with this law that I am giving before you today? Take heed to yourself and guard your soul closely, lest you forget all the things that your eyes have seen, and let them be not far from your heart all the days of your life. And you shall direct your sons and your sons' sons about the day when you stood before Yahweh your God at Horeb on the day of the assembly, when Yahweh said to me, assemble the people to me and let them hear my words, so that they may learn to fear me all the days as long as they live on the earth. On the earth, not just in the land of Israel. And may teach their sons. So he say, teach your sons and your grandsons what happened and that's why people push the 10 commandments, because you're supposed to teach your commandments, your children, those words that Yahweh gave at Horeb, right? I don't care if you know them in English, Aramaic, a form of ancient Hebrew, or modern Hebrew. You should know those 10 commandments, right? You should know them. This says teach them to your children, right? It says, and you approached and stood at the foot of the mountain, and the mountain was burning with fire up to the sky, darkness, gloom, tempest, right? And Yahweh spake to you from the midst of the fire. You heard the sound of words, but you did not notice a likeness, only a voice. What did he say that? Why did Moses say that? Moses is saying that you heard Yahweh, but you didn't see no figure of any image. So don't make no image or figure of Yahweh. So how you going to say, well, I think Gabriel looked like this, who also came to Mary and Joseph, and they didn't make no image of him. An angel came to Samson's mother and father, Manoah, and they didn't make no image of that angel. An angel came to Raphael, and they didn't make no image of him. So how you look making an image or a totem or any type of ancestral worship pole of any creature? Who did that in the Bible? Okay. You didn't notice a likeness, only a voice. And he announced to you his covenant, which he commanded you to do. The 10 words. And he wrote them on 2 stone tablets. And Yahweh commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and ordinances for you to do them in the land unto which you are entering there to inherit it. All right, last verse, verse 15.
And guard your souls.
Guard your souls, go ahead.
Closely.
Pay close attention to what you let into your soul. Remember, he started out with, hey, y'all were worshiping this false god, Baal Peor, and you committed fornication with these women. All right. He starts off telling you about you started worshiping Baal Peor. All right. But now when you go back, you see that they worship Baal Peor under the influence of partying and fornicating with Moabite women. Go ahead.
Because you did not notice a likeness on the day Yahweh spoke to you at Horeb in the mountain from the midst of the fire.
So he's saying, guard your soul. And he's warning us because y'all didn't see no likeness. So whenever you start to guard your soul. So I'm telling him, hey man, be careful. Be careful because Yahweh spoke to you, but you didn't see no likeness of nothing. You only heard a voice. And he says, I think that I want to make a likeness about how I think the angel Raphael looks. But he's saying, if you do that, he says, you're weakening the defenses of your soul, right? And your mind is going to start justifying you doing other things against the scriptures. Like what? Now you say, well, I can wear a moon and a star. I can wear an ankh from ancient Egypt. I can wear a pyramid. Oh, I can smudge sage in my house. I can perform rituals under the black moon with blood. I mean, under the white moon with blood. You see? So our people engage in all of these things because they did not guard their soul. All right? And whenever you start talking about, different moons, you start talking about worshiping under, different moons, or you start talking about taking on a masculine or a feminine personage in your personality, all of that's worshiping spirits. All right, all that's worshiping different kinds of spirits that Yahweh commanded us not to worship. So Moses starts off by reminding us, y'all went to the wilderness, y'all didn't listen. So now we're going to get down to the nitty gritty. First law, he tells us, you can't have no other God before the Most High. Don't make no form of images. before to try to symbolize me. All right. I gave y'all these commandments. All right. And don't take away from this law. That's what he says. I forgot that was there. He says, don't take away from this law. Obey these commandments. That's one of the first things. And then he starts warning us about fornication. He starts warning us about, after that, idolatry. And then he says, the law is your wisdom. Are you your own wisdom? Can your opinion be substantiated by wisdom? Most of mine can. I'm talking about life choices. So what Israelites will do, they'll try to philosophize their position. Salud. They'll try to philosophize their position and philosophize their opinion as if I'm entitled to it, and you may be. But if you cannot substantiate what you're doing or saying in a life choice with the Torah, you may want to reconsider it, because you need what? You need counsel. You're supposed to get counsel. So who's your counselor? You? What verse in wisdom is counseling you to make the moves that you're making? So it says that the law is going to be your wisdom in the sight of the other nations. And then Moses tells us about when Yahweh was at Horeb, telling us about the 10 Commandments. First, he goes through the physical battles, right? Understand what Moses did. All right. First, he talks about the chapter 1, he's talking about the judges and the officers, physical line of defense for the sanctity and the safety of the people. That's what he goes into on chapter 1, pretty much. And then he goes into, with these leaders, right, you still messed up. And then I told y'all you're going to stay in the wilderness for a while. All right. And then in verse 2, chapter 2, he says, well, I protected you when your enemies tried to come against you. I protected you. And then in chapter 3, he says, even when you got closer to the land of Canaan, I still gave you the power to beat your enemies. I gave you the power to get the victory over your enemies. So now we're just fighting these physical battles. So now Moses, like in chapter 4, he's like, in the midst of these battles, they figure out a way, man, let's use music and sex to make them pull away from Yahweh. And that's what drew the men away to fornicate with the daughters of Moab. And that's the tool that Satan is using to this day. So now Yahweh, through Moses, telling us, look, here's the commandments, the laws. Don't add to them, don't take from them. You saw what Yahweh did to the men that was fornicating. So now Moses is exhorting us, right, with sexual purity, with only engaging in intimate interaction with those things that are justified and condoned by the Bible. All right. And we see that we messed up with that. And we see when we go back to Numbers 25 that we were actually worshiping other gods through the fornication that we did. And these gods, these demons, they seep into your life. And their job is to have you rebellious against carnal, physical, earthly, and spiritual leadership so that you can go your own way and do your own thing. And you're going to what? There was two fates of the Israelites. They either went into the land alive of promise, or they what? They died in the wilderness. So when you go your way and try to do it your way, you're going to die in the wilderness. You're going to die in the wilderness because we got to go the Most High's way. So then Moses says that in order for you to understand the wisdom, these laws that he's about to talk to us about in the book of Deuteronomy, is a compilation. These laws are a compilation of all of the commandments. So he's saying these laws, this is your wisdom. And then he goes into like, don't make nothing. All right. He goes into don't make nothing. And then he goes into, these images. And it's just so ironic that we're reading this today as part of the Feast of Tabernacles, which is what we're reading, to go over the whole Deuteronomy laws during this feast time. And it's ironic because we just had a conversation about this yesterday, right? Where brother was trying to justify making totem poles, carving images of angels. Was you down here? He wasn't here. Carving images of angels. Because Rapayala asked, "What is it like a totem pole or the Asherah pole?" Be like, yeah. Then somebody was like, "Nah, they do it. We don't. It's not done by this way. Reason it's done by that way." And the Most High, he reiterates this thing, man. He reiterates this thing about making these images and stuff. So he's like, be careful, be careful, be careful. So he says, man, you're going to corrupt yourself with these graven images or similitudes of any figure, whether male or female. If you do this, you will corrupt yourself. Everybody, most of the population in Mexico is worshiping Santa Muerte or the Virgin of Guadalupe or Mary herself through images, statues, charms. I've seen it. I've seen it. And I had a brother that was a driver, like supervisor for drivers distributing and mules and stuff, working for the cartel, tell me that they pray to this guy and they pray to Santa Muerte to protect them. And they got to eventually, they have to do some type of blood, death, sacrifice of a person for Santa Muerte to take. It is the saint of death, holy death. So when you see these sicarios or these brothers that's just assassin and killers or whatever, especially when you're dealing with the cartels, these deaths and sacrifices that they're doing in killings are sacrifices unto Santa Muerte. And that's why when you get to high levels like a lot of MS-13 or Mala Salvatrucha from El Salvador, and even in high level leadership in certain gang culture, they know they got to bring death. They got to seek out to die, and they don't care whether they live or die because they have made a covenant with death. So Yahweh warns you that, hey, when you start making these graven images, man, and he goes into he tells you, I'm looking at it, we're going to read it tomorrow. He goes into figures, male, female, things on the earth, things that got wings, things that creep on the ground, things that are fish, things that are the sun, the moon, the stars, any of the hosts of heaven. He goes into 11 things. And how is it that all these images that people make, that Israelites are trying to justify, well, that's okay, whatever, that people worship these things? People worship these things. Some things they don't worship, but most things they do worship. But when the Muslims make a crescent moon and a star, that's part of Babylonian worship. The crescent moon represented the god named Sin, a moon god, all right, named Sin. All right. And the 5-point star represented another god. The 5-point star evolved actually from the 8-point star, which was another false god that they worship. But we're not going to go into all of that right now. You can look up a paper I wrote called The Idolatry of the Hebrew Calendar. And it goes into all of these different symbols. And if you can go into studies I did about Islam, it goes into the symbology of the 5-point and the crescent. So they would see the crescent and they would literally worship at the crescent. But the stars, you can't worship the stars because there ain't no stars with 5 or 6 points. Because the stars are light, whose likeness is distorted over distance. So that 6-point star is different than the 5-point star. It has more. When you cut an apple, you'll see that 5-point star. When you cut it along the short ways from side to side. But that 6-point so-called star, you see that at the bottom of a pomegranate. You see that in a snowflake. You see it in your body with the proton, electron, and the neutron. You see it on Yahweh's favorite flower, the lily. Okay? You see it on the lily. And you see it on certain astronomical conjunctions. But like I said, we're not going to go into that. But the people made pictures saying, oh, these are stars. This is what the Babylonians did. This is what the Nimrod and them set up. And then Israel started to worship it. So Yahweh goes into these things with wings. Moses goes into, don't make these things with wings or things with fish, the beast. If you make these images, you're going to corrupt yourself. Especially if you act like it's some type of medium or something associated, with me. And you're using it as a part of worship rituals. And it's always like a personality. It's never like, oh, this is a lamb. A lamb represents Hamashiach, but, that's a lamb. I'm going to make this big, powerful angel. But the lamb is what the scriptures constantly say represent Hamashiach, who was led like a lamb to the slaughter. Behold, the lamb of Yahweh that takes away the sins of the world. But nobody's putting lambs in, oh, this lamb represents, because it's not powerful of enough symbol. They want to make a big, strong angel. Or this is Mary, or this is Gabriel. What about Abraham, Isaac, and you don't do all of that. Or Jacob, the actual earthly figures. Jacob actually wrestled with a 4th dimensional being, broke his hip, knocked his thigh out of socket. So there's no justification for going against the Most High and doing these things. And this is the tone of the conversation. It begins to shift. And then we see some Zoroastrianism coming into verse 24 tomorrow, that the people of Persia use this fire, saying that this represents the Most High. And they get it from the verses we're going to read tomorrow. And then they're the ones that introduce the Sassanians, or what do you call it? I forget one of the ancient names for the Persians. They started to use that crescent and the 5-point star in worshiping some of the gods that they got from ancient Babylon and Sumeria. So idolatry is all around us. And if you're not right and you go around these people, you're going to start to take home, them spirits going to follow you home. Why? Because you ain't fully committed to the Most High. And you're deliberately making excuses of why you are the exception that everybody else got to submit to and apply in their life. But once you fully submit to Hamashiach, all things are new. And you become as a new creature. All right? So that's the reading today. Now, tomorrow, hopefully, it'll be a little shorter. Amaria, what you think, man? Huh? What do you think, Ariasha?
Should be shorter.
Anybody? So hope maybe we will, maybe not. So, so again, so if there's anyone let me go into the comments real quick because people may not want to. Did we have any? Looked like there was no entries in the comment section today. Oh, there's a big one. What do you say? I'm just hollering to say how much joyous. We retold how both my mother and father practiced feast and ingathering. Gulliland, okay, great. I've been listening with my best friend, and we both have learned very much. I like it for any disturbances. Yeah, we thought you get it together over there. We did hear a little bit of background. It has been beautiful listening to these laws and messages. Hallelujah. All praise to the Most High. Thank you for sharing your time with me, Cindy and Khadijah. All praise to the Most High. Kwamelek said, just hollering out and saying hallelujah. Our gathered Hebrew houses had much to be joyous about as we retold how both my mother and father practiced the Feast of Ingatherings. They were both kids living 7 miles apart in Gulliland, South Carolina. My mother has strong Beta Israelite roots of 8+ known generation. My father had 8+ known generation of Igbo, Hebrew, Lingala, Israelite faith, but Lingala is in Angola and Igbo is in Nigeria. Maybe both of them people came together someplace in Kwamelek's lineage. He said he sought to ensure my birth doctor followed the ways of Solomon and had me circumcised into the Abrahamic covenant on the 8th day, as I did with my son. Hallelujah. I shared some of these. Okay, I'm going to break out for a minute because it's not really going into the law or the Day of Atonement. It's more, it's kind of going off of the theme, we kind of got into a little bit of idolatry, especially in the last chapter, and the historical experiences that can lead our people to these things and different practices that we have now. Y'all can go read it in the comment section yourself. Anybody first have any comments from the brothers about anything that we went over first? Jay or Rapaya Allah?
Okay, so, yeah. So I guess I'm kind of being faced with this again. You know, there was something that you mentioned. Well, there's a lot that you mentioned, and it was weird. It was really weird because there was a lot of things trying to pull me away from the actual reading itself. But I say but anyhow, the part about having certain dreams or dealing with certain things, and then you alluded to the music. My biggest hang up was gangster music. That was like Tupac, like really like West Coast stuff. And then even when I was in my field before I would go to work, I would be listening to drill music. I would listen to drill music before I would go to work because it was grind time, and so a lot of that stuff stuck with me. And then, like even now, like I'll be sitting down, and then I just start hearing songs playing in my head. They'll just start randomly playing. And I'm like, bro, like, how do I get this stuff out? And I'm like, well, maybe I should just like play like some worship music or something. And it's just certain things. And then there's a theme. There's a theme that you brought out about, family members doing things that you specifically don't know about.
Right.
And that hit me a little bit too hard, because once again, when I came to this truth, I put Christianity away, and I thought that was something that came from Christianity, because I was always paranoid. Like, people in my family well, not people, but I just say one person. My grandfather, he would always try to have me locked up. He would always try to have me put away. Like, he would throw me in behavioral institutions against my will, like over things that I'm not even doing. And just recently, like, I really forgave him for that. This is before atonement. This is what I had kind of talked to you about before. Like, I didn't really speak on it. And the thing is that later on down the line in life, I remember, like, I was there, I was sitting there, and then all of a sudden, I just started feeling like somebody was trying to get me put away again. This is like as an adult, and little did I know that my family were having meetings behind my back. Like, they would always have like meetings about my life and stuff like that, and like the elders, my grandma, my grandpa, and my uncle. And my grandpa was trying to have me put away again, but I just had this feeling like I didn't know what's coming from. I was getting paranoid. Like, years later, I ended up.
Wait, Payala. So I know you might keep going, but what I want to do, I want to go around with questions first, then comment. Questions first, and then come back with the comments. That's all right, man.
Leading to the question.
Huh? Okay.
I feel like I gotta explain it first, so that way.
Okay. All right, well, carry on then.
So when you mention these things, when you start mentioning this stuff, these are things that I put behind me, and I've always had this little hunch that somebody did something in my lineage.
Yeah.
And I could never pinpoint it, and I would always ask questions, right? I would always ask questions, and I tell you, people withhold information from me, and it just drives me up the wall. It just drives me crazy, because if only I knew, and only if I could figure it out, then maybe I could confess the fault to Yahweh, and then get this thing taken care of. So really, my question is when you say submit fully to Hamashiach, when you say these things, it's like, where do I start?
Not just obedience and sincerely accepting Hamashiach as the sacrifice for your sins, and deciding to live in obedience and in holiness before Yahweh, whether you feel comfortable doing it or not, being fully sold out to what Yahweh has told you to do, and loving even when it's hard. That the hardest challenge we have is loving and letting Yahweh determine what we're going to do in the situation, as opposed to us. And then the next level is wisdom. When we fully submit to Yahweh, we crucify that old man, and we come to Hamashiach for forgiveness for everything we did under that old man. And we don't consciously hang on to things that have been brought to us as elements of disobedience. So if we say, you know what, I'm sorry for everything we did, and we confess the sins of our fathers, all right, that's why when the Lord's Prayer is very strong, because when you say forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors, you're talking about your father, your grandfather, your grandmothers. You're talking about your brothers and your sisters, and you're talking about you. So you're saying a prayer of repentance when you say that portion. And if you say it with the understanding and the faith that Yahweh forgive us our debts, it's inclusive. When you say that and you mean it from your heart and from your spirit, then the Most High takes that under consideration and he grants that. And if you ignorantly find yourself doing stuff And you don't see, sometimes somebody would say, bro, you're not supposed to, like the brother that wanted to follow Mason, like, yo, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. So if I'm warning you, I don't got to prove to you this is wrong. I'm telling you from my experience, it's wrong. So if you know right from wrong and you choose to do wrong, your spirit is still gravitating toward wrong. There's no Holy Spirit in you to teach you. Why? Because you got to fully surrender. Yahweh, whatever you want me to do. See, people that go to the churches are fully surrendered to Caesar Borgia and to the doctrine of Christianity. Me, as a person that was going to church and then stopped going to church, was fully committed to what I could see and prove. And when I saw that we are the Israelites, I became fully committed to the Torah, what I read inside the commandments, the culture of Israel, not with the modern day adaptation. And it was a gradual process. But if you have, the scripture says, if you love me, keep my commandments. If anybody say they love me and they don't keep the commandments, they are a liar. So if you know that Hamashiach is the Messiah, if you know that Moses is who we got to believe in, that Hamashiach is the one we got to believe in, according to John chapter 5, verse 45 to 47, Hamashiach said, if you believe in Moses, you got to also believe in me. Once you know that and you say, oh man, I read this, I got to do this. Oh, I read this too, I got to do this too. And you make them adjustments, you constantly becoming a new creature. So those old things that you were doing or were attached to you, you become detached from, because now you belong to Yahweh. Now you on his payroll. Now you're his child. Now you become his son, his daughter. Now you're adopted back, like we read in Hosea chapter 2. You become adopted back and become the son and the daughters of Yahweh. So that's all it takes. It's no special, conscious, deliberate things that you got to remember or know about, or else you're going to still be plagued with it. When you make a full repentance and you sincere to walk no matter what, and you're doing things that are upright and not an abomination to Yahweh, your spirit changes, you change. And sometimes it may take, a long time. And because some of us used to be killers. Some of us used to be real shooters. Some of us used to be stabbers and slicers. And then we know some of us used to have a nasty attitude. You say the wrong thing, it's going to be a problem. And then when we come to Hamashiach, we say, oh man, he said do this, well, I'm going to do it. We read for ourselves. And somebody teaches us certain things and we start to change, and we know we become a new creature. We know it's going to take way more for us to cuss you out and to get angry and upset and impatient with you than it did before. So you personally know where you came from. Just like when you growing up in church, they used to say when they get up for testimony, I don't say the things I used to say. I don't go to places I used to go. I don't have the friends I used to have. So you know in yourself where you go and when you stopped. Well, it's almost like that song Meatloaf had. I will do anything for love, but what? But I won't do that. And you're like, well, I'll do anything for the Most High. I'll reform any thought or hang up that I have, but not that. That, whatever not that is the problem that you have with the Most High, because you're carrying that over from someplace else. Just like you said, well, that brother, oh man, what you looking at? That's that old man that rose up in you, but you what? You literally killed him. You crucified him and said, man, I'm going to see this brother and I'm going to apologize to this brother, right? Rapayala, right? So that's the old man dying. That's the old man dying. You crucifying him. So now it's more room for the Holy Spirit. It's more room for wisdom to help you grow, help you heal. And as you do this, your body and your spirit react in a more affirmative way toward the Most High. And you've seen this happen also in your life. When you say, you know what, I'm going to do this thing the right way, no matter what, and I'm putting myself in jeopardy, And then the Most High or the Holy Spirit or wisdom be like, okay, man, fix that problem for him. Why? Because he was determined to do it the right way. He was willing to change the way that he could do it and not do it that way. So let's intervene on his behalf now. So you didn't try to fix it just yourself, your own, through compromise. And you say, if it gets fixed, it's going to be without a compromise. So that's how you know you become a new creature. And I'm just letting you know that these are some of the reasons, because a lot of these evil spirits and demons are attached to your families because of what we did in the wilderness. You know, and I was talking to somebody and I told them, I said, nah, oh, you could be you did it, you know, they talk about white witches and black witches. I'm like, no, any witch is required to submit somebody that they love voluntarily or involuntarily unto death. Unto death. And then I said, well, look, this person you talked about, this person you talking to me about, let me ask you this, since they say that it's a such thing as white witches. This white witch that y'all talking about, you know, so this brother dealing with this white witch, let me ask you something. Did this white witch blase, blah, blah, blah? So there was no death? Yeah, no death. Okay, so let me ask you a question. So there was nobody in that family or that person himself constantly having this happen to them. And it was like, yeah, it was. And it was obvious to everybody else. Yeah, it was. But this so-called white witch never talked about it, never alleviated, and never could do no spell or magic to change it. And it was like, nah, they didn't talk about it and they didn't even address it. I'm like, and you think that's a coincidence? That something like that so unusual always happening to a family back to back to back to back. And you don't know why. I said, this is why. And they're like, yeah, okay, I see that now. And that kind of plagues us too. And like I was telling somebody today, the biggest spirit, biggest demon our people worship now is Oshun. Which, not even Oshun, that's what they call it, but it's really Ishtar. It's not even Oshun. But I recognize what's going on because I've been exposed to that world. So that piqued my curiosity, and I would ask people in that world, and I would study and research firsthand in that world. I talked to a Madrina that had been in that world for over 40 years, doing rituals and sacrifices. Two of the main capitals for Santeria in America is New York and Miami. So you don't got to go down the line and say, okay, granddad, what did you do wrong? Okay, I'm going to repent for that. Nah, just blanket. Forgive what does the scripture say? We confess our sins and our trespasses, the ones that we know. And that's why the other day, during the Day of Atonement, we named all of them, pretty much all of them. But you don't got to do that every time. You could do it whenever you want to. But you don't got to necessarily do it like every time. But we talked about, what did we talk about? Idolatry in that and witchcraft in the Takanun. Yeah, so we confessed that. And once we confess it during the Day of Atonement, we don't got to keep going back revisiting it. We confess just about any sin us or our fathers have committed by name. We might have confessed fornications, but I don't think we confessed molesting children or nothing like that specifically. I don't think we confess like bestiality. I don't think we confess. I think that's all under fornications, but we don't confess all the different fornications. You know what I'm saying? We confess. We talk about adultery. So during the Day of Atonement, we go the Takanun prayer, and everybody has that prayer that I passed out during the Day of Atonement. When you go to the bottom of it, the last prayer that looks like a flyer is the Takanun prayer. And the prayer after that is the repentance prayer. But the Takanun prayer lists all of the possible infractions that our parents, our grandparents, our ancestors could have committed. So we confess those sins, man. And if you confess those sins, or you confess any and everything that they did wrong outside the will of Yahweh, because even if you confess what you know, there's still stuff and sins that you don't know. So long as you make that confession, hey, forgive my sins as I forgive those that sinned against me. Forgive my debts to you. Forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. We owe Yahweh sacrifice because of our sins. And people owe us for sins they committed against us. So we say, man, forgive everybody. Give everybody a clean slate. And that covers it, Rapaya Allah.
Come. What?
I am the boy. So, Jay, you got any you have any questions, Jay?
No, I don't.
Okay. And this is something that really, and I'm gonna call them out too on this post-Day of Atonement conversation. And I know this, and I made a class about this years ago. The minute I seen that the house of David was going into the crescent moon, and the minute I seen that IUIC was telling people that they could follow the white moon as the new moon now, I immediately identified it with Ishtar. And IUIC and SUPK are all giving you, all of them have 3 or 4 tokens of worshiping Ishtar. When you read the Old Testament and you study it, and you look at when the Bible says what does it say? It says a whore or a sodomite, a prostitute or a sodomite. It doesn't say prostitute in the Hebrew. In the Hebrew, the word that is mentioned means a temple slave, a temple sex servant. And this was done by the Babylonians as well as being done by the Greeks and the Romans up until the time of Hamashiach and the Egyptians. So when you're talking about a temple, a servant, you're talking about somebody going into a temple to worship a god. And all of the women at some point in their life before they got married had to have sex on behalf of one of the main gods or goddesses at that temple. It was mandatory, especially in the Greek culture. Right? So what do you have? Listen to what you got. You got a fornication at a place that they say is holy. Who else did this? Read the book of Maccabees. The Maccabees talks about the Greeks taking prostitutes and sacrificing pigs inside the temple. You want this back? Inside the temple. Our temple. Right? So you got sacrifices. And they would land with the prostitutes. So what happened when they land with the prostitutes? The man released his seed inside of this place that was unholy, but they considered it holy. So you got IUIC and ISUPK telling men before they come to the Sabbath class and on the Sabbath they can release their seed with their wife. That's straight Ishtar worship. That's straight out of the Babylonian and the Greek handbook of idolatry worship. It's called a temple prostitute. And this is also associated with the Moabite women that we read about in Numbers chapter 25. What I said was that the Babylonian demons have returned to the children of Israel because I see them manifesting in the different doctrines changing. What's another manifestation? Another manifestation is that you must have a woman participating in your rituals. She got to be there, preferably, representing a menstrual cycle. This is part of the ritual. This is part of the ritual. You can look it up yourself. This was part of the ritual. All right? Because to them, the menstrual blood symbolizes a creative, generative energy, even though it's unfertilized eggs leaving the woman's body. And they would use this menstrual blood as part of ritual sacrifices to connect with this deity. So they're saying, we're giving you all of these unborn eggs to enhance fertility or to invoke spiritual power. And IUIC and ISUPK teach the people now, if you lay with your woman or if she's on her cycle, first of all, IUIC back in when was that? Like 2012, 13. At that time, they were teaching women, if you're on your cycle, you must still come to the classes on the Sabbath, right? Remember that situation we had with them? You must come to the class on your Sabbath. Confirmed by their then captain or deacon out in Oklahoma City. Talk to him directly. So you got both of them telling people, hey, you got to come to the classes if you're on your period. And you can lay with your woman if you want to, but just make sure you come to the classes. So you got mandatory female participation, menstrual blood, and semen, all going back to temple worship of Ishtar in ancient Babylon. And what's the fourth element? When you're dealing with Babylon or when you're dealing with Oshun, it was the full moon ceremonies was used in Babylon under worshiping Ishtar or Ina. And I wrote, that's in when I did the idolatry of the Hebrew calendar, I talk about Ina in there because she was known as Ina in Babylon, but we knew her as Ishtar or Ashtoreth. When you read in, I believe in 1 Kings chapter 11, First Kings, I think it's 1 Kings chapter 7. All right, it's 7 or 11. When Solomon is, what they talking about, Solomon worshiping all of these different gods. All right. I guess you ain't gonna look it up, huh? You ain't got the Bible in your hand. Could you a little bit of help every now and then because you're kind of disinterested, huh? So in 1 Kings, chapter 7 is the temple. But chapter 11, it talks about Solomon worshiped many gods, and he clung to their idols. And then in verse 7, Verse 7, it says Solomon became a follower of Ashtoreth, the goddess of the Sidonians. So that's who we talking about, Ashtoreth. That's who Rapaya Allah was asking about yesterday. The Asherah was used to worship Ashtoreth, which is Ishtar. So this was a patroness god of the Hebrews. Solomon, our king, was worshiping this goddess at one time. And worshiping her was invoked under the new moon. The same as with Oshun. The same as with Oshun. And that's why with the sanctity of water under Yahweh's system, that's why a lot of Israelites say, no, don't do no water baptism, because Ishtar and Oshun don't want you dealing with no water for Yahweh, the God of Israel. They want you dealing with water only for Ishtar or only for Oshun. Because to them, the water is Oshun and it represents being immersed in her. For us, it represents you being cleansed and you being baptized into Hamashiach. So psychologically and spiritually, you're offsetting and challenging that demonic influence of the power of the water that they say, and you're using it as, a cleanser, something to expunge, something to represent you connecting to Yahweh and getting sin taken off of you. So it's a opposition of forces. So they are animate. You don't need water baptism. When everybody in the Bible read about is no symbolic baptism. It talks about baptism with fire in Acts, when we see it in Acts chapter 2. But then when we read the scriptures, we see that they continue doing water baptism. So you got women participation, menstrual blood, a man's seed, and the new moon. And IUIC got all four of those things. The full moon, what I say, new moon? Well, the fake new moon with the full moon. And then with ISUPK, they only got two of them. They got the women participation, the menstrual cycle, the women participation via menstrual cycle present, and then they got the semen presence. That you got to have the semen release, and then you can come. You can also come. In other words, they don't say don't do that before you come. They say you can do it if you want to, and then you can still come. But they just haven't gone over to the full moon worship per se. But they still have people coming to their celebrations under the guise of worshiping with these same things being allowed on Passover and on the day of the Feast of Tabernacles. So it doesn't matter what they do, because they ain't really, coming to the Most High fully in obedience to the Torah that they know. But they are encouraging people to do things that are directly contrary to the scriptures. And a lot of people may be, thinking there's a couple of signs and tokens that, I'll teach to a brother that's really committed, but I won't teach certain things just publicly like this, because there's things that you look for to see where a person's spirit really is. And a lot of people, you teach this to them, they'll be offended because they got these same signs and tokens of still dealing with demons in the world, even though they think they're dealing with the Most High. And there's always telltale signs. And there's spiritual signs. But a lot of stuff is like an announcement. Like when you see full moon worship, every month you worshiping under the full moon, You telling women they're on a period, they got to come. You telling men that, you know, you got cycle blood. You telling men, oh, lay with your wife and still come. And then you making female participation mandatory. And when we first came in, when I first came in 94, they was teaching against you laying with your woman and coming to the school on a Sabbath day, that we even thought that if you were going out to teach on the street, you couldn't lay with your wife before you go out to teach. Remember? It was like, nah. And then the brother was like, nah, because it's only when you go on the Sabbath day and go over here. They taught us, oh, when you come to the school, you couldn't have laid, because they treated the school like a temple. The women who couldn't come there on a cycle, and the man couldn't come there, especially on the he couldn't lay with his wife at all on the Sabbath. So all the things that Masha taught us, as a lot of the parameters that he taught us, these brothers have abandoned. Nobody was cooking on no Sabbath day. Nobody was laying with a woman on a Sabbath day. And nobody was having a woman come to the school on a Sabbath day. And because, again, they introduced these practices, eventually, okay, now they start to get corrupt. And they start to break away from what Yahweh. And all of this is part of, all of this is part of these ancient Babylonian religions. That's why the Most High, even in Revelation, Hamashiach is talking about Babylon, come out of her, my people. Okay. And you can read it. And this is the thing about it. All right. If you just go into what religious systems have semen release, menstruation liquid, blood, full moon worship, and mandatory female participation as a part of their religious practices, ancient and modern. I want somebody to put that put that in here. Get this. You come up and get this. Somebody put that in and see what they come up with. And see what Gemini or artificial intelligence tells you. Semen release, menstruation blood, full moon, and female participation. What ancient and modern religious systems use all four of these elements? And she's gonna type it right now, and she's gonna give me the phone back so I can read it to you. But sometimes, if you don't, maybe her AI or whatever she's looking up may not be as deep as my AI. Account. Blood, semen, female participation, and full moon. Full moon. Has anybody on the call or anybody on YouTube looked that up yet? Yes? No? Somebody tell me, because I'm not getting nothing with silence. Anybody looked it up?
I'm about to.
Okay. You got to talk to it. Just hit the microphone. This says there is no single religion that officially and universally required all four elements: semen, menstrual blood, female participation, and the full moon as a codified practice. But certain ancient mystery religions, fertility cults, and occult practices did include those elements together in ritual form. Let's look at how these elements, how that comes together historically and symbolically. It says Neolithic, all right, Mesopotamia. This is what it says. Mesopotamian sacred marriages called Ieros Gamos. Ieros means holy, and Gamos means marriage, like monogamy. monogamy, one marriage, mandatory one marriage. You had to give yourself to this goddess. It says Inanna, which is Ishtar. Now, you don't be going into, when you look on your AI, you don't be going into a lot of history and Torah-based topics like that get into the depths like we're going into now, do you? So this ain't even my, this ain't even my AI. It says,
I said something entirely different.
It says, yours probably would. It says, Inanna Ishtar Dumuzi, which is Tammuz, practice a ritual sexual union between a priestess and king or priest representing the goddess and her consort, oftentimes with lunar or seasonal cycles. Symbolic and real exchanges of semen and menstrual blood was understood as a union of life forces, masculine and feminine creative powers. All right, the tantric to renew the fertility of the land and ensure prosperity. Tantric or left-hand path tradition. Remember we said the left-hand side earlier, right? They calling it the left-hand side of Hindu Buddhism practices. It says the Vamakata Tantra use sexual rites, mahituma, involving both partners, sometimes incorporating sexual fluids as sacred substances, aligning with lunar phases, especially the full moon, when energy and fertility were believed to peak. The female participation was essential to empower the goddess or Shakti. The mingling of semen and menstrual blood represented the cosmic unity, merging Shiva and Shakti, all right, energy, which also goes into so-called Kali. It says modern occult. It says Aleister Crowley revived the reinterpretation of sexual magic rituals. Listen, full moon, chosen for rituals involving sexual union, and the collection of symbolic use, the collection or symbolic use all the way up until modern times. The collection or symbolic use of sexual fluids, including menstrual blood, to charge talismans or magical workings. Female participation seen as vital, the woman representing the lunar current and receptivity of nature. Semen, all right, involved as the life-giving force, menstrual blood, life-bearing, lunar, feminine force, female participation, embodiment of the female divine, and full moon, the peak of fertility and magical potency. So what in the world do you got an Israelite pushing this for? Now, if you look up no sex, no menstrual blood, mandatory male participation with a black moon, hardly nothing probably gonna come up. All right. So this says the closest historical matches are the tantric mahituma rituals from Indian Buddhism, Mesopotamian Eros Gamos, which Babylon and Mesopotamia, and some modern occult and neo-pagan sex magic rites. All right. So this is what IUIC is promoting. So you wondering how they're growing? One, you mandate. And I've heard brothers say, brothers in ancient Israel had wives. I've heard Deacon, not Deacon, but I've heard Kanai say the men in ancient Israel had many wives because it was wicked. And I've heard his overbishop say that the men in ancient Israel had wives, multiple wives, because we was in our kingdom. And I've heard them say, I think somebody sent it to me, that multiple wives now is adultery, but we're going to do it in the kingdom. So either way, what you have, and see, Nathaniah Allah, our Nathaniah Allah, he knows the bishop of IUIC personally. He was there when he came in. Like Nate 1 was there when Nate 3 came in. His original name was Yasharahla, which means he's the third Nate. But then he said, well, I'm over everybody, so now I'm the bishop Nate. He's over the Nate that was there before him, that was teaching the Torah diligently before him, and why he's still not teaching the Torah. See how cats elevate themselves and everybody look at him, oh, wow, you're the bishop. We're going to look to you. Bishop of what? Yasharahla from New York to Ohio to Mexico is supposed to be his teacher, teaching him the Torah. So the point is that now he say, well, it's, the men had it because we was in our kingdom. And then the bishop under him said, well, the men did it because they was wicked. And this one say, well, it's adultery. And then this one say, well, it's adultery, but in the kingdom, it's going to happen again. It's going to happen again when we get in Isaiah chapter 4. But that's that Oshun spirit. That's that Ishtar spirit. You had to devote yourself to this female deity only and make a pledge to her. And when that woman went to the temple, that man took her virginity and he paid for that experience, and the money went to the temple priest and the priestesses. And that's how it worked. So you got confusion. But everything you're doing is appeasing. It ain't nothing appeasing no masculine spirit. Because when it's time to go, when it's time to protect the village, we need stealth. We need discretion. You see? But it's like, look at who we got. Rapayala, what do you got from your end, man?
I got some of the similar things that you had. I also had it narrowed down. It's a lot, but I also had it narrowed down to the point to where even without the menstrual blood, how people would do it symbolically, even now without the menstrual blood. And I didn't say yes to that yet. I want to know what that is.
Okay.
One of the ones that because if it's symbolic, then shoot, then you just doing it all the or doing it. You know what I'm saying? With the
real thing. If it's symbolic, then you doing it actually with the real. You having the actual real thing present should be more potent in your magic, so-called.
Right.
In other words, for this ritual, we need a statue of a goat. Oh, but it just so happens we got a real goat here too. Type stuff. But go ahead,
The very first one that popped up was the Tantric traditions, like the 11 Painted Path from Hindu and Buddhist. That was the very first one that popped up. They ritualized in that using male and female sexual fluids, and they were seen as the merging of Shiva, the masculine consciousness, and Shakti, feminine power. The timing was during the full moon, especially potent for such rituals, symbolizing completion and fertility. I'm gonna jump down, but this was the other one that got me, was ancient Near Eastern and fertility cults. So examples of Canaanite, Babylonian, and earlier Semitic fertility worship, often centered around lunar cycle. So see, there's that word, lunar cycle. Moon symbolism, the full moon representing fertility, growth, and divine feminine energy. Ritual fluids. So some of the rites actually involve sexual union or blood offerings to represent fertility and life force. And it was normally like female priests that did this stuff. And then you have Western esotericism and alchemy. They do that stuff during the full moon. Modern neo-pagan and witchcraft traditions, which, for instance, when women are always talking about that goddess spirituality, especially amongst our women, they talking about goddess this, goddess that, goddess this, goddess that. That's the number one thing that I thought about when they mentioned that. And when I'm jumping down.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, most of our people are the same demons we worshiped in ancient Israel are the same ones that we worshiping now. And there's people getting seduced, not knowing that you're not dealing with Yahweh. You're dealing with Oshun. You're not dealing with Yahweh. You're dealing with Ishtar, depending on what you're actually doing. Good morning, UK. You dealing with Ishtar. You're not dealing with the God of Israel no more, man. And that's why you don't see what? Who do you see out here really telling you follow Hamashiach and don't compromise the Torah? Okay. Go ahead, finish what you're saying, Rapayala.
This was the one that I was looking at, the ancient Near Eastern fertility rite. Canaanites, Babylonians, Sumerian, and Phoenician fertility.
Phoenician
fertility codes before the first millennium BCE. And
so wait. Before the first millennium falls in the category of the time that we left out of Egypt. Before the first millennium BC is the time frame of 1000 BC and backwards, like 1200 BC, 1300 BC. We left out of Egypt at 1446 BC, and the conversation that Moses is having with us is in 1406 BC, man. So we in the whole Phoenician, Canaanite, Babylonian. So go and Egyptian. So I'm in Babylon, but Rapayala is taking it back before Babylon became a major power, influencing everybody to the Canaanites, and even going back to the Egyptians too. All right, go ahead. Continue what you're saying, Rapayala.
And the practice was ritualized sexual unions to honor fertility deities, Ishtar, Astarte, and this one is one that I haven't heard before, which is Inanna.
Inanna is another name for Ishtar. All right. So Ashtoreth, Ishtar, Inanna, Diana, Artemis, Isis, Oshun. Those are all names for the powerful female force, all right, usually exemplified by water, and also sometimes through forms of war, also through Aphrodite, which is who the Muslims worship. That's why they worshiping a female deity as the rock, right? Which doesn't represent their God in any way. The rock that they have, Aphrodite, that's how Aphrodite was worshipped in ancient Greece, was with a black rock. So it's all going back to her. And she was also a goddess of war. And that's why they, a lot of times, so warlike and so just the cruelty. See, Yahweh deals with balance. And that's why you deal with these men, that say, you can't do this, you can't do that. But then when you talk to them, they're so mean and nasty to each other behind closed doors. That's that, that's that feminine warrior type of spirit that they displaying. Okay, but go ahead, Rapayala, continue.
it mentions menstrual symbolism representing the renewal of the land and divine procreation. Full moon as the time of the goddess's fullness and favor. But the evidence is evidence found in temple hymns and myths, like sacred marriage hymn of Anana and Dumuzi. So that's where they got that from. That's where they found the evidence at.
So they got the actual songs that they used to sing to worship these gods. And you got to understand the fact, though, and you really bring in another point, and I don't really want to get too deep into it. Yes, exactly, the Queen of Heaven. This is the Queen of Heaven that we read Jeremiah, Ezekiel talking about. The people were making cakes for the Queen of Heaven. So let me ask you a question. And I really don't want to go there. And you're going to give it back to you, Banya Yasharahla. When these R&B singers are making songs about, a woman, a lot of times they ain't talking about no specific woman. All four of them or five of the R&B groups are coming together, to make a song. But they're not talking to any woman in particular. It's just a general song. I mean, except when Jodeci sang, Forever My Lady, that was actually written by Al B. Shore for his woman that was pregnant with his baby, Quincy. So that was an actual song written by him for Jodeci, but it was for his woman. So you do got exceptions to the rule like that. But who in the hell was Luther Vandross singing to? Teddy Pendergrass was caught with a man in his car twice. Who was he singing to? Was Marvin Gaye singing the love songs to Tammy Terrell? Al Green was singing songs, and women, the women was falling in love with him that had a husband. Love songs. And then she threw grits on him when she was at his house. And then the other part of the story is that after she threw the grits on him, the part of the story that they don't never talk about is that she was a married woman. He wasn't doing nothing with her. She threw the grits on him because he rejected her. And then she went in the next room with the firearm and unalived herself. So what is the actual long-term effect of these songs on people, and who are they singing these songs to? Because I don't see none of them in no long, sustained, lifelong marriages, very few and far in between. So who are they singing the songs to? And my theory is that a lot of these songs are really being meant for the Queen of Heaven. Like the sister just talked about, the Queen of Heaven. Why? Because it's not having no effect on our people positively in relationships. Chris Brown singing his songs is not bringing marriages and families together. It's making married women want to go up to Chris Brown and sit on his lap, have him touch on them, paying him money to do it. That's like the side hustle for him. So who is this female that everybody keep talking about? And listen to the man. The man is singing songs to or for the woman, but the woman ain't even singing songs to the man no more. You had Whitney Houston, maybe Gladys Knight and Anita Baker, maybe Mary J. every now and then. But Beyonce, I mean, she's singing love songs. If she's singing songs about that, the woman should want more than what the man have to offer her. About a stable relationship in a marriage, is that what she's talking about? You can't even listen to R&B no more. First of all, it's like cussing every other line, and that's accepted. And then second of all, back in the day, they was talking about, marriages and stuff like that, but then they started to talk about a bunch of other crazy stuff. So who are these songs being geared toward? Number one. Number two, how come you got more songs singing about how you feel about a woman than how you feel about God Almighty? It's almost like you woman worshiping. Why you got all these catalog of songs about the creature, but none about the creator? Marvin Gaye got Our Father. That's about it. Who else got songs to the Most High besides all these love songs that they making? So they don't praise the Most High. They don't really believe in the Most High. They're not pushing obedience. They're pushing sex and fornication. Ladies, when your man try to get buck wild, hit him up style. Right? Listen, and if you listen to these songs, you'll see. So that's why it's better just to leave it alone. But go ahead, Rapayala.
The majority of music, I mean, it's because you mentioned with the men, I mean, a lot of them end up becoming gay, and it's all witch language in the first place. We're really gonna take it there. It's all really just witch language. So,
who's that? ASAP Rocky, right?
ASAP Rocky.
ASAP Rocky. You got so many black entertainers in pictures with this woman who got nothing to do with music, right? It's this old white woman that's always in all black, and she's a straight up witch. She deals with Satan, and her man deals with Satan too. But you got all the Israelite artists taking pictures with her for what? Like it's almost like a rite of passage. And the picture with ASAP Rocky is that they land in a very compromising position. So there's a lot of witchcraft and spells involved in this music. And if you don't believe me, look at the impact that the music has had on our society. From when I was born in 1973 in New York City until now in 2025 in Chiapas, Mexico, I have seen in my own life the influence of the music on our people. They began to see, oh man, we can influence what they do and how they do it through the music. The drug dealing, the fornication, the murdering, it was at an all-time high in the 80s and in the early 90s because that's what was being pushed to us. The homosexuality and the pill popping, that became popular like a little after my generation because that's what's being pushed. The music always pushes the agenda of the society, always meant to pull you away from worshiping Yahweh, always. Go ahead, Rapayala.
So you have Wicca and modern Gothic traditions, but that's it's just stuff that they do now. Like it's like modern.
Leah, let me bring that up to date. They are doing things that they learned and inherited from the ancient systems that we were doing when we were in the wilderness and Yahweh cut our heads up for it. But they cut back on it because they don't do it to the extreme. All right, go ahead, Up.
Then it branched into Western esotericism and alchemy. So like this is medieval Renaissance Europe. So they started doing things like as far as menstrual and seminal fluids. They were they were used for alchemy, like metaphors for transformation, different things like that. African and indigenous traditions. This is the one that I was looking at. So African fertility or moon cults like Dagara or like you said Yoruba, they honor menstrual blood as ancestral power, guys for women's communal rights. So like symbolic. When I jumped down, because I asked another question, well, and I said, okay, here's how these traditions continue today, and who still does them, and who practice. So as far as like and the Shakta path, that's South Asia and global yoga. So,
and that's when they start going into the chakras, and that's when they start going into the chakras and all of that, which is trying to awaken that serpentine spirit, Kundalini. It's all idolatry. Go ahead.
So most modern tantra, and they got these schools like the Kala or the Shakta schools, the Surya Vidya. They use symbolic union mantras, meditation, and visualization. But now like literal fluidity. And then they have some offshoots. Kaula, they still treat menstrual blood Rajas as sacred. They still do the full moon thing. And when I come down, I start talking about like modern Wicca and like God from the Europe for Europe and America and global, U.S., UK, Europe, Latin America, and online covens. So they still do that like full moon. That's when the solitary practitioners honor the goddess in her fullness, whichever one that may be. Symbolic blood use. So and I've seen that. Some eco-feminists use menstrual blood as a sacred offering to the earth or as pigment and ritual art. So, you might just be buying menstrual blood and pick up some feminist semen represented symbolically, chalice, like a wand or the great right. And then you have, like in today's version, it's like entirely symbolic. But even then, I don't really believe that. I believe that they go through with the whole thing. Alchemy and Western esotericism, Hermetic and occult groups. So they're around, and it's the same things I kind of mentioned before. So I'm just kind of jumping down. But the one that's really stuck out to me, because I'm not really worried about Esau, African and indigenous traditions. This was the one. So the Dagara is in Burkina Faso. The women's moon hut ceremony during full moons, menstrual blood honored as ancestral and life-giving. The Yoruba, the Ifa, the moon cycles tied to feminine Orita energies, Oshun and Yamaya. Native American, First Nations, moon lodge gatherings during menstruation for rest and renewal and spiritual connection. But they still be pouring their blood out into the ground like that's what they do.
Who did that?
Given to the earth. And then they got modern hybrids and syncretic paths. So like some spiritual groups, like they do independent practitioners or they combine stuff.
Yeah, so how is it that, and that's where Israelites come in. They put two things together, but they're doing it under demonic influence because they don't know. I don't think most of them know. Some of them do probably know that they're doing this as a form of ancient worship. So a lot of people are under that influence of these different worship systems. And that's what we was talking about earlier. Oshun, Ishtar, Inanna. All the ones that we were talking about earlier before we even went into ChatGPT. We'd already brought this what they're doing. Why? Because you see all of these things. You see all of these things. And it's not because of the travels and the experiences, you know how all these things are happening. You know what the spiritual force is behind a lot of these practices, man. So it's that Numbers chapter 25 linking up with Deuteronomy chapter 4 of Baal Peor being worshipped through fornication. And now you say, well, Ishtar is being worshipped too. Anything else you want to add to that, Rapayala?
It's just, they start talking about herbs and different things like that, and basically asked me if I wanted to know like what to do to try and get involved, and I just said no. To get taught. I mean, it's very practical. The first one I said yes to, it's just really practical stuff. Kind of like how we lift our hands and pray to Yahweh. It's something similar to that. But like after that, it mind boggles me because we just covered over a millennium of history, and this is what it's all grinded itself down to. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
So you have to cut through all this stuff, and when you do try and tell somebody that they're not in the right, because like my little cousin, when she was pregnant, she was wrapping the red string around her stomach and all that stuff, and I'd be looking at her like, take
you said the red string.
Yeah. And I'm gonna take that mess off. She's like, no, my friend's mom, she put it on there, and I started looking like, what you mean your friend's mom? Like, who is she? What does she do? I start to get interrogated, but it's just like, this is crazy, because just a small little hiccup of somebody, just even going outside on a full moon and just gazing at it and even putting their hands up can really just connect them back to everything Yahweh said not to do in the first place. And we talking about like the Queen of Heaven all of a sudden. Next thing you know what I'm saying? You're trying to save your menstrual blood to pour into a plant. Like, it's that's scary. That's scary how these things can creep in. But I yield with that though.
Yeah, because Ishtar or Baal Peor, and that's what I'm trying to tell people, like, tell you all that Baal Peor, just look up who Baal Peor was. All right, who he was and what was his purpose. All right, but this was a male for so-called fertility god. For the men, or for the male counterpart of this, of this worship system that they have put together. All right. So all of these things are what people are doing now. Like I said, the people at IUIC, they are unwillingly participating in witchcraft, in ancient Babylonian magical rituals. They don't know. They don't know. They don't know why they doing this stuff. They don't know that they're worshiping, other gods. And
Salaki, but I really just asked it. I asked chat. I told him no. I just wanted to know how far this went back. And that is wild. And I said this has to link to Baal Peor and the Moabites causing the Israelites to sin. And it said exactly what you're noticing is very likely the same pattern. From Numbers chapter 25, records the Israelites at Baal Peor were Moabites and Midianite women lured them into a fertility cult. This wasn't just generic idolatry. It was a very specific kind of ritual that combines sexual rites, worship of fertility deities, Baal, Asherah, Astarte, Hamash, feasting and sacrifices time with lunar seasonal cycles. So that whole new moon thing with them stupid cycles that they got going on, and they be having them feast days on them cycles, that's definitely tied to that. And it says that's why it seems so spiritually dangerous in the Torah. It wasn't just bowing to an idol. It was engaging in a ritual system designed to unite sex, blood, and fertility with worship of a God other than Yahweh. Wow.
Right.
And then it's telling me a bunch of other stuff too. It's long. So I'm not gonna read all that right now. But yeah, that's a case closed right there.
Because
parts of that.
Because and listen to this, listen to this. If you look up the word peor or paor, the paor, etymologically, I don't know if y'all can look it up on Blue Letter right now. But if you go into the meaning of that word, allegedly, the word is supposed to mean opening. So the Lord or the master of the opening. So in the worship of Baal Peor, let me ask you a question. When they was worshiping Baal Peor, what were they opening? What were they opening? Why Phineas said that he's seen these men about to lay with the man dealing with this Moabite woman, and he killed him with a javelin. So the opening was a couple of openings, but we know that the Bible said the men were committing fornication with the women of Moab. And you know what these women of Moab was opening up to worship this God. So these rituals were involved with worshiping this ancient God before we even got into Israel. People were already worshiping this God. The Moabites were. Okay. So it was through fornication. And as they were doing all of this stuff through fornication, the Most High said, cut their head off and kill them. So Baal Peor is one of the consorts. The female counterpart of that is the Queen of Heaven, called Ishtar. So when we go back into Numbers, I don't understand what you asked. You said how something. I didn't catch what the how was about. But the Baal Peor people, they were worshiping this god, Baal Peor, but Baal Peor required you to lay with these women. It says they initiated them into the cult of Baal Peor, which is the symbol of the idolatry. But there was Midianite women involved also. All right, so let's go back into Genesis 25. I mean, not Genesis, but Numbers chapter 25, when Phineas took that javelin. I said they pagans, because all of the doctrines that they introduced and pushing now that they were not taught by our elders that established the Black, Hispanic, Native American unity and keeping the commandments, they go against that teaching. They teach that, again, you have to come to their services on the white moon, which they say is the new moon, which is the moon that the witches use. The woman has to come if she's on her period. That's the blood magic. And the man has to come, and he can lay with his wife even if it's on a new moon, which is, you're not supposed to do that. It's a day of worship. And like I said, the woman's on her cycle, they tell her that it's mandatory for her to be there, whether she's on her cycle or not. So you got mandatory female participation. You got semen and sex mandatory involved, not discouraged at all. And the woman on her cycle being told that she must come, and all of this is being done under the full moon. So I'm just answering the sister's question. She said, how are they into idolatry indirectly? And see, this is the thing. If you ask them 4 questions, can a man come to your school after he's released his seed with his woman on the Sabbath day? They're gonna say yes. Can a woman come to your school if she's on her cycle? Yes. If she don't want to come and she's still on her 7 days separation, is it mandatory that she come? Yes. And all of this is done when you all have your gatherings on the new moon also. All 3 of these things are practiced during your new moon cycle also, which is the white moon that they falsely follow. They're going to say yes. But it looks good. It looks good. And this is no respect to anybody in Omega Psi Phi, but I lived on a college campus. I lived on a college campus for about 3 years. And on that college campus, the biggest dogs on campus was known to be the Q dogs. The Q dogs. And their colors are what? Purple and gold. That's the colors of Omega Psi Phi. Just putting that out there. All right. So in Numbers chapter 25, it says that when Phinehas, the son of Aaron, son of Eleazar, rose up, he saw in the midst of the congregation, it says, and behold, one of the sons of Israel came and brought to his relative a Midianite woman in the sight of Moses and in the sight of the whole congregation of the sons of Israel, while they were weeping at the entrance of the tent of meeting. Then it says that Phinehas took a spear in his hand, and it says, after the man of Israel went into the inner room of the tent and pierced both of them, the man of Israel and the woman, through the abdomen. So these people were still trying to commit idolatry, fornication. So it was Moabite women involved, but the one that set it off was the Midianite woman. All right, was the Midianite woman, and the Midianite woman was involved in it. Why? Because why was that offensive? Because Moses' wife was a Midianite. Midian was with us in the wilderness. So remember, Balaam was from the nation of Midian, and in Numbers 23 and 24, he was sent to curse us. And then Balak, the king of Moab, wanted him to curse us. The king of Moab told a Midian leader to come and curse the children of Israel. And then the Midianite woman is the one that actually made Phinehas say, "Nah, we got to kill you." Because remember, the Midianites were living amongst the children of Israel at this point. All right. Not all of the Midianites, but some of the ones from Jethro's, Moses' brother-in-law. When Jethro went back to the land of Midian, they stayed with us, and they were given territory in the land of Judah. And we treated them like brothers. So you had Midianite Arabs that were embedded into the relationship of Israel and Yahweh and in our territory. Okay. So this uncleanness is being promoted. And another, so this is why we got to be careful. So now this ritual, this ritual in this worship, is something that the Israelites, we see it today when people go to clubs. People go to clubs to get drunk, to get high, to dance, to fornicate. Okay. Nobody goes to the club to just, I'm gonna just go and just see. You might go do that, but you usually gonna get drunk. You're gonna go there usually to get drunk. Okay. You're gonna go there to get drunk, and you're gonna go there to sometimes you go there to find a partner to fornicate with. And then when you're in when you're in these relationships without no lifelong commitment to that man or that woman, if you're not operating under Yahweh's system, right? Whose system are you operating under? Because Yahweh said, respect and honor the man, and you say, I'm not going to respect and honor you, nothing. And that woman do not want you to exercise your obedience to the Most High. Who's she worshiping? How's she worshiping? So if she refused to enter into a righteous union with you, and you giving yourself to her, who is she worshiping? Is she worshiping the God of Israel or something else that she got going on? Okay. So this is a very important part of the Torah reading today because it highlights Yahweh, Moses bringing it up to us, what we did and how we made the Most High upset to the point the Most High said, Yahweh said, cut off these people's head and hang them before the sun. Okay. But you have to understand the fact that it's really secretive now. It's cryptic now. It's not easy to spot now. Right? But both of them, Dionysus, which is the god of that wild dancing and going out drinking, you're worshiping Dionysus. All right? You worshiping Dionysus. And when you're worshiping Dionysus, and you're dealing with the wine and the dancing, that's going back to Baal Peor. The feastings and the sexual fertility rites, you choosing a different partner, every how many times every few years. Who did that? That's going back to what the Greeks and the Romans was pushing when you go and talking about the Lupercalia, Valentine's Day. They would sprinkle the goat's blood and they would sprinkle the goat's milk on the people as they passed under like a train, all right? Like they're doing that one girl show. What's that girl show? They got the people on the left and right side of the hall dancing as they go down, and people say their name, go so-and-so, go so-and-so. Is it Sherry? Or the other girl? I forget what show it is. And y'all not going to help me out either, are you? What is it? The people go down the hallway, and when they go on her show, they say, go so-and-so, go so-and-so, and they're dancing going down the hallway. Almost like a Soul Train line. But they would do that in the
Was Michelle Obama on there?
What?
Was Michelle Obama on there like one time?
I don't know, but if it's a picture of people on the left and right side of the hallway and she's kind of dancing down that hall while they cheering her on, if you saw that going on, what show was it? What talk show?
I don't remember the person. At first, I thought it was the Ellen DeGeneres show because I saw like a small clip.
Maybe they did it on there. It's either Jennifer Hudson or the other girl, Sherry. One of them two shows.
Yeah.
Sherry, what's her name? Sherry what? The Israelite, the black lady, I forget her.
She was on The View.
The one that used to be on The View and then got her own show.
Shepherd.
Sherry Shepherd. Okay. So they would do that and they would put the black and white blood and milk on the people. And then you would pick a person that you were going to lay with during this time frame as your temporary partner. So you tell me what when you were in school and they were exchanging Valentines, If the white man don't know what he's doing or how these rituals are connected to ancient idolatry, what are the two most famous colors of your little candy Valentine hearts? Anybody remember?
Pink and red.
Pink, well, pink and red, that's the same category. And what's the other one?
It was blue. And are you talking about the little hard ones with the words on them?
Yeah, be my Valentine, be mine. Where I was from, it was red or pink or pinkish and then white.
I came a little later.
I mean, again, you can go to Google, put in Lupercalia, and put in goat. Just put in Lupercalia and put in blood milk. See what you come up with. And this is so wonderful because you don't even got to do no deep digging. You can just ask, and you can say, "Hey, give me an academic source for what you're saying." So when you participate in these Valentine rituals, you're participating in a fornication ritual. That's why you say, "Be my Valentine" once a year. And we got to go out to eat and do all this and that. And then in the Midwest, they got something called Sweetest Day. That's like the 13th or the 15th of February. It's a whole nother month. But it's a Lupercalia. It's a Lupercalia festival. So what I'm saying is that the rituals of worshiping these different gods, they're embedded in our American life. But they know that these things come from idolatry. Because why they got the same colors that they used? And they had this thing called, and this was one of my biggest thing. They got this one herb. It was an anti-fertility herb. I think it was called Silphium or Silphius. I want everybody to do something right now. I want you to go to your computer. And this is something that was used. That's why for the longest time, when they had that heart emoji, I refused to use it because I knew the origin of it. But I got sucked into it also. But I want this is a symbol that prostitutes would use on their doors. All right, prostitutes would use this on their doors in ancient Greece. They would use this. Why? Because this symbol, this plant, was used by the prostitutes for a contraceptive, or to induce, a miscarriage. The name of the herb is called Silphium. And this is just something I came across in my years and years of study on these matters. So if you look at that herb, I want everybody under the sound of my voice right now, I want you to put in a herb, Silphium, Silphium. Here, take this phone, put it in Google. Or you got a phone over there. No, you don't. Here, take this phone, put it in Google. Silphium. Did everybody do it? Put that in. What? Say again.
Respell it.
Silphium. And actually, you know what? What was that movie? Was that the 300 when the lady what movie was that? Remember that we was looking at a movie and the lady actually said it. She said, "Oh, just
Lisa Ward."
She said, just go and buy some such and such because one of her maidens. What was I saying?
She said it's frozen. She said, no, it's not.
It should be going now. All right. So when you talking about these goddesses and these gods, right? What you need to understand is that if you are a voodoo priest, if you are an Oshun priest, let's say you a woman and you say I'm gonna be an Oshun priestess, and you can tell by the demeanor. Or let's say you say I'm gonna worship my Wanga or my Lua that they say in Haiti. You either gonna have a spirit that disguises itself as feminine or masculine come to you. All right. If it's a feminine spirit that come to you, that man or woman, they gotta deal with a male. Even if you say you worshiping this demon was supposed to be female, if it presents itself to you as a man and you're a woman, then you got to deal with other females. If it presents itself to you as a female and you are a male, then you got to lay and deal with other men, or not deal with nothing, or do whatever you're doing in secret with that same sex. So these demons and spirits require you to make sexual sacrifices. And you only having a sexual relationship with that spirit, above all, is part of the sacrifice that you got to make to that deity, to that demon, to that false god or goddess. So now that's why Americans, and this is something that you would never understand because you're in America. And you won't believe me. But I've read, just like you read, what's the book by the Willie Lynch letter?
Mm-hmm.
I've read sociological books written by white people during slavery going into Africa, and they said the primary practice that they used to break. See, we thinking ancient Israel polygyny. Modern times monogamy. What's modern times? Is modern times Africa in the 1700s, the 1800s, the 1900s? Now? Because they can leave the village and go to the city, but they still practice that same custom. The North American Indians, when a white man came, was still practicing the same custom, even to the day. The 1900s, late 1800s, they were still practicing it. But when you deal with these spirits, though, they make you be only devoted to them. So you have men and women that are devoted to Ishtar and don't even know it. Because all the prerequisites are prerequisites that you have to go under to worship Ishtar. So they got Ishtar and Oshun worship mixed together. So that's why when you look at that Ankh symbol, and this is the point that I'm getting at. So when you hear certain brothers constantly exalting the woman even as a god above themselves. And that's why sometimes I'm like, well, hold up, bro. I hear what you're saying, but you're saying you're here and you're saying that a female is here in your walk with the Most High. Like she's the person you're looking up to for guidance and instruction. So you'll subject yourself to this, but this woman will never, and you won't let her. Like you said, I'm the protector spirit for this goddess over here. And if you know, you know. All right. So back again, what is the symbol of that loyalty and dedication to that particular goddess is an ankh. I'm consorting with this goddess. Okay? I'm consorting with this goddess. That's why you see all these people saying, oh yeah, Afrocentric, and now that I'm going from Afrocentric to say, you know what, let's go back to another one, and we're gonna get tantric. We're gonna practice Buddhism, we're gonna practice Hinduism, and that's what Rapaya Allah was talking about when he talked about, what was it, synchronism, right? Synchronism. Okay. So now, all I said was, I asked, this app that I'm in, I said, Peor means opening. I said, which is Bel Peor. I said, Peor means opening. And it said, yes. The Hebrew word parir means to open wide, to gape, to expose. This is what it's telling me. With all the access to all of the information that's available online, this is what it says. It says Bel Peor means Lord of the opening. The opening could mean a physical or sexual opening, fertility / obscenity cult. I came to this conclusion, and then without influencing, I said, well, this means opening. And this is the conclusion that this program came to also. And then it says, it talked about Numbers 25 again. It says Bel Peor opening in the context of Numbers 25, sexual or idolatrous rites based on open rituals honoring a deity of exposure, indulgence, and lust. So yeah, you nailed it. Peor equals opening, exposure, and Bel Peor is Lord, master of the opening, a name loaded with sexual and ritual symbolisms. Then I said this, and I haven't said nothing about the Ankh prior. So everything I'm saying, I'm trying to see if something that's disconnected from our reality is going to come to the same conclusion. And that's the same thing Rapaya Allah is doing. That's the same thing that Sharai is doing. That's the same thing that Jay did. Oh, it said this, and her son, and the heart shape, and a silphium. But I guess everything is wrong. Somebody's going to say it means something different. Now it said connection to the Ankh, question mark. This is what it said. That's a sharp question. And yes, well, as a matter of fact, I can go down here. Oh no, I don't got that option on here. Oh yeah, here we go. Check this out.
That's a sharp question. And yes, there's a deep symbolic overlap
Hold
between
up.
Balfour's opening and the Egyptian Ankh, even though they come from different cultures. Let's break it down carefully. Meaning of the Ankh. The Ankh in Egyptian means life, literally breath of life, vitality, or eternal life.
It's taking too long.
Its shape, loop, oval, womb, female principle,
Let
or
me stop the reading.
crossbar and stem equals male.
Okay, I'll read it myself because it's taking too long. It says the loop or the oval equals womb, female principle, or opening. That's the conclusion I came to. That's the conclusion that Rapaya Allah came to. That's the conclusion that the computer came to. And that's the conclusion that is recorded in history. It represents a woman's womb. That is the opening of Bel Peor. He is the Lord of the opening. Then what does it say? It says the crossbar and the stem represents the male principle or the phallus, the male member. So together, a union of male and female equals life, life through the opening, symbolizing fertility, reproduction, and divine life force. So the Ankh is a holy, quote unquote, symbol of divine life through sacred union. The Peor is a corrupted imitation. That's what it says. Opening turned into sensual ritual. Both reflect Near Eastern fertility theology, life, reproduction, and divine energy through the union of opposites. Then it says, if you want, I can show you how this opening life theme continues through Ishtar, Babylon, Ashtoreth, Canaan, and even early Greco-Roman mystery cults that merge the Ankh symbol with fertility rites of Aphrodite and Dionysus. This is what it's saying. So all these things are connected. So when you see a person, you're inviting, this is not a biblical symbol. So you're using this symbol to represent what? Ancient Egypt? And you're linking it to Canaanite gods? Yahweh always says the people of the nation did to do this. I don't want y'all doing this. And Israel's doing it now. Israel's doing it now. They're taking all of these things that were used to worship other demons, false gods in the ancient world, and they're doing it now. So we have to be very vigilant. You got to watch what you're doing, watch your feelings, watch your emotions, watch what you're listening to, watch what you're looking at on TV. Especially on these shows where every other scene is man and man and woman and woman. Encouraging you to do things against what the Bible is telling us to do. Encouraging you to enter into perversion. And a lot of these Israelite organizations are promoting and pushing things that were used to worship other false gods that Yahweh told us not to worship. But because the leaders don't know about these things and the congregants don't know about these things, it seeps in little by little. Anybody that knows anything, I don't care what part of America you grew up in, I don't care what time of the year Halloween fell on for you, you always gonna see that witch flying in front of a full moon, and you're gonna see that werewolf howling at the full moon. It ain't never a black moon. If you looked at anything pertaining to Wiccan, they perform their rituals under the white moon. And when I was in India, living amongst the Indians, what I learned over there was that the black moon is called the very what do you call it? Auspicious. It's a time to be very careful, not to be out in the streets, to be quiet, to be at home, not to be engaging in a lot of activities. It's a time to just handle your business and cut whatever you're doing that you don't need to do short and get back home the day of the new moon in India right now. So they have a lot of the characteristics of observing the full moon. I mean, the new moon, the black moon, the covered moon, as we have, as you see in the Bible. But they do their rituals and they do all of their special fertility rites and a lot of their special worship ceremonies. They do a lot of that stuff under the full moon. So if you don't look at, okay, so we know it's a line of succession. So if you don't look at, okay, and just looking at the scripture, you can figure out what Baal Peor, how he was worshipped, just looking at that scripture. And then when you look up Ishtar, you can look at Ishtar by understanding the word Easter and what's done on Easter. Bunny rabbits having a big litter. Easter eggs, chicken laying eggs, every single day. And then a chocolate bunny laying eggs. Every, and then the little baby chicks for Easter. All of these things are multiples. Chicks ain't hatch one at a time, just one, and then you got to wait another month. If anything, she'll drop an egg today, tomorrow, and they'll hatch like one after the other. And the bunny rabbits having like 8, 9 babies at one time. So these are all symbols of fertility. So now you know, okay, Easter is Ishtar. And Ishtar is Ashtoreth, another fertility. So you got one fertility over here, and then you got Baal Peor, the Lord of openings, over here. So female and male counterparts. And how were they worshiping Baal Peor in the wilderness? Oh, they was, fornicating with the Moabite women. They were fornicating with the me love you long time women. That's what they were doing. So how does that translate into modern society? So you have to live a very chaste and holy life. You cannot be polluting your temple by putting things in it that are going to tempt you to do wrong or distract you from doing right. Things that encourage you, things that help you, things that strengthen your walk in Yahweh. I mean, yeah, you can have fun in life, but it shouldn't be no wicked fun. It should be godly type of fun, things that the Most High is not against. Like what? Like riding a go-kart, like going on the zip line, like swimming, like playing chess, like hiking, okay? Like going on some jet skis, okay? Like you could play a game of life. You can play Monopoly. You can play Tunk. You can play bridge or spades. All right. You can crochet. You can knit. You can light off firecrackers. You can be an amateur, you can make amateur rockets. You can go shooting with a gun, with a rifle, with a musket if you want. You can go archery, shooting arrows. You can practice fencing, stabbing. You can go fishing. You can go hunting. You can go boating. You can get in a canoe. You can get in a kayak, right? You can exercise. You can work out, and all of this is, within reason, in moderation. You can, play video games in a limited basis, so it doesn't have no long-term psychological negative effects on you. But you can have all the fun in the world, but you got to obey the commandments. So don't put things in your temple. In Proverbs, Proverbs chapter 4, verse 23, it says, keep your heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. All right, that's what Proverbs chapter 4, verse 23 says. All right, it says, keep your heart, like guard your heart. Like Wu-Tang said, protect your neck. Like Naughty by Nature said, guard your grill. Wisdom says, keep your heart. All right. Wisdom says, keep your heart. So this one in the nets, it says, keep your heart with all vigilance. So watch over your heart, watch over your desires, watch over what's motivating you to do the things that you're doing and saying. Watch over it with your spirit, watch over your desires, watch over your wants, watch over your needs with your spirit. Watch over it. Why? For from these things, from your heart, are the issues of life. So what you want, what you realize, what you plant is coming from your heart. So it cannot have no negative root or connotation whatsoever. I don't care what you need to do, what you need to gain, what you need to give up. You cannot let your heart be confused. You got to give diligence over it. And I always tell people this, and this is the beauty about wisdom. And this is how wisdom was first, this pillar of wisdom was taught to me as the fourth pillar of wisdom, but it's actually like it's actually the fifth pillar of wisdom, which is equity. All right, you got knowledge, instruction, understanding, discretion, and then you got equity, then justice and judgment. So the fifth pillar is equity. This is the principle of equity. And like I said, your decisions got to be based off of wisdom. Equity is this. Equity is, can everybody, past, present, and future, make this decision and do what I am deciding to do, especially if it's a point of contention, and do what I am deciding to do right now? Can Sarah, can Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, David, all right, Moses, Bathsheba, Hamashiach, Paul, Saul, Benjamite, both of them are Benjamites, but Saul, King Solomon, okay, Judith, Hannah, Elkanah, what's Solomon's what's Samson's mother and father? Them two. All right, all the women and men in the Bible we can think of: Hananiah, Sapphira, right? Priscilla and Aquila, Simon, the angel Raphael, Joshua, okay, Mordecai, Esther, aka Hadassah, Judah, and Judith. Can they do the decision that I'm going to do right now? Is it equitable? Can everybody? That's how you know if you're operating in wisdom. And if the answer is no, I couldn't tell them to do it, they wouldn't make this choice, or I wouldn't impose this choice upon them, it's the wrong choice at that moment. In other words, let's take something simple. Everybody needs to be a part of this, and this is how you see brothers are not representing a nation on purpose. How are you going to tell people that belong to the same nation they can only wear a certain color when they're representing that nation? Where in the Bible do we see that? You can only wear is that what you would teach a nation? Are you going to tell Moses? In other words, would you tell Hamashiach, if you come to Passover, you got to wear our colors? No. Would you tell him he got to wear a tunic? Yeah. Would you tell him he need to wear a long tunic within biblical regulations? Would you tell him he need to wear fringes? Well, fringes or his gedalion. Would you tell him he needs to wear his tefillin? Well, he could or couldn't wear them, but he wears them. That's why you can't. So you can't impose anything on anybody and make no choice for everybody that you wouldn't tell to Hamashiach or his mother or his father. No man or woman can make a choice, especially an important choice, that can't be imposed on everybody. Nobody can. And that's how you operate in wisdom. You start out with that what? Humility. All right. Humility is the beginning of wisdom. So you can't humble yourself by saying, you know, thinking you the, who is that? The Backstreet Boys? I wanted that away. You can't humble you. You got to humble yourself. You got to become as a little child. And if you, I didn't come into this relationship with the Most High carrying my own preconceived notions. I was carrying notions from a Western world, being an Eastern person of Eastern origin. So you got to drop your preconceived notions. This is what Mashiach means when he said you got to be born again. And it was such a new concept then, just like it is now. People don't grasp it, that Nicodemus said, well, man, what are you talking about? What do you mean? And Hamashiach explained it to him. Hamashiach said, you know, you got to be born again from the water and the spirit. I mean, your spirit got to be renewed. So Proverbs chapter 15, verse 33, make sure it's the same in this Bible. It says, fear of Yahweh is discipline and wisdom. It says, and the beginning of glory, this says humility. Before honor, the beginning of glory will respond to it. So humbling yourself to the discipline and the wisdom of the Most High. You got to take the instruction. He that rejects discipline, which remember, even in the Hebrew, when it says instruction, is always tied to a word that means chastisement or correction of things that shouldn't be done or thought. So he who rejects instruction or discipline hates himself, but he who heeds rebukes. He who heeds rebukes. So if somebody correct you, loves his soul. But you want to be like, well, I'm not going to stop. You know, the scripture don't say I can't smoke no Newports or no Black and Milds. So I'm not going to stop doing it. But brother, you see the effect it's having now in the year 2025. You don't got no excuse to keep doing it. So you got to stop smoking. Why? Because wisdom is known of her children. How can you be a child of wisdom if you're doing something that's deliberately destroying your temple? Now we get into personal habits, long-term personal habits that can help or harm your body. You see? So your decision-making process gets narrated in your mind and your spirit by wisdom. That's why it says that you got to protect your heart, because the issues of life are coming out of your heart. What you should and shouldn't do is coming out of your heart. So your heart is influencing the decisions that you make. So you got to keep your heart with all diligence. That way, when you smell that bacon cooking, you don't want to say to yourself, man, just a little piece of that bacon. You don't want to say that to yourself. So you and your woman have to be in alignment. You and your family have to be in alignment. Your children have to be in alignment with you. And when we go throughout the Bible, it tells you that the father, the husband is the head. My child may say, I don't want to do this. And I may say, no, this is what we're doing and what you're doing. And that's that. You have to have somebody with the last word. And the man is that authority. And then you got the elders and the judges that become that authority. All right. So be very careful. These ancient Babylonian, these ancient Canaanite, these ancient Egyptian, ancient Moabite gods, they are out for your soul. And you are aligning yourself to them with your thoughts and practices that are out of sync with Moses, with the judges, with the officers, with the elders. I'm not doing nothing that I can't teach all Israel. This is an acceptable way for you to do this, male and female. And I am not the exception to the rule. That's what we're told in 1 Peter chapter 5, right? It say, be examples of the flock. An example is a demonstration of what you can and cannot do, what you should or should not do. Not the example set by the children or the woman, but the example set by the scriptures talks about the elders. In 1 Peter 5 and 5, it says, therefore, 1 Peter 5 and 1, therefore I urge you, elders, I urge elders among you as fellow elder and a witness of the suffering of Hamashiach. So he said, man, I'm telling you with the conviction of the sacrifice made by our King, and one who is also a fellow partaker of the glory that is to be revealed. Of the glory that is to be revealed. So I am telling you this being confident that when we get the glory that's coming to us, that Paul talks about in Romans chapter 9, to whom pertaineth the adoption and the glory and the giving of the law, talking to all Israelites. All right, Romans chapter 9, verse 4. It says, shepherd the flock of Yahweh among you. Shepherd the flock, lead the flock. Exercising oversight, not under compulsion. Nobody's forcing you to be a shepherd, but voluntarily want to do this job for the people, for Hamashiach, according to the will of Yahweh. This says, voluntarily according to Yahweh, and not with greed, but with eagerness. Not yet as domineering over those assigned to your care, not forcing brothers into, you got to do this doctrine that's not in the Bible. You got to do this color that's not ordered in the Bible. But proving to be, it says, examples to the flock. So now each man within himself is going to say, well, you know what? I want to do this. I want to do that. A man will say, you know what? Well, I don't have no children. You know what? I'm going to help teach these children. I don't have no children. Well, you know, I'm going to keep trying to have children, but in the meanwhile, brothers and sisters, children by name every night. That's going to be my commitment, my dedication to these children. I'm going to offer guidance and counsel to this girl, to this boy, you know, as a woman and man, respectively. Can't be like, I don't know, I wouldn't do that. Well, what does the Bible say? Hey, if you want to do that and the Most High is okay with it, then I support you and you can do it. Brother may say, well, yeah, I want to go over here and do XYZ and we set up, we consolidated, but I feel like I want to go over here and then may go to a different region after getting the nourishment from the shepherd that's being given to the flock. So it says you have to be an example to the flock, which means you have to, the elders have to demonstrate the broad spectrum of reality that we are expected to uphold in the eyes of Yahweh in righteousness. And what does it say? Honor your father and your mother, and in respect and honor of our mother and father. Okay. So yeah, I hope that tomorrow we don't go into no 9.5 hours about these other chapters in Deuteronomy. And I really do apologize if I held you too long, but it's not often that we have a chance to get together and go over these types of things. Tomorrow we're going to go into Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 16, through chapter 7, verse 3, another 120 verses. So we got 120 we're doing every day, except we're going to fall one short on the 8th day. So ideally, tomorrow we won't go into so much detail as we did today. All right. We won't go into as much detail as we because we covered a lot of ground today. All right. But the main point is that watch what you do, what you feel, what you think, and who you do it with. Because you don't want to be creating no activities and actions that are connecting you to another God, coming from deliberately pushing the standards in the Bible away. And everybody knows in their spirit why they're doing what they're doing. You can fool me, but I know why I'm going to teach at Hooters or at the strip club. I know it. You see that? I know I'm going over here to look and to see. I know why I'm going. You know why you keep popping up at this brother's house when he's not there to talk to his wife. Or you and your wife always going to this brother's house when he's not there and his wife's not there, and you sitting around talking, listening to your wife talk to this woman. Oh, well, he was there and my wife was there with me. Nah, you go over there with the man. She can go by herself. All right? She can go by herself. You don't got to sit there with that man you don't got to sit there with your woman talking to this other sister when she got a man and you always over there when he's gone. Oh, well, that's my bro, that's my sis. Nah. That's how stuff happens. You see? That's how stuff happens. So you got to think, what is going to be the positive outcome or the negative outcome righteously if I do good? And can I do good this way? Can I do good by sitting up under this man's woman with my woman? Nah, you really can't. Because that man's wife could be looking at you the same way as you are or are not looking at her. Like I told you before, it was a brother one time. He had been, convicted for of SA. And then when he got out, he was asking a little boy to go to the store with him around from this synagogue/church. And one of the older brothers said, nah, you can't go. You got to stay here. And the brother that had just got out of jail was like, oh, okay, my bad. All right, I'll go by myself. And I hollered at him because I seen the energy he was coming with. Like I seen his body language, the brother that told him no, that the little boy couldn't go with him. So I talked to him later. He was like, yo, because blah, 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 SA. So the children got to be careful. I said, oh, all right. I said, all right, good looking out because I ain't know. So then I talked to the brother. He said, yeah, this what happened, blah, 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 blah. So then he kind of broke it down. The other brother that had gotten out broke it down. You see? So you don't know what's going on with people. But can you put that person in that type of environment? No. That's wisdom. Not saying that the brother would relapse or whatever, but I'm not trying to test the waters with you. Not on my watch, not around my family, not with my or nobody else's children, period. You see that? So he know what the spirit is that's testing or trying him. He know that. So he shouldn't be engaging, but because he don't got the right spiritual equipment, to make a better decision on how to conduct himself, because he ain't receiving that level of wisdom, and he haven't been fully brought into the fold of Hamashiach. Because if he did, the temptation from that goes away. There's no more desire to do that type of madness or to do any type of madness associated with that type of madness. It is some things you just can't come back from, and people look at you the same way that go against the Bible. So let every person know within themselves, like, I can't do this. And when you constantly struggling with something, and you in Hamashiach, you are tempted with your own desires, but you have a way of escape. You have a way of escape. And a way of escape is just say no to sin. So we as Israelites, we have a higher holiness standard of life. And sometimes you got to break away from interacting with the world and just be around you and yours in righteousness. So I really wish that everybody could have had all 8 days off, because you would go back with into the sinful world with a whole new level of strength against satanic opposition and attacks. Because how long do you stay away from that? And that's one of the things that will give you spiritual growth, when you stay away from sin, when you stay away from the world. That's why you see the early Israelite communities, Israel in general, started out all together away from the Gentiles. And then when that didn't work, we became together as believers in Hamashiach and Israelites. And we're coming back into that now. Israelites waking up, followers of Hamashiach, and obedient to the commandments. So somebody, so you have to detach yourself sometimes, not just for your days off, but you got to say, hey, look, I'm taking 3-4 days vacation time. Here's Passover. Here's the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And here's trumpets. Here's atonement. Okay, here's own business, because this ain't gonna work. We got somebody that just got fired from their job because they told them, hey, I can't work on the first day of Sukkoth. And they fired them. Well, you know what? This ain't working. Don't come back in. And they was feeling like bad. But then I was like, well, hold up. Well, that job is not really upholding the Torah. They actually helping people break the Torah. So you kind of really shouldn't have been there in the first place. It's one thing about, you got a catering service and you're delivering bottles of water and flour to some place, and then you got a catering business or a food supply business, and you're delivering short ribs to some place. You know what I'm saying? In other words, it's one thing to be delivering stuff that is clean and then delivering stuff that's unclean, or giving people stuff that's unclean as part of your job description, or helping people sin. If you're a manager at a restaurant, you helping people sin, because you setting up the menus and the cooking schedules and who's gonna be cooking the pigs and who's gonna be cooking the bacon, who's gonna be cooking the shrimp, who's gonna be cooking the hams, especially at some of these buffets. So when you have something that you're doing that's lawful, and then you can get a break from doing any job that you have to connect back with the righteousness of the word of Yahweh and people that are trying to do the right thing in the eyes of Yahweh, then that's an advantage for you. So you see Hamashiach, and this would happen every year with Israel. Israel had like you had like how many days of vacation every year? And brothers tell me that live in Israel that, you know, a lot of times the job will give you the whole time period off. Whole time period, all 8 days. And then when Passover, Feast of Unleavened Bread comes, Kal Hamatzot, you're off for all 7 days. Tabernacles, all 8 days. That's in the land of Israel now. Okay? So you're taking 2 weeks vacation, guaranteed. It may be paid or maybe unpaid. I don't know. So if you connect yourself as a community, you can do that when you want to, how you want to, with our people. You can say, well, you know what? We're going to go in and open every day, but we're going to cut down to the skeleton crew, only those people that are needed, and we're going to cut the hours from, we're going to have a half day. And we're going to let people know we're going to build all of our business up so that we can taper off before these holy days come. And then when the holy days are over, we can taper back into our business. And we got the power to do that. We have the wherewithal to do it as a nation, not just as individuals, okay? Not just as individuals. So if we work together, you know, we could make this thing happen on a much higher level. We can make it happen on a much higher level. You know, a much higher level than we can expect, or a much higher level than we would expect, but we have to do it. We got to actually try to put everything in motion. All right. So I'm looking now at this little reading schedule, right, that I put together. And I'm gonna double check it and I'm gonna upload it into the group. And hopefully I can put the scriptures on it showing you why we're doing this. The ones where Moses said that every 7 years you read this law. Okay. Bring this before the people and read it. And like I said, because we're in a situation where we're not really, do we have that luxury? Because we're not in ancient Israel. And we're not amongst, you know, our people. And we can't just sit back and study the law like we used to. Okay. So we have to read it before the chosen of Israel. You know, the scripture says, you know, in every 7th year. Okay. So Moses talked about every 7 years you read this book of the law. So that's going to be on the paper that I'm going to give you. I'm going to upload it probably tonight into the dialogue group. So you can go into the dialogue group and I'm going to put this document up there and you can take it. Now, when it comes to like, I got so many, I need to organize my documents and my papers a lot better than I have been, you know, over the past, you know, 16 years of everything really being, more than that really, of things being computerized, really 26 years of, I started putting stuff on the computer like in 1998, 90, not something like that, 98, 99. And then I started to, so everything hasn't been digitized, but everything has been digitized since about 2011, 12, something like that. But to structure and organize, say, okay, go here for that or go here from that. You know, sometimes that's challenging because when you're thinking about something, you're doing it. It's hard to go back to it when you just put it together. All my studies and stuff. But I'll put this together, and I say that to say that I say that because when you get it, keep track of it. Keep track of it when you get it, because if I forget the name or the title of it, then I may not be able to find it. I may not be able to find it as quickly as you would appreciate. It may take a little longer. All right. So now, finally, does anybody have any final 10-hour questions or comments? I would imagine everybody is sleepy. Wow, we've been doing this for a minute. So I'm not mad at you if you don't got no questions. If you got questions, you can't ask them right now. Go ahead and put them inside the dialogue group. Okay. Put them inside the dialogue group so we can answer them over there. Because you might have some questions a little later pertaining to this. If you watch this video, you know, you may have some questions about it. Okay. All right. All right, everybody. So sadly, we've come to the end of our time together. You know. So the Most High Yahweh bless you for your diligence. Bless you for your company, your participation. So I bid you all shalom. Shalom and good morning. It's the morning time over there for you, Hannah, right? Are you still awake? Is she awake?